The formation of the Great Lord of Natural Disasters is still divided into two layers, inner and outer. Only by truly entering the core of the formation can you see the full picture. There is also a statue in the core. The power of space surges, dividing the core area into independent warehouses. Each warehouse stores a huge amount of essence refined from the Chaos Divine Water. The power of the Chaos Divine Water comes from the Western Pure Land. In fact, the power refined by the Great Lord of Natural Disasters is the power of the Western Pure Land. As the mother womb of heaven and earth, it is the top rare treasure in the world, and it can also give birth to the Chaos Divine Water Beast. Facing the attacks of the Tau, it can withstand them without any damage to its roots. Moyu now has a deep understanding of how powerful this rare treasure is. I have already surpassed the Great Tao of Chaos and am infinitely close to the 4th level. Lin Moyu had a definite answer in his heart. The power level of the Western Pure Land was higher than that of Xiaoshu and Hun Dunzi. The power level of Xiaoshu and Hun Dunzi should just exceed the Chaos Avenue, a little higher than the 3rd level. The power level of Tao is higher than theirs. After obtaining that rare flower, the power level of Tao has reached the 4th level. This is how the Great Lord of Natural Disasters distinguishes between powers, and it is basically correct. The power level of the Western Pure Land is higher than that of the small tree, and is infinitely close to the 4th level of Tao. Therefore, the Great Lord of Natural Disasters set up the formation here, collecting and gathering terrible power for countless years, waiting for the final outbreak. Lin Moyu looked at the statue. The faceless statue in the formation did not move at all. Unlike the faceless statue before, it will greet me as soon as I come in. But this time the faceless statue did not move at all. Lin Moyu sensed it for a while and confirmed that the will of the Great Lord of Natural Disaster did not exist. Did they disperse, or did they not stay at all? Lin Moyu came to the top of the statue and looked at the Zhou statue carefully. Although the statue has no face, there is something wrong with the direction it is facing. At the location where the statue was looking, a ball of the essence of the Chaos Divine Water was tumbling in midair. This essence is not like other essences, floating quietly in the air. It rolls endlessly like boiling water. The eye of the undead opened, and Lin Moyu saw that there were 2 soul flames in this essence. The 2 soul flames were fighting each other, and it was obvious that they had been fighting for countless years, and both sides were very weak. If the fight continues, it won't take 10,000 years for both layers to dissipate. One of the soul flames was very familiar, and the aura it emitted was exactly the aura of the Great Lord of Natural Disaster. The remaining soul of the Great Lord of Natural Disasters that remained here was fighting for life and death with another soul. Lin Moyu immediately prepared to help the Great Lord of Natural Disasters without thinking. He didn't need to know the reason, he just needed to stand on the side of the Great Lord of Natural Disasters. The fire of burning the world appeared in his palm. After consuming a large amount of the Chaos Divine Water Beast's obsession, the fire of burning the world became stronger than before. As soon as it appeared, the 2 fighting soul flames stopped at the same time. The next moment, the voice of the Great Lord of Natural Disasters rang out in Lin Moyu's mind, "Burn it to death. Don't let it jump." Before he could finish his words, another ball of soul flame exploded on the spot and fled into the distance. Bang, bang, bang. Countless invisible walls appeared in the void, and the soul flame crashed into the wall. The soul of the Great Lord of Natural Disasters controlled the spatial force in the formation to prevent the other party from escaping. Lin Moyu then waved his hand, and the fire that burned the world chased after him. The other party seemed to know the horror of the burning world fire and fled even faster. The soul of the Great Lord of Natural Disasters let out a low roar and continued to manipulate the formation to lead the burning world fire over. The space turned into a cage, trapping the opponent tightly, and the fire of burning the world rushed into the cage and burned fiercely. Screams were heard, and after struggling for a while, the soul flame was finally burned to ashes. The soul of the great disaster venerable sighed deeply. He was finally burned to death. He returned to the statue, and the motionless, faceless statue finally began to move. Lin Moyu asked, "What was that just now?" The great Lord of natural disaster said, "The essence of the chaos divine water gave birth to a will. Fortunately, you are here, otherwise I really can't deal with this guy. The essence of chaos divine water is everywhere here. If it wants to escape, it can just pick any spot. It is very difficult to catch and kill it." The great Lord of natural disasters fought with this guy for many years, but failed to kill him, and he escaped time and time again. If Lin Moyu had come 10,000 years later, they would probably have perished together. Given the character of the great Lord of natural disasters, if this trace of his soul is about to be annihilated, he will definitely drag the other party down with him to die. But even now, there is very little left of the remnant soul and will of the great Lord of natural disasters. After the great Lord of natural disasters finished speaking briefly, he sighed and said, "Well, since you are here, I will withdraw." Lin Moyu asked, "Don't you have anything to tell me?" The remnant soul of the great Lord of natural disasters thought for a moment and said, "Perhaps I did in the past, but my will was damaged in the battles over the years, and I have forgotten it." Ah! Lin Moyu never expected that the answer would be like this. But it's normal to think about it. The residual soul and will of the great Lord of natural disasters originally left behind were not much. One reason was to tell himself some things, and the other was to maintain the formation. After so many years of fighting, the residual soul has weakened and damaged, and the memory in the residual soul has been lost. This is indeed a very normal thing. However, he was already very clear about what had happened in the past and what he was going to do, so any leaks from the great Lord of natural disasters would not have much impact. Lin Moyu said, "If that's the case, then you can leave. There should be quite a few people waiting for you." The great Lord of natural disasters hummed, "I wish you all the best. I'm leaving now." After he finished speaking, the statue began to move, accompanied by a friction sound. After moving for a while, the statue suddenly stopped. The space was not distorted, nor was a space channel opened. 0. Lin Moyu asked, "Did you remember something?" The voice of the great Lord of natural disasters came from the statue, "I forgot where I was going, let me think." Lin Moyu slapped his head. He didn't expect that even this part of his memory was lost. The great Lord of natural disasters thought and thought, but obviously couldn't remember. Lin Moyu waved his hand and it transformed into a ball of images, which showed the scene of the statue of the great disaster leaving. He hoped that this could give him some clues. A faint aura of ancient desolation emerged from the image. The great Lord of natural disasters looked at it for a while, and suddenly his eyes lit up. "I remember now." The space suddenly twisted, and a space channel appeared from the void. Without saying goodbye, the great Lord of natural disasters stepped into it. Lin Moyu watched him leave. Judging from the breath coming from the space crack, he should be going to the right place. Every time a space crack opens, in addition to the ancient and desolate aura, there is also a very special aura. Lin Moyu didn't know what this breath represented, but anyway, with it there, it was probably right. After sending off the great Lord of natural disaster, Moyu began to truly refine the formation. There are countless essences of chaotic divine water in the formation, but no one expected that what would be born from it. In the past, there was the great Lord of natural disasters to keep things in check, but now that the great Lord of natural disasters is gone, it will be up to Lin Moyu to take charge. Lin Moyu naturally couldn't guard here every day, so he used the simplest and most straightforward method. After the formation was refined, everything in the formation was under Lin Moyu's control, including every independent warehouse in the core area. With a wave of his hand, the world-burning fire flew out and swept through every warehouse. Since we can't tell them apart, we'll refine them all and burn them until nothing is left. No matter whether you have spirituality or intelligence or not, you will be burned to ashes by the fire of the world. This is a simple and crude method that is very effective. Now that the formation has been refined, all areas are under the control of Lin Moyu, and the fire that burns the world will not miss any corner. The fire burned for more than 10 days, silently ensuring that no spiritual will would exist. Even if spiritual will could evolve again, it would take at least tens of thousands of years. At the same time, he set up a formation here to monitor the essence of the chaos divine water so that he could sense any unusual movement. The whole process went smoothly. After finishing these things, Lin Moyu clapped his hands and said, "It's time to get down to business." He was a little excited inside, but he rarely got excited because he knew how much benefit it would bring to him if this thing was accomplished. With a thought, Lin Moyu left the formation. He did not return to the Western Pure Land, but went to the bottom of the Western Pure Land 260. The extremely hard earth automatically spread out in front of him, as if to make way for him. This was his privilege as the only one in the Western Pure Land to give birth to living beings. In Shiji Pure Land's eyes, I am his child. Lin Moyu continued to go deeper and deeper. He didn't know how deep he had gone in, he just followed his feeling and went down. Gradually, the body and soul felt the pressure. Even if he is a child from the Western Pure Land, he will still be under pressure. The emergence of pressure made Lin Moyu realize that he was heading in the right direction. Almost there, little tree. With a low shout, the small tree that had been prepared long ago burst out with the power of time and space to share the pressure for Lin Moyu. Here, even small trees cannot bear all the pressure and can only share part of it. Hun Dunzi also joined in, using the power of World Sea to help Lin Moyu block some of it. But his effect is not great, not even half that of the small tree. Lin Moyu's identity helped him avoid part of the burden, but he had to bear the rest by himself. In the end, the pressure Lin Moyu endured was only 1/10 of the normal level, but even so, it was not something he, a mere Chaos Realm Master, could withstand. After going deeper, a large number of cracks appeared on Lin Moyu's body, not only his physical body, but also his soul. The crack lasted for a few seconds, and then with a crisp sound, the body and soul shattered at the same time. Purple light flashed, and Lin Moyu was reborn in the purple light, but as soon as he was reborn, a large number of cracks appeared on his body. The body and soul cannot withstand the pressure here and will collapse in a few seconds. If he continued forward, he might not be able to hold on for even a second. But it's still quite a distance from here to the destination. This is the limit. Lin Moyu retreated a distance, the pressure eased, and the cracks on his body began to repair themselves. He knew very well that his current realm of strength could only reach this point and could not go any further. If we want to move forward, Lin Moyu had anticipated this situation long ago and took out the cause-seeking ring. The surge of soul power activated the cause-seeking ring and began to plant fruits. There is effect but no cause. Lin Moyu sowed the fruit, and for a period of time afterwards, he was not harmed in any form. No matter being attacked or under any kind of pressure, nothing can hurt him. The backlash force surged, and Lin Moyu shattered on the spot. Lin Moyu revived in the purple light and muttered to himself, "The backlash isn't as strong as before." As he spoke, he shattered again, waiting to be resurrected. Because the Xuanyin ring had absorbed its own remaining power before, it recovered to a certain extent and became stronger than before. Therefore, the cause-seeking cycle can produce stronger results with less backlash. However, even the strongest fruit has its limits. If Lin Moyu planted a fruit that could ignore the attacks of the Tao, it would not work even if he died tens of millions of times. Because the existence of Tao has surpassed the causal cycle. Although the fruits he planted this time were not harmed in any way, it was only within a certain range. If the Tao attacks him during this period, it will also destroy the fruit, making the fruit planting ineffective. The Western Pure Land is very powerful. It is the mother womb of heaven and earth and a rare treasure of heaven and earth. However, no matter how powerful it is, it cannot surpass the Tao. At most, it is slightly stronger than the Seeking Cause ring. Moreover, it was not actively attacking him. The pressure he felt was just the power it naturally emitted. Therefore, Lin Moyu knew that the fruit he planted could survive and would not die too many times. The backlash force continued to surge, and death occurred one after another. Lin Moyu carefully experienced the changes in the backlash force. After dying 10 times in a row, the backlash began to weaken. After the 16th resurrection, the backlash force had completely disappeared. The seeking ring has indeed become stronger, and his own body and soul are also stronger than before, so the backlash he can withstand is much stronger than before, resulting in a significant reduction in the number of deaths. Lin Moyu wanted to analyze what kind of consequences he had to set in order to die a certain number of times. He also needs to use the new life to strengthen his body and soul, so he needs to try to figure this out. At the same time, he also wanted to try to find out if there was a better way other than looking for the cause loop to allow him to utilize the power of his new life. The backlash ended, the Xuanin ring sparkled and hummed at the same time, and an invisible force fell on Lin Moyu, wrapping Lin Moyu tightly. Lin Moyu felt as if he was connected to a magical area. The power surging from this area protected him like the surface of the sea, and all the pressure from all directions disappeared. I no longer need the help of Xiaoshu and Han Dunzi, and I won't get hurt here. After planting the fruit, Lin Moyu started selling it and headed towards his destination. The pressure at this time was resolved by the cause-seeking ring in a way that Lin Moyu could not understand. Lin Moyu only felt that he was wrapped in a layer of soft, sponge-like power and moved forward freely. Continuing to go deeper, the feeling in my heart is getting closer and closer. Ever since Lin Moyu accidentally became a living being nurtured in the Western Pure Land, he has developed a connection with that place. That is the true core of the Western Pure Land, and it is also the place that the Chaos Divine Water has always wanted to go but has never been able to. If he could successfully reach there, he might be the only one in the entire Chaos Ancient Wasteland. After drilling down a long distance, Lin Moyu felt the pressure again. The seeking cause ring vibrated even more violently. The power that enveloped it still existed, but it could no longer absorb all the pressure. The cause-seeking loop has its limit, and now the intensity of the pressure is almost approaching the limit of the cause-seeking loop. Once the limit of 3.2 is exceeded, the fruits he grows will become ineffective. If he died here, Lin Moyu knew that his fate would be dire. He might die again instantly after being reborn. Even if he was reborn billions of times, it would be used up, and he would die here forever. Should we keep going? Lin Moyu hesitated slightly. He now had several choices. Or ignore it and keep moving forward. You are not far from your destination now, and maybe you will reach it if you move a little further. But this is dangerous. If you exceed the limit of the cause-seeking loop, you will die. Another option is to plant another fruit, but this is meaningless and the limit of the cause-seeking loop will not change. Or he could retreat on his own, which would certainly be safe, but his plan would completely fail. The last one. Little tree, keep working. Xiaoshu, who had just rested for a short time, was called out to work again. Xiaoshu used the power of time and space to continue to help Lin Moyu share the pressure. With the small trees sharing the pressure, the vibration of the cause-seeking ring was significantly reduced. Lin Moyu chose to keep moving forward. He wanted to take a gamble and bet that he could reach his destination before reaching the next limit. At the same time, his eyes were shining, and he thought of a way to perfectly utilize the new life to enhance his body and soul, and it was completely controllable and there would be no danger. Continuing to go deeper and deeper, we are getting closer and closer to the true core of the Western Pure Land. The small tree is constantly approaching its limit, and so is the cause-seeking ring, which keeps ringing and shaking. Just a little bit more, and it will be there. Hundunzi, you come too. Lin Moyu gritted his teeth, and with a ruthless heart, he called Hundunzi along. Chaos Child doesn't play a big role here, and only shares a little bit of the pressure. But in Lin Moyu's opinion, any share is better than nothing. Continuously approaching the limits of the body and soul, while also challenging the psychological limits. If the limit is broken at this moment, he will die here 20 without any accident. He hadn't considered retreating now. How could he possibly retreat now that he had come this far? If I retreat now, will I still be able to retreat when I face the Tao in the future? Only by continuing to move forward can he achieve ultimate victory. Having already boarded the ship of the Great Lord of Natural Disasters, or in other words, he was destined to board this ship since birth, he could only go to the end. He believed in himself and believed that he could win this bet. Keep moving forward, step by step, and don't look back. When the last piece of land automatically separated and a ray of blue light came into view, Lin Moyu's eyes suddenly showed surprise. The blue light filled the sight, and under the cover of the light, all pressure receded like a tide. Arrive! Lin Moyu breathed a sigh of relief. He had finally reached the true core of the Western Pure Land. This was a place that even the Chaos Divine Water Beast had never been to. He was the only one in the entire Chaos Ancient Wasteland who had reached this place. The core is huge and vast, with azure water rippling in the void, turning into a sea of void. Blue Chaos Divine Water? Xiao Shu's voice was filled with surprise, but he immediately denied his own words. No, it's not the Chaos Divine Water. It's more advanced and more powerful than the Chaos Divine Water. Hun Dunzi also flew out. Oh my god, there is water of a higher level than the Chaos Divine Water. Master, what kind of water is this? Lin Moyu said, Heavenly Jellyfish. The core of the mother womb of heaven and earth, the best water between heaven and earth, without a doubt, is called the jellyfish of heaven and earth. The Chaos Divine Water is the water diluted by the jellyfish of heaven and earth and grown in the pure land of the western extremes. It is already the top-notch divine water. The ancestral water controlled by the old man in white robe is also the top holy water in the world, especially the essence of the ancestral water, which contains infinite great ways and is the water of heaven. But their level is a little lower than that of the heaven and earth jellyfish. Lin Moyu said calmly, the mother womb of heaven and earth can give birth to living things, and the source of its power is this jellyfish. Without this heaven and earth jellyfish, the mother womb of heaven and earth would be useless. Hun Dunzi cried out, if we can suck up all the jellyfish in this world. Lin Moyu shook his head. Forget about sucking it all out. Even if you suck in just a drop, you might not die, but your inner world will definitely shatter. Ah! Hun Dunzi cried out. He seemed a little unconvinced, but he didn't dare to talk back. After all, that was what Lin Moyu said, and he still knew his limits. The small tree extended a root, which evolved into a clone, and then the small tree severed its connection with the clone. Although it is just a clone, its attributes are almost the same as the small tree, and it also has the experience of time and space. The clone carefully touched the jellyfish and tried to absorb a little. The azure light instantly covered the entire clone. Then the clone melted away like ice, leaving no trace, as if nothing had happened. Hun Dunzi was startled. Just gone? He knew the little tree, even its clone was extremely tough. If the little tree clone shattered silently like this, then my inner world would probably not be much better. Xiao Shu said, the dissolving power of this heaven and earth jellyfish is probably several times greater than that of the Chaos Divine Water. Lin Moyu said, that's right, the heaven and earth jellyfish has the ability to give birth to all things, and it is also the purest existence, purer than Chaos Child's pure water. Its purifying power has surpassed the limits of the Great Tao. Anything within the Great Tao will be dissolved by it. It's... The little tree asked, Master, did you come here to refine the heaven and earth jellyfish? Lin Moyu chuckled and said, I want to refine it, but with my current realm and strength, I can't refine it yet. Hun Dunzi asked curiously, why did the master risk his life to come here? Lin Moyu said, of course there is something wrong, let's get Yi Yang out. Hun Dunzi cried out, Yi Yang was a quasi-great master in his inner world and was not allowed to enter the chaos. Once you enter chaos, you will inevitably be discovered by the Tao, and then you will be in big trouble. Lin Moyu understood his doubts and said, don't worry, this place is shrouded by the power of the heaven and earth jellyfish. The Tao cannot find it. The reason why the Chaos Divine Water Beast has been able to hide for so many years is because it hid deep in the Western Pure Land and absorbed the essence of the Western Pure Land. However, this essence can only be regarded as the essence condensed from the chaotic water, and it is still far from the heaven and earth jellyfish. Here, no matter what they say or do, the Tao cannot be found. But Hun Dunzi was obviously afraid of the Tao and was still a little hesitant. Xiao Shu said, just do whatever the master tells you to do. There is no need to hesitate. Hurry up and don't dawdle. Hun Dunzi snorted, Fat Tree, you're meddling too much. As he said this, he still got Yi Yanyan out. Yi Yanyan exuded the aura of a quasi-great master, but his aura dissipated before he could move away from the ground, and was assimilated by the aura of the jellyfish. When Yi Yanyan saw the heaven and earth jellyfish, his expression suddenly changed. "Master, what is this?" He could sense the horror of the jellyfish and felt that if he went in, he would most likely die. Lin Moyu said, "This is good stuff." Without giving him too much explanation, Lin Moyu moved his mind and a faint light appeared in his hand. The surrounding space began to distort. Lin Moyu now had the ability to control the chaos divine water. He used this ability to control the jellyfish of heaven and earth. The edges of the heaven and earth jellyfish were slightly twisted, and its shape had undergone some slight changes under the influence of Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu continued to exert force and was about to pull the small drop of jellyfish out. The tiny blue water droplet contained terrifying power, enough to cause Chaos Child's inner world to collapse. Lin Moyu continued to manipulate it, and then the blue water droplet split into two, 2 became 4, 4 became 8. Dividing a drop of heaven and earth jellyfish into 100 parts, Lin Moyu said, "Chaos Master, get some clean water." Hun Dunzi created a ball of clean water, and Lin Moyu added 1% of the heaven and earth jellyfish into it, and the clean water immediately turned blue. Purified water is said to be able to purify everything, but when it comes into contact with jellyfish, it is directly depurified. This is the difference in levels. Lin Moyu brought the jellyfish, which had been diluted hundreds of times, to Yi Yanyan. "Don't move." The blue water turned into a mist and instantly enveloped Yi Yanyan. Looking at Yi Yanyan, who was wrapped in blue mist, Lin Moyu's eyes flashed slightly. Just now, Yi Yanyan's eyes showed a hint of resistance, but as a resurrected person, after hearing his own orders, the resistance was forcibly wiped away, and in the end he just stood there without moving. The resurrected quasi-great master has self-awareness, which is a good thing. But having a rebellious consciousness is not a good thing. Yi Yanyan concealed his rebellious consciousness very well. Perhaps he was thinking of ways to break free from his control. But he couldn't show it on the surface, otherwise he would definitely be suppressed. He controls the life and death of the resurrected. If he really wants to die, Yi Yanyan will not survive. Yi Yanyan is also aware of this, so before finding a way to break free from his own control, he will be obedient and at most show some of his own thoughts to make himself appear as normal as possible. Even Hun Dunzi didn't know Yi Yanyan's situation. Now Hun Dunzi has not yet recovered to his peak state, and the quasi-grand masters and grand masters in his inner world are not completely under his control. But now, Yi Yanyan's breath was completely covered by the blue mist, no longer revealing a trace, and at the same time, Lin Moyu's eyes changed slightly. His eyes became sharp, yet there was a hint of smile in them. Xiaoshu noticed the change in Lin Moyu. "Master, what happened?" Lin Moyu shook his head. "Nothing. I'll talk to you later." "Xiaoping, come out too." Xiaoping was called out. As soon as Xiaoping, who was only half a step into the chaos realm, arrived here, his huge body instantly shrank to less than 1 meter. He coiled up like a snake, and his wings wrapped tightly around himself, trembling there. Just the scent emitted by the jellyfish was enough to scare Xiaoping half to death. Xiaoping knew that with Lin Moyu here, there would be no danger at all, but the fear from the deepest part of his soul and blood made him unable to control his body. His teeth were chattering as he managed to squeeze out a few words. "Father, what kind of place is this? It's so scary." Lin Moyu smiled and said, "It's a good place. Stay still and you will enjoy it later." Xiaoping was much more obedient than Yi Yanyan. He fought against the fear emanating from deep in his blood, tried hard to control his trembling body, and huddled there motionless. Lin Moyu continued to split the heaven and earth jellyfish. 1 drop of heaven and earth jellyfish was divided into 100 parts. A 10-part heaven and earth jellyfish was still too strong for Xiaoping. Lin Moyu controlled them to continue splitting, again and again, until finally a drop of heaven and earth jellyfish was divided into 10,000 parts. 1/10,000th of a drop of water is so tiny that it is almost invisible to the naked eye, and its presence can only be sensed with the soul. After splitting the jellyfish, Lin Moyu said to Xiao Shu, give me some Chaos God King. Xiao Shu immediately took out a piece of Chaos Divine Soil the size of a fingernail. Chaos Divine Soil was very precious. It would take at least 100 years to grow just this piece. Lin Moyu fused the primordial Chaos Soil with 1/10,000th of a drop of Heaven and Earth jellyfish. The primordial Chaos Soil suddenly glowed with a blue light, and its aura became different, emitting a terrifying vitality. The primal Chaos Divine Land already contained immense vitality, and now it was amplified 10,000 times, as if spirituality would be born at any moment. The little tree was very surprised. Master, what's going on? Lin Moyu said, in addition to being able to dissolve everything in the world, the Heaven and Earth jellyfish can also fuse with various treasures to form new treasures. I fused it with the Chaos Divine Soil, transforming it into a treasure brimming with vitality. However, this thing is not very useful to you, but it is very useful to Xiaoping. It can stimulate the blood and enhance the potential of the blood. As he spoke, he lightly tapped his fingers, and the new Chaos Divine Soil exploded with a bang, also turning into mist that enveloped Xiaoping. Xiaoping let out a dragon roar, seeming to be enjoying and feeling pain at the same time. Lin Moyu smiled and said, just bear with it. There is no such thing as getting something for nothing. You have to pay a price to get something. Xiaoping's bloodline was stimulated, and the power of his bloodline seemed to be amplified many times. His aura increased sharply, and Xiaoping was moving towards the Chaos Realm. Judging from the current speed, it would not take long for him to enter the Chaos Realm. Xiao Shu looked at Yi Yanyan, only one? Lin Moyu said, use the Heaven and Earth jellyfish to merge with the pure water, change some of the pure water's abilities, and use it to purify Yi Yanyan's aura from Chaos Child's inner world. At the same time, the Heaven and Earth jellyfish can also allow Yi Yanyan to merge with the aura of the Chaos, allowing him to blend into the Chaos. This way, Yi Yanyan can also attack in the Chaos. As long as he controls his strength well, he won't be discovered. If it were in the ancient wasteland, even if he attacked with all his strength, he wouldn't attract the attention of the Dao. I promised Yi Yanyan that I would help him inherit the Yi family bloodline in the realm. Now that he has the Heaven and Earth jellyfish, this matter is settled for him. Xiao Shu completely understood what Lin Moyu meant. This jellyfish is truly magical, and it probably has more uses than just this. Lin Moyu could naturally understand the deeper meaning of the words. He had been with Xiao Shu for so long that some things no longer needed to be said openly. Lin Moyu chuckled, don't worry, nothing will happen. The Heaven and Earth jellyfish is controlled by Lin Moyu. Now the Heaven and Earth jellyfish has penetrated into Yi Yanyan's entire body, including the deepest part of his soul. It is impossible for Yi Yanyan to escape Lin Moyu's control. Even if he wanted to die, he had to get Lin Moyu's consent. Moreover, if Lin Moyu wanted, he could erase all his intelligence and turn him into a complete puppet. As for whether to do this, it depends on Yi Yanyan's subsequent performance. Just a few minutes later, Xiaoping officially rushed into the Chaos Realm. The power of his bloodline was still surging, and Xiaoping's improvement did not end there. Chaos Lone Ping's bloodline power is quite impressive. No wonder he dared to challenge the Great Venerable before. He must have had some confidence. Lin Moyu commented on Xiaoping's bloodline power. How much this method can improve depends entirely on how strong Xiaoping's bloodline is. If the bloodline power is insufficient, the improvement will naturally be limited. Xiao Shu said, we didn't have the Chaos Rock back then, but we did have a golden winged rock, which was extremely powerful. Hun Dunzi said, if I remember correctly, that guy died a long time ago, and I heard that his death was very tragic. Xiao Shu hummed, yes, he died miserably. He was surrounded and attacked by hundreds of powerful warriors of the same level, and was eventually torn into pieces. His body was enormous. When unfolded, it was millions of miles long, larger than the entire Western Pure Land. After his death, his body was dismembered, and his flesh and blood were scattered throughout the primal chaos. At that time, many places in the primal chaos were filled with the smell of blood. It was the blood of the golden-winged Daping. Hun Dunzi interrupted, "That's a bit exaggerated. At that time, there was blood everywhere in the chaos. Dead creatures were everywhere. The smell of blood doesn't necessarily come from the golden winged rock." Xiaoshu ignored Hun Dunzi and simply replied, "You're right. As to whether he really thinks so, God knows." Lin Moyu pondered Xiaoshu's words. "You mean Xiaoping might have the bloodline of the golden winged Dapeng?" Xiaoshu said, "It's possible. As for whether it's true or not, we'll know when he becomes stronger." Xiaoping's aura was constantly rising, and the power of his bloodline was surging out like crazy, as if it had no end, constantly pushing Xiaoping's realm strength forward. Xiaoping's bloodline power is still continuing, and so is Yi Yanyan's purification and fusion. Both require time. Lin Moyu was not idle either. He took out some soil. On the way here, he took a lot of soil from the Western Pole. The core of the Western Pure Land is the Heaven and Earth jellyfish, and the Chaos Divine Water is the product evolved after the Heaven and Earth jellyfish spread into the Western Pure Land. As long as the Heaven and Earth jellyfish still exists, the Chaos Divine Water will have an endless supply. The jellyfish can evolve into a large amount of chaotic divine water. The previous lake may have evolved from only 1,000th of a drop of jellyfish. He built a square pool with a length and width of 100 meters with the Western Pure Land he had obtained, and then merged the Heaven and Earth jellyfish that he had split into it. Soon, clear chaotic divine water appeared in the square pool. The evolution of the Chaos Divine Water was very fast, and soon a layer of Chaos Divine Water had accumulated in the pool. Lin Moyu said, "Suck it." Xiaoshu and Hun Dunzi were not polite at all and started to swallow the Chaos Holy Water at the same time. Lin Moyu continued to take out the soil from the westernmost part and continued to build the pool, integrating it with the chaotic divine water evolved from the jellyfish of heaven and earth. Fortunately, a lot of soil was taken, and 3 pools were built in total, enough for the 2 guys to drink. When the jellyfish is almost used up, it will continue to tear out a drop and split it. Part of the split jellyfish was given to Yi Yanyan, part evolved into Chaos Divine Water, and the weakest 913 were supplied to Xiaoping. At this moment, Lin Moyu felt like the head of a family. It was a strange feeling, but also a good one. 10 days later, Xiaoping's bloodline power erupted for the second time, and the huge bloodline power pushed Xiaoping into the Chaos Realm. When Xiaoping entered the Chaos Realm, Lin Moyu showed a hint of surprise. What was surprising was not that Xiaoping had reached the Chaos Realm. With the bloodline of the Chaos Solitary Pang, it was inevitable that he would reach the Chaos Realm. Instead, it was the breath that emerged when Xiaoping's bloodline erupted for the second time that surprised Lin Moyu. This breath is very ancient, although very faint, it carries an indescribable high and deep feeling. In the past, this aura was hidden in the deepest part of the blood, but this time it was stimulated by the jellyfish of heaven and earth and was stimulated. Xiaoshu's voice was also filled with surprise. It really is the golden winged rock. Hun Dunzi also echoed, "Wow, it's true. It's a pity that the bloodline power is too weak. I don't know how much it has been diluted." Xiaoshu said, "This is quite normal. When he died, his blood filled half of primal chaos. Most of it was devoured by those creatures, so the remaining blood wasn't enough to begin with. Also, the Master now has the Heaven and Earth jellyfish, which can be used to regenerate the bloodline. Perhaps Xiaoping can return to his ancestral home in the future." Hun Dunzi whispered, "Return to one's ancestral state? Unless one is tired of living, then the first thing one can do is to come and kill people with weapons." Xiaoshu shook his head. "Of course he won't regress directly to his ancestral form. I'm referring to regressing in terms of power. By then, Xiaoping will still be Xiaoping, not the golden-winged Dapeng. If he does well, Xiaoping might have a chance to become a quasi-great venerable." Hun Dunzi asked, "You mean, relying on the power of the golden-winged Dapeng back then?" Xiaoshu said, "I saw him fight someone in the past. His greatest strength is speed. If Xiaoping can inherit this ability, surpassing the Great Tao with speed, it is not impossible to become a quasi-great venerable." Hun Dunzi sighed, "That guy is really fast, almost ridiculously fast." Listening to the conversation between the two, Lin Moyu curiously asked, how fast was the golden-winged Dapeng back then? In Lin Moyu's opinion, no matter how fast the speed is, there is a limit. How fast can the speed be that could make Xiaoshu and Hun Dunzi so amazed? Hun Dunzi said, let Fatty Tree tell me. I didn't see it with my own eyes back then. I only heard about it. Xiaoshu said, his speed. It is precisely because the golden-winged rock is so fast that he can move freely in the chaos. No one can do anything to him, and even if they cannot defeat him, he can still escape. In the end, it took hundreds of top experts to surround and kill him. His speed has reached an incredible level. He does not have a spatial talent, but he can surpass the spatial talent. According to Xiaoshu's description, there was a natural formation at that time. The formation was spiritual and contained a precious treasure. The golden-winged rock rushed into the formation with its own speed and snatched away the treasure. It was not until he entered the formation to steal the treasure and left that the formation was activated and the formation spirit reacted. The speed surpassed the reaction of the formation. In Lin Moyu's opinion, this speed could no longer be called speed. Instead, as Hun Dunzi said, it was outrageous. It was precisely because he was so fast that almost no one could gain an advantage from him when fighting alone. He robbed many people of their treasures, which aroused public outrage. Hundreds of top experts joined forces to lay a tight net, using several treasures to suppress his speed, and finally defeated him. When the golden-winged Dapeng died, the war in the chaos had not yet broken out in full swing. He died very early and miserably. Xiaoping is hidden in the deepest part of his blood. The power from the ancient golden-winged Dapeng is activated, making Xiaoping's power stronger. This time, Xiaoping has received the greatest blessing. Judging from his realm alone, he has surpassed Lin Moyu. And he hasn't reached the end yet, he is still improving. As for whether they can eventually reach perfection, no one can say for sure. Today's chaotic creatures need the power of the realm to reach perfection. However, the creatures in ancient times did not need boundaries. They were born perfect, even beyond perfection. At that time, realm was not important, only strength was considered, and realm was just a vague concept. From what Xiaoshu knows, even if Xiaoping's realm has not reached perfection, his combat power may reach perfection. In the blink of an eye, it is the 100-day canopy again. Hun Dunzi and the little tree seemed to be hungry and continued to absorb the chaos divine water. Lin Moyu had already pulled out 10 drops of heaven and earth jellyfish, and the chaotic divine water that evolved from them was enough to turn into an ocean, but they were all eaten up by them. Yi Yanyan's purification and fusion finally came to an end, and Yanyan's aura changed slightly. He was still a quasi-great master, but he had integrated much more than before, with 3 points less aura from Chaos Child's inner world and a few more auras that were very similar to Chaos. After the purification and fusion is completely completed, he will be able to move freely in the chaos. As long as he does not use his full strength, there will generally be no problem. If it was in the ancient wilderness, there would be no need to worry about anything, and Yi Yanyan could go abroad at will. In this way, Lin Moyu's strength will be greatly increased. Xiaoping has now reached the peak of the Chaos Realm, and one step further will bring him perfection. The aura of the golden-winged Dapeng in the bloodline power became stronger and stronger, but Lin Moyu could see that Xiaoping would not reach perfection. The bloodline belonging to the golden-winged rock has been completely activated and officially merged with his own bloodline. Only after the blood fusion is completed can Xiaoping continue to move forward until he completely returns to his ancestral state and inherits all the abilities of the golden-winged Dapeng. This requires a process and a lot of time to hone. External forces can only help him speed up the process slightly. Dozens of days passed before Yi Yanyan finally completed the purification and fusion. The refreshed Yi Yanyan knelt respectfully before Lin Moyu. Yi Yanyan greets the master. This time, his soul was purified once again, erasing his last remaining will to resist. While retaining his self-awareness, he would obey Lin Moyu's orders from then on. Lin Moyu said calmly, "Get up, and work for me from now on. I will definitely do what I promised you." Yi Yanyan then slowly stood up and said, I understand. I will obey my master's orders even at death. Only through this purification and fusion did he completely control Yi Yanyan, the quasi-great master. The quasi-great venerable in Chaos Z's inner world is somewhat inferior to the quasi-great venerable in the Chaos Ancient Wilderness, but at least it is much stronger than perfection. A few days later, the blue mist on Xiaoping's body completely dissipated. Xiaoping slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were shining with golden light, and his pair of wings also turned golden. At this moment, Xiaoping's appearance changed drastically. He lost all the appearances related to the python and turned from a python into a peng. The blood from the golden-winged Dapeng was merging with his own blood and taking the dominant position. The Chaos Lone Peng clan was born from the fusion of the bloodline of the golden-winged roc and the bloodline of some python-like creatures. They have the characteristics of both pythons and rocs, but they prefer to call themselves Peng, so they are called Chaos Lone Peng. At that time, it was somewhat unworthy of its name, but now that the golden-winged roc's bloodline has revived and expelled the python bloodline, the Chaos Lone Roc is truly worthy of its name. He is indeed a lone Peng. Xiaoping is now the only Peng in the ancient chaos that has activated the bloodline of the golden-winged Peng. He has no peers and is indeed very lonely. Lin Moyu asked, How does it feel? Xiaoping said, It feels great. Why is my strength so much stronger, and my appearance? Thanks to the blood of the golden-winged roc, Xiaoping not only became stronger, but also became noble, and he was no longer afraid here. Lin Moyu put his hand on Xiaoping's head and said, Don't move. Let me check. Xiaoping was very obedient and let Lin Moyu check him. Lin Moyu explored Xiaoping's soul world and saw Xiaoping's soul. At this moment, Xiaoping's soul was shining with golden light and was very pure. The curse that the great master had once cast had completely disappeared. The bloodline of the golden-winged Dapeng is indeed powerful and domineering, and it can even erase the curse of the great venerable. From this we can see that the golden-winged Dapeng was only stronger than the great lord. After Lin Moyu checked, Your curse has been lifted. Xiaoping's eyes suddenly shone with golden light. Really? Our race is safe now? Lin Moyu shook his head. You are fine now. Your bloodline is different now. Feel it yourself. Those things should all be in your bloodline. The blood of the golden-winged roc has been activated, and it must contain a lot of information. As long as Xiaoping looks carefully, he will naturally understand it with his intelligence. Xiaoping said oh and was a little disappointed. The memories over the years made him retain deep feelings for the Chaos Lone Peng clan. The Chaos Lone Peng clan has always regarded lifting the Great Lord's curse as their highest mission, and it is something that every member of the banner must devote their entire life to. But now, the mission is suddenly gone. After Xiaoping finished reading the memory information in his blood, his expression changed. He understood what was going on. Xiaoping's voice was a little low. I never thought we were actually descendants of the golden-winged Dapeng. The power of our ancestors' bloodline was too strong, and it washed away our original bloodline. Many of my memories will never come back. Moreover, most of the ancestors' memories are gone, leaving only a cultivation method and a spell. Lin Moyu said, Compared to the bloodline of the golden-winged Dapeng, your previous bloodline had too many impurities, so they will naturally be replaced and washed away, and those memories will naturally no longer exist. Golden-winged Dapeng left no memories of the past because he didn't want his descendants to be like him. He also erased the cause and effect. He was protecting his descendants. You're not right. You are a descendant of the golden-winged Dapeng, but not just you and me. You are the only one. You are the only one now, and you will be the only one in the future. There will never be another golden-winged Dapeng in the world. What you need to do now is to practice hard, return your bloodline to your ancestral state, and become a true golden-winged roc. Xiaoping hummed, I understand. Although it was a bit uncomfortable, Xiaoping quickly accepted this fact. Some things cannot be changed once they happen, and you have no choice but to accept them. Xiaoping's determination is quite firm, and he knows exactly what he should do. Lin Moyu looked at Hun Dunzi and Xiao Shu. Have you two eaten enough? They have consumed too much Chaos Divine Water these days. At the beginning, the changes were very obvious, and Chaos Child's inner world showed obvious signs of becoming stronger. However, starting from more than 10 days ago, this change disappeared, indicating that Chaos Child had eaten enough. But he was still eating there, as if he wanted to compete with the little tree. The situation of the small trees is not much different. The most intuitive thing is the number of new births. When you first start absorbing the Chaos Divine Water, the number of new births increases the fastest, but then it becomes slower and slower. In the past 10 days or so, the number of new students has stopped increasing, and it seems to have reached its limit. Asterisk. The number of new births has now reached 50,000, more than 10 times the number when I first came to the Western Pure Land. While absorbing the Chaos Divine Water and increasing the number of new births, the small tree itself also underwent some wonderful changes. The Primal Chaos Divine Water merged into the Primal Chaos Divine Soil, and the vitality within the Primal Chaos Divine Soil became stronger, even to the point where it emitted a faint blue light. Xiao Shu stopped after hearing Lin Moyu's words. Master, I have a feeling that if I could be stronger, I could directly absorb the heaven and earth jellyfish. Lin Moyu said, your feeling is correct, but it's not the right time yet. I'll get some jellyfish for you to suck later. Xiao Shu understood this, and even if he could really absorb the jellyfish now, he would not do so. If he is too strong, the Tao will come. If he goes out, he will die unless he hides here. Lin Moyu once again produced some heaven and earth jellyfish and added them to the pool he had built, filling it with Chaos Divine Water before collecting it. All right, you all have your share. Now it's my turn. The little tree perked up and asked, what is the master going to do? Lin Moyu said, it's very simple, just plant some fruit. When I'm almost dead and the Seeking Cause ring is activated, you two can help the Seeking Group ring to block the pressure for me. But by then you might not even need to resist me. Maybe I can do it myself. The little tree said, I'll keep an eye on it, Master, don't worry. Hun Dunzi also echoed, Master, just die, and leave the rest to us. This sounds a bit strange. Lin Moyu ignored him and activated the cause-seeking ring. There is effect but no cause. With a thought, the fruit begins to be planted. After I die 10,000 times, I will be immune to any external harm for 10 minutes. The amazing thing about Zunyanhuan is that you can make a wish. As long as you want it, it will understand. The backlash force surged, and Lin Moyu's body shattered on the spot. This time, planting the fruit required a lot of skill. Lin Moyu only required avoiding damage within 10 minutes. The causal force required during the 10 minutes was not strong, so the backlash would naturally be weakened. So after he died 5 times, the backlash force receded, the cause ring shone, and the seeds were sown and the fruits were reaped. Lin Moyu then left the core through the entrance he had come from. As soon as he stepped out of the core area, within a fraction of a second, his body and soul shattered. In the core area of the Western Pure Land, the closer to the heaven and earth jellyfish, the greater the pressure. Previously, I relied on the combined efforts of Zunyanhuan, Xiao Shu, and Hun Dunzi to barely get here. If he did nothing now, Lin Moyu wouldn't be able to hold on for even a 10,000th of a second, and would be crushed to death by the terrifying pressure, with both his soul and body being crushed to death. Lin Moyu had been mentally prepared for this and was not surprised at all. What was strange was that he himself was not dead. In the purple light, Lin Moyu began to be reborn, but before the rebirth was fully successful, his body and soul exploded again. The next second, a new life begins again. Rebirth and death again and again, time passes by in the hands of life and death. Lin Moyu counted the number of times he had died. Although his soul and body were both crushed, his consciousness remained intact. Lin Moyu could even watch his own death from a third-person perspective. It was a strange feeling, indescribable. After dying 500 times, 760 suddenly became a little stronger. Under such heavy pressure, although the body and soul could not be completely reorganized, Lin Moyu's feeling was not wrong, they had indeed become stronger. Sure enough, just like before, if you continue to regenerate for more than 500 times without interruption, you can strengthen the essence of your body and soul. After that, every 100 times, it can be strengthened a little bit, 1% each time. I don't know if there's a limit. From the moment Lin Moyu came up with this method, he decided to explore its limits. While maintaining the same realm, elevate the body and soul to the extreme. When the realm is elevated, Li will become stronger. This feeling was just like when he was cultivating his body in the big world. At that time, he used the avenue of power to make his body constantly break down so that he could adapt and become more immune. Now we can directly use the new life to make both the body and soul stronger. This method is more direct and effective, and goes straight to the source. The cycle of life and death continued, reaching 600 times, and the body and soul became a little stronger. Lin Moyu adheres to the Tao and is neither happy nor sad. He watches his own changes like an outsider. The rate of new births is very stable, maintaining a frequency of once per second, neither fast nor slow. 10,000 new lives will take hours. In total, one can strengthen his physical body and soul 96 times, each time strengthening it by 1% on the previous basis. After 96 times of strengthening, the essence of the physical body and soul can be improved by about twice. Lin Moyu didn't calculate too precisely, but if his estimate was correct, it would be about this. His soul and body were not weak to begin with, especially when he entered the Chaos Realm. After 10 sublimations, his soul and body had already reached the pinnacle of the same realm. It had also increased a little before, and if it could be twice as strong now, it would completely surpass the same realm. Lin Moyu felt that even among the cultivators who had achieved great success in the Chaos Realm, there were few who could be stronger than him. Perhaps only some creatures of different species can compare with me in some aspect. As his body and soul continued to grow stronger, after dying for the 3,000th time, Lin Moyu discovered that the damage done to Zhou Cheng had lessened somewhat. Before, I couldn't withstand 1/10,000th of a second, but now I can withstand 2/10,000ths of a second. It seems to be only a 10,000th of a second difference, but in terms of proportion, it is already doubled. This change also told Lin Moyu that his feeling was correct, and his physical body and soul had indeed become much stronger. The cycle of life and death continues, and I've long become accustomed to the excruciating pain of death, which feels like a tickle. As for fear, it has long been thrown into the corner. There is only excitement, the excitement that comes from both the body and soul becoming stronger, and the excitement of the Tao heart being constantly polished. The growth continues, bit by bit like trickles of water gathering together, eventually forming a big river and turning into a boundless ocean. The master has become stronger. The little tree also felt it, and was extremely happy that Lin Moyu had become stronger. If he wants to appear in the chaos openly in the future, recover to his former peak, or even surpass it, his only hope is Lin Moyu. Hun Dunzi was in a similar mood, and both of them were obviously very happy. 10,000 rebirths came to an end. At this time, Lin Moyu could already hold on for 1,000th of a second, which was 10 times longer than before he entered. The strength of his body and soul had doubled. If this continues, and the amount increases several times, Lin Moyu feels that he can move freely here. What a concept! Even the top perfect strong men, such as the wine master, cannot survive here. Even the former Chaos Divine Water Beast could not reach here. The Chaos Divine Water Beast's body is not strong enough to withstand the pressure here. When the mother womb of heaven and earth is nurturing living beings, it will instinctively consider itself. Perhaps Chaos Wild Ox could, after all, his physical body was truly terrifying. Dizum might be able to do it, but it's hard to say. After all, the Great Master is nearly perfect in every aspect, but has not exceeded the limit in any aspect. After 10,000 rebirths, the cause-seeking ring automatically activated, and the force crystal covered the whole body to help Lin Moyu offset the pressure. Get started. Xiaoshu and Hun Dunzi took action at the same time to share the pressure for Lin Moyu. With their help, the 10,000 first rebirth was completely completed, and Lin Moyu, who had been broken 10,000 times, finally recovered. The next moment, Lin Moyu returned to the core where the heaven and earth jellyfish was located. This place was filled with the power of the heaven and earth jellyfish, and there was no external pressure. Carefully feeling the changes in myself, I found that my realm had improved slightly, but the overall change was not significant. The essence of both the body and soul doubles, not the strength doubles, but the basic essence doubles. If the body and soul were made of wood before, now they are almost turned into iron. If we look at it purely from the perspective of strength, it has increased by more than 5 times. Lin Moyu even had the illusion that his physical strength had surpassed those who had reached the great perfection of the Chaos Realm and was comparable to perfection. Xiaoping, come here and try it. Xiaoping was called over, and the two of them competed purely with their physical strength. He threw a punch, and Xiaoping directly fanned over with his golden wings. With a loud bang, Lin Moyu flew backwards for hundreds of miles, and Xiaoping also flew backwards for 1,000 meters with a scream. Where they collided, space twisted and cracks appeared. The space here is extremely stable, and the power of this punch almost surpasses the Chaos Realm. On the surface, it seemed that Lin Moyu lost, but Xiaoping's realm was at the peak of the Chaos Realm, only half a step away from perfection. Moreover, after he activated the bloodline of the golden-winged rock, his strength increased greatly, and his physical strength was quite powerful, even stronger than some perfect practitioners. Lin Moyu had confirmed his guess with his fists. His physical strength alone was enough to compete with a cultivator who had reached the great perfection of the Chaos Realm. The most important thing is that you are not injured. This is the key. The defense of the body is stronger than the attack. In other words, even if an attack from a Chaos Realm Master hits you, it may not necessarily injure you, and your safety is greatly improved. After knowing the test results, Lin Moyu activated the cause-seeking loop again and planted the fruit again. There is effect but no cause. This time, you will directly plant the fruit and die 30,000 times before activating the cause-seeking ring, becoming immune to damage for a short period of time. The backlash force surged, and the body and soul shattered on the spot. However, because both his body and soul became stronger, the backlash only caused him to die twice before it was completely exhausted. After the fruit planting was completed, Lin Moyu left the core area again to enjoy the joy of death. After dying and being reborn again and again, the body and soul are becoming stronger little by little. The effect of pressure on Lin Moyu is gradually decreasing, from initially only being able to hold on for 1/10,000th of a second to later being able to hold on for 1,000th of a second and 100th of a second. If the physical body and soul are doubled in strength, the time that can be sustained can be increased more than tenfold. Similarly, the physical body and soul were doubled, and the attack and defense were increased by more than 10 times. There seems to be a ratio between the two. After dying 20,000 times, the body has expanded 4 times more than the initial size, and the time it takes to be reborn has been shortened from 1/10,000th of a second to less than 1/10,000th of a second. Although Lin Moyu is not sure at this moment what the extent of his physical and spiritual strength has reached, it is definitely better than Xiaoqiang. As the number of new births increases, each enhancement is based on the previous one, and the subsequent increases become more and more astonishing. After dying a full 25,000 times, his physical body had grown to 7 times its original size. At this moment, the pressure brought by the Western Pure Land was still strong, but Lin Moyu could hold on for nearly a second. This 1 second was enough for him to fully recover and make several moves. At the same time, this time point is also very close to the limit of the effect of Rebirth 21. If his rebirth time is slower than 1 second, the continuous effect of rebirth will be interrupted and the physical body will not be enhanced. Rebirth must continue continuously to be useful. Anything longer than 1 second is interrupted and not continuous. The stronger the foundation, the better the rebirth effect will be, but the external conditions required will also be higher. If it were any stronger, the pressure from the Western Pure Land would no longer be able to meet his requirements. At that time, we will have to plant particularly difficult fruits and use the cause-seeking cycle to complete uninterrupted rebirth. However, the boundaries of fruit planting are extremely difficult to grasp. If you sit it too easily, it will not have any effect. If you sit it too hard, you may kill yourself. Moreover, Lin Moyu knew that the cause-seeking loop also had its limits, and perhaps when he reached a certain limit, the cause-seeking loop would lose its effect. It seems we have to look for another place, but there are too few places like the Western Pure Land. Almost instinctively, Lin Yu thought of a place. The deepest part of the ancient wilderness, a place that even the great masters find difficult to reach. Strange, I've never been there. Lin Moyu felt very strange. Not only had he never been there, he had never even seen it. He had only heard Xiaoshu mention it once. But for some reason, he felt that he could accomplish what he wanted there. This feeling was too strange, and Lin Moyu couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he thought about it. The rebirth is still going on, the pressure on the Western Pure Land is gradually decreasing, and the final mission is being completed. Its value was almost squeezed out by Lin Moyu, and only the heaven and earth jellyfish remained unrefined. It's not that I don't want to refine it. Firstly, my ability is not enough, and secondly, the formation of the great Lord of Natural Disasters is here, and I also need the Western Pure Land. It was another 2,000 rebirths. Lin Moyu couldn't count how many times he had been reborn, probably around 27,000 times. His body and soul have improved tenfold compared to when he first started. The pressure from the Western Pure Land suddenly receded like the tide. It wasn't that the pressure disappeared, but that it no longer had any effect on Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu felt like he had broken a boundary between life and death. A little bit less means death, a little bit more means life. It is as if the body and soul have broken through the barrier and reached a whole new realm. After the rebirth, he stayed at ease in the deepest part of the Western Pure Land, the most stressful place, without feeling anything. Boom! There was a sudden roar in the Western Pure Land, and a terrifying aura descended. Lin Moyu's expression changed, and he took a step back to the space where the heaven and earth jellyfish was. The azure light was swaying, and the jellyfish were also affected, constantly twisting and deforming. This terrifying aura came here and affected the jellyfish of heaven and earth. Not him. Lin Moyu felt it and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Although this aura is powerful, it is not the Tao. But if it is not him, who else can possess this aura? Xiaoshu looked solemn and nervous at this moment. Master, what happened? Hun Dunzi also cried out, this aura is so terrifying, so frightening. Xiaoping, who had inherited the bloodline of the golden-winged rock, was no longer frightened by the jellyfish. At that time, he had already stood up with his head held high. But now, he curled up into a ball again and continued to shiver. Lin Moyu said, I don't know what this aura is, but I can be sure that it is not him. In the outside world, in the entire chaotic ancient wilderness, countless creatures were in panic at this moment. A terrifying aura suddenly appeared and descended upon the entire ancient chaotic wilderness. All living beings above the chaotic realm could feel it clearly. Countless creatures were trembling with fear, and a large number of powerful people who were in retreat were awakened. Where does this aura come from? It's so terrifying. What's wrong with chaos? It's shrouded in strange phenomena. Is something big going to happen? That guy from before has returned. Is another bloody storm about to begin? One by one, the ancient beings showed expressions of shock. Soon after the aura descended, colorful rays of light suddenly appeared, covering the chaos and transforming the entire chaos into a neon world. Slashed away. Sword light swept across the ancient wilderness. Lin Mohan slashed with his sword, and an ancient and powerful creature screamed and retreated, breaking through the void and escaping without a trace. However, one of his limbs was cut off and taken away by Lin Mohan. Lin Mohan did not chase after him. She put away her sword and stood looking into the depths of the ancient wilderness. An old man in a white robe came from the air and came to her side 2 steps later. Lin Mohan said in a clear voice, Fellow Taoist Baizhong, what do you think? Great Venerable Baizhong also looked into the depths of the ancient wilderness, probably with his eyes. Lin Mohan smiled brightly, you're still so good at joking. I feel like I made the right bet. Great Venerable Baijon laughed and said, "When has Great Venerable Sword missed you?" Lin Mohan shook his head. "I'm not the Great Sword Master, I'm Lin Mohan, Lin Moyu's sister." Great Venerable Baijon smiled. Okay, I'll do as you say. Fellow Taoist Lin is right. The unusual movement is indeed coming from there. Lin Mohan said, "None of us have been there before. Only Brother Tianzai went in there that year, but he only made it to the outer perimeter before returning seriously injured. If it weren't for that thing in his hand, Brother Tianzai would have perished there. Afterwards, Brother Tianzai kept silent about that place. I feel like he must have seen something. The subsequent plan layout was only finalized after that. I really want to know what's going on there." Baijon Daozuan said, "I am actually quite curious as well, but I know better than anyone that it is not a place for us to spy on." At this point, he added, "You weren't good enough before, and you're not good enough now, but it's hard to say what you'll be like in the future. If you find out what's inside, please help us solve this mystery." Lin Mohan didn't respond to his words, but instead continued to himself. Brother Tianzai said that if the plan succeeded, there might be hope for him to come back. I hope it's true. Baijon Daozuan said, "Fellow Taoist Tianzai seems to have never made a mistake. I hope it is what he wants. Fellow Taoist Lin, your sword is almost sharpened. Where would you like to go next?" Lin Mohan shook his head. "My sword is not sharp enough, keep sharpening it." The terrifying aura from the deepest part of the ancient wilderness and the subsequent rosy glow enveloped the entire chaos. The rosy glow of the sky seemed to be telling the world something, but no one could understand. Except for a few people, no one knew where this glow and breath came from. The existence in the deepest part of the ancient wilderness is known only to the top powerhouses, because some people in the perfect realm are not aware that there is such a place in the ancient wilderness. There are too many secrets in the ancient chaos, and how many people can fully understand them? Even the Tao does not dare to say that it can see through them all. Just like the sudden terrifying aura this time, and the colorful rays of light that enveloped the entire chaos, he had no idea where they came from. He only knew that they came from the deepest part of the ancient wilderness. In the most mysterious and inaccessible place in the chaos, a giant eye emerged and a deep voice echoed, "I will go there sooner or later." The core of the western Pure Land was also shrouded in colorful rays of light, which broke the azure color of the jellyfish in the sky and the earth. Then the colorful rays of light began to condense and turned into a beam that fell on Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu suddenly heard a whisper in his ears. He couldn't hear what the other party was saying, but he felt that the voice was very familiar. He should have heard it somewhere, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't remember where it was. The colorful rays of light did not give Lin Moyu any special feeling. His body, soul, and state of mind had not changed at all. It was as if it was just the most ordinary light. But in Lin Moyu's sight, a key suddenly appeared. The colorful light on the key flowed like water. Lin Moyu reached out to take it, but Quang Zhang went through the key and grabbed the minister. The key is not gone, it is just out of reach. When using soul power, the result is exactly the same as grabbing it with hands. The soul power passes through the key and cannot touch the key at all. The key is right in front of me, yet it is as if it does not exist. Lin Moyu became more and more curious. At his level, his soul power had already crossed the boundary between reality and illusion. This key is neither real nor imaginary, so in what form does it exist? What key is this? Lin Moyu talked to himself. Hun Dunzi asked curiously, "What key? Where's the key?" Lin Moyu was surprised. "There's a key right in front of me, and you can't see it?" Hun Dunzi shook his head. "No, there is no key, fatty tree, you didn't see any key." Xiaoshu confirmed Hun Dunzi's words, "I didn't see it." Lin Moyu said to Xiaoping, "Have you seen the key?" Xiaoping, who was still shaking in his place, shook his head vigorously, "I didn't see the key." Lin Moyu was more and more surprised. This key was visible only to him, but he could neither touch nor feel it. The little tree suddenly said, "Master, I feel that the light comes from there." Lin Moyu's mind moved. "You mean the deepest part of the ancient wilderness?" Xiaoshu hummed, yes, that should be correct. Hun Dunzi said, I agree with Fatty Tree. I feel like it came from there, too, but I don't know why. Lin Moyu whispered, what is in the deepest part of the ancient wilderness? Xiaoshu and Han Dunzi both shook their heads, indicating that they didn't know. Lin Moyu knew that there would be no answer to this question for the time being, so he didn't think too much about it and focused his attention again on the colorful key in front of him. The colorful key came from the colorful rays of light. If the colorful rays of light came from the deepest part of the ancient wilderness, then the colorful key should also be related to the deepest part of the ancient wilderness. No one else can see the key, only you can see it, which means that this key is specially given to you. But why did he give the key to himself? What does the deepest part of the ancient wilderness have to do with him? Why didn't he give it to him before, but suddenly gave it to him now? An idea popped up in Lin Moyu's mind, and he thought of a possibility, which might not be correct, but it was quite likely. The strength of my physical body and soul has exceeded its limit, which is why it caused a reaction in the deepest part of the ancient wasteland. I am now in the Chaos Realm. After 10 sublimations before the physical and spiritual upgrades, I am already at the top of the same realm. Now, after repeated enhancements, it has increased more than tenfold. It can be said that among those in the same realm, my physical body and soul are the strongest, without a doubt. But it seems a little unusual that this could elicit a reaction from the depths of the ancient desolate realm. Lin Moyu knew very well that no matter how strong his body was, it could not be stronger than the Great Venerable, and was only a chaos desolate life. But there seems to be no other possibility. The amount of information is too little to analyze and come up with a more accurate answer. Lin Moyu decisively changed his thinking and started with the key in front of him. Since this key was handed to me, it should be for me, but now I can't touch it, so how can I take it away? It can't just hang in front of me forever. Lin Moyu tried several more methods, but none of them worked. The colorful rays of light began to dissipate after lasting for dozens of seconds, and the terrifying aura was gradually fading. The key in front of Lin Moyu became dimmer and dimmer with the sunset glow, and Lin Moyu's heart tightened, as if some vital treasure was about to disappear. No! We must find a way. There must be something we've overlooked. I instinctively didn't want to lose this key, but I did try various methods, but nothing worked. His thoughts were running at their limit at this moment. Lightning flashed in his soul world, and Lin Moyu was looking for the points he had missed. The colorful key became fainter and fainter as it flashed again and again, and was about to disappear. Suddenly Lin Moyu thought of a method. He didn't know if it would work, at least he had never tried it before. The storage space is opened at this moment. Collect. With a low shout, the storage space collected all the keys. Because neither his soul power nor his physical body could touch the key, Lin Moyu could only maximize the collecting power of the storage space and try his best to collect the key. A gap appeared in the void, and behind the gap was the storage space. A powerful suction force emerged from the gap and fell on the colorful key. The colorful key, which had been motionless all the time, finally moved and slowly flew towards the gap. It's done. Lin Moyu was delighted. His storage space was magical. He could carry it with him without relying on any treasures. It could go wherever he went. No matter what happens to you, it is always there, safe and sound. Unlike other practitioners, personal storage either relies on magic weapons or on the rule world or realm. Get the good ones. But no matter which one, it is not as convenient as your own storage space. I also have a rule-based world, and I have compared it before, and the results are much different. His storage space seemed to contain nothing, whether dead or alive. When dead objects enter it, time freezes, and the same state will remain when they come out as when they enter. When a living thing enters it, it will come out the same way it went in. Moreover, living things in the storage space will not come into contact with other things and have their own independent space. Every professional in the small world has a storage space like this. But Lin Moyu was not sure whether they were the same as his own. Now the colorful key was finally sucked away by the storage space, and the storage space once again proved its magic. Lin Moyu had just breathed a sigh of relief when the colorful key entered the storage space and suddenly a bright light flashed and exploded with a bang. A door appeared in the storage space. The colorful key opened it, and an indescribable aura flowed in from behind the door. The colorful key opened a door in the storage space. This door seemed to have always existed, and even the owner Lin Moyu had not noticed it. Until now, with the appearance of the colorful key, this door has finally opened. At this moment, Lin Moyu was shocked, and the shock was reflected in his eyes. Since he started practicing, there haven't been many things that could shock him, and this change in the storage space is definitely one of the most shocking. How could I not be shocked when I found out that there was a door inside the storage space that I had used countless times, which I didn't even know about? The breath flowing in from behind the door turned into mist and quickly filled the entire storage space. The atmosphere is ancient and vast, filling the storage space, and the scope of the storage space is expanding rapidly. The storage space was already very large before. Lin Moyu had once sensed how large it was. It could hold almost half of the world, which was enough for use. But now, the scope of the storage space has expanded again, becoming boundless, and Lin Moyu has no idea how big it is. Even Lin Moyu had a feeling that, let alone half of the world, even if the entire origin continent was put in, it would be no problem. If it continues to grow, it won't take long before the realm can be accommodated. An idea popped up in my mind. Could I pack up my several realms into the storage space and take them with me? That seems more convenient than taking it away after refining 657. If that's really possible, then please make it bigger. Lin Moyu now hopes that there will be more fog and a larger storage space. As storage space gets bigger, its nature also changes. Lin Moyu vaguely felt that there was a hint of life in the storage space. This vitality is tenacious and powerful, and is growing stronger and stronger. Are there living things being nurtured in the storage space? Lin Moyu was shocked that a living being was about to be conceived in his storage space. This unprecedented thing was happening right under his nose. From the moment this creature was conceived, Lin Moyu felt a strong sense of intimacy with it, as if it were her own child. It takes a long time to nurture a living being, and no one knows what will eventually emerge. A storage space that can nurture living things is no longer a storage space, but a real world. As more and more fog poured in, the storage space became larger and larger, and the power inside became stronger and stronger. Lin Moyu felt the desolation and vastness. Unconsciously, his storage space had become something he could no longer recognize. Boom! A heartbeat sounded, and Lin Moyu was stunned for a moment. A second life was actually being nurtured in the storage space. Not only one child was born, but also a second one. What's going on? The second creature also gave me a sense of familiarity, as I had another child. Lin Moyu felt both amused and annoyed. He was happy to be a father, and more than one. The changes in the storage space did not stop, and there was no sign of slowing down. It continued to expand and grow stronger. The fog was getting thicker and thicker, but fortunately it did not affect the vision of its owner, Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu could ignore the fog and see clearly. He saw that the edge of the storage space was getting farther and farther, and its essence was getting stronger and stronger. This was an unimaginable huge change. There won't be more. Just as the thought came to mind, there was another soft sound. This time it wasn't a heartbeat, it was a call from the soul. Another creature began to be conceived, and this time it was a soul, and seemed very special. The birth of living things is very slow and takes a long time to complete. But the number of births. As the storage space continued to grow, new creatures began to be conceived one after another. They all established connections with Lin Moyu and became Lin Moyu's children one by one. The colorful rays of light from the depths of the ancient wilderness had long since dissipated, and the aura had vanished without a trace. The entire chaos returned to calm, as if nothing had happened. But for Lin Moyu, he is experiencing an unprecedented change. In just half a day, the storage space had become unrecognizable, with at least more than 100 creatures being bred in it at the same time. Lin Moyu was already numb. The changes in the storage space were beyond his control. He can't just stop whenever he wants. In this case, we can only let him go. He opened up an independent space in the center of the storage space and threw all the previous things into it. This independent space was not small, enough to hold a big world, but in the current storage space, it was just a tiny piece, less than 1/10,000,000th. The storage space was already incredibly large. If it continued to grow this much, Lin Moyu felt like the entire ancient chaos wasteland could be stored inside. He slowly opened his eyes and saw Xiaoshu, Han Dunzi, and Xiaoping looking at him. On the other side was Yi Yangyan, standing respectfully, as if he was protecting him. Xiaoping asked, "Dad, are you okay?" Lin Moyu shook his head. "It's okay, don't worry." Xiaoshu said, "Just now, a breath of energy emerged from the master, similar to the energy of the beginning of heaven. I wonder what happened to the master." No one except Lin Moyu knew about the changes that took place in the storage space. Lin Moyu asked, "What is the chi of beginning heaven?" The little tree said, "It's the same aura from the beginning of the ancient chaos. I had a trace of it when I was born, but it was quickly consumed and I haven't seen it since." Han Dunzi said, "I also had a little bit on my body, but it eventually merged into the inner world and disappeared." After the two of them explained it, Lin Moyu roughly understood what the heavenly beginning chi was. They, the first batch of creatures born from the ancient chaos, all have a special aura on their bodies. This aura can be transformed into their strength, protecting them in the early stages and helping them get through the most difficult stage. This special energy is called the initial energy by them. The creatures that appeared later no longer had this kind of energy. Even the creatures born in Chaos Child's inner world do not have the aura of the primordial heaven. And the aura that just emerged from Lin Moyu's body was exactly the aura of the beginning of heaven. But they didn't know why the chi of heaven's beginning appeared in Lin Moyu's body. Normally, the chi of the beginning of heaven should not appear. In the ancient chaos era, the chi of the beginning of heaven has long disappeared. After listening to this, Lin Moyu understood that his Tianchu chi came from the storage space. To be precise, they came from the creatures that were just beginning to be conceived in the storage space. Could it be that the storage space has become a new world, a world independent of the ancient chaos? Otherwise, the heavenly beginning chi wouldn't be there. What exactly is that mist coming out from behind the door? Why has the storage space become like this? Lin Moyu thought of the beginning of the evolution of the ancient chaos, when countless creatures were born at the same time, rather than one by one. Now my storage space is also very similar. If the storage space were to become a second ancient chaos wasteland, it would be unbelievable to think about it. But the reality is that it seems to have really happened and has begun to evolve. Lin Moyu realized that his path was different. It seemed that his path was no longer the one planned by the great lord of natural disasters. He had forged a new path. New road. Lin Moyu realized that the path he was taking was completely different from what the great lord of natural disasters had envisioned. The great lord of natural disasters hopes that he can integrate the 10 realms and eventually surpass the limit to reach the same or similar level as the Tao. Then, with the help of the scepter of natural disasters, he can kill the Tao and remove the mountain that is weighing on the great lord's head. Perhaps it will be possible for the great lord to go further. But if you do this, you will face some problems. For example, at the final fusion and promotion, the Tao will definitely intervene to stop it. At that time, the promotion had not yet been completed, so how could the Tao be stopped? The great lord of natural disasters had considered this issue, which was the great formation and the person hiding behind the scenes. In Lin Moyu's opinion, the probability of success of doing so is not high, probably less than 30%. However, it is not ruled out that the great lord of natural disasters has other arrangements that can further increase the success rate. Based on his understanding of the great lord of natural disasters, this guy has a strong gambling nature. As long as there is a 50% chance, he is willing to take a gamble, and he will not care about his life. But now I suddenly see a new path. The storage space seems to be evolving independently from the ancient chaos wasteland, and is very likely to become another ancient chaos wasteland. Unlike the inner world of Chaos Z, although Chaos Z's inner world has its own rules, it is actually still dependent on the ancient chaos. But this is not the case with his own storage space. It is truly independent of the ancient chaos and has nothing to do with this world. The chi of the beginning of heaven is the best proof. Only when a new world independent of the ancient chaos is first evolved can the chi of the beginning of heaven be born. If the storage space is finally completed, then what he owns will no longer be the 10 Directions realm, but a vast world on par with the ancient chaos. At that time, when fighting against the Tao, one would no longer be a cultivator in the chaos, but the master of another world, whose status was even higher than that of the Tao. Now that the heaven and earth have just evolved, Lin Moyu can even feel the power of heaven and earth, which is a power beyond the 3rd level. It's just that it's still very weak now, but I believe it will become stronger and stronger in the future. Lin Moyu saw the heaven and earth jellyfish, stretched out his hand and pulled out a piece, without refining it, and threw it directly into his storage space. During the evolution of the storage space, the jellyfish will naturally change, and there is no need for too much intervention on your part. Little tree, give me some chaos divine soil and a seed. Hundunzi, give me a piece of your precious land. Xiaoping, give me some of your blood. Lin Moyu reached out for something, and they naturally agreed to Lin Moyu's request. The 3 of them handed their things to Lin Moyu one after another. With the Chaos Divine Soil and the seeds of the Chaos Ancestral Tree, no one knew what would come out of this new world. The same is true for Han Dunzi's treasure land. After the evolution of the Chi of the beginning of heaven, it may also undergo miraculous changes. As for Xiaoping's blood essence, it contains the blood of the golden-winged Dapeng, which is very rare. Lin Moyu doesn't want to miss it. Xiaoshu's eyes suddenly lit up. Master, there. Lin Moyu shook his head. Don't say it, just know it. The little tree nodded vigorously. I understand. Hun Dunzi also discovered the abnormality at this moment. The treasure land that was divided out was in contact with him. Only Xiaoping looked confused and had no idea what was going on. Lin Moyu didn't explain and let the little tree continue to absorb the chaos divine water to make up for the number of rebirths it had consumed. While Lin Moyu was being reborn, the little tree had been absorbing the chaos divine water, and it wouldn't take long for it to be fully replenished. The number of new students finally stabilized at 50,000, which is the current limit and is sufficient. After finishing, Lin Moyu waved his hand, and Yi Yangyan returned to Hun Dunzi's inner world, while the others returned to their own soul worlds. He turned into a stream of light and rushed out of the core area. The pressure from the western Pure Land came from all directions, but Lin Moyu ignored it all. His current physical strength has surpassed that of most powerful people. Even a top-level perfectionist like Jiao Zun may not be able to match his physical strength because he is a human cultivator. Only some of the top-level perfections of natural alien species can be on par with me in terms of physical strength. But for that kind of existence, the soul is often not as strong as the body, while I am stronger in both. Lin Moyu felt that if he only used the strength of his physical body, it would be enough to kill the Chaos Realm Master. The feeling of being in the big world seemed to have returned, and I was back to being able to fight across borders. It's not like when he arrived in the ancient chaos, where his combat power was weak and he had to rely entirely on magic and external forces. Lin Moyu has high demands on himself. In addition to powerful magic, he hopes to be even more powerful. When I throw away my magic one day, I will still be able to reach the top. This is difficult, but now it seems not impossible. As they got closer to the ground, the pressure from the western Pure Land was decreasing rapidly. To Lin Moyu, the pressure was like a gentle breeze. Requesting flowers 0. Wow! Lin Moyu rushed out of the lake along with the chaotic divine water rising into the sky. Under the lake, the formation belonging to the great lord of natural disasters has been hidden again, waiting to be activated again. Rushing out of the lake, Lin Moyu felt the familiar aura of chaos and saw the light unique to chaos. This trip to the western Pure Land has transformed me and helped me discover a new path. Compared to the path arranged by the great lord of natural disasters, Lin Moyu felt that the path he discovered this time was the correct one, which the great lord of natural disasters had never thought of. The talent of freshman belongs only to oneself. Only through rebirth can one truly transform oneself and ultimately achieve transcendence. It is still just the beginning, and there is still a long way to go before real transcendence. The Western Pure Land is not enough. We need a stronger place. My friend, how come you are at the bottom of the lake? The voice interrupted Lin Moyu's thoughts. Lin Moyu looked down and found 6 perfect masters standing around him. The 6 people who were able to come here were all top-notch among the perfect strong men. They might not be as good as the Wine Venerable, but they would not be much worse. Lin Moyu felt that the pressure here had returned to normal levels. Time. Judging from the recovery of the Western Pure Land, it has been quite some time since the arrival of the Tao. Before, when I was in the area of heaven and earth jellyfish, I had a vague feeling that the speed of time flow was a little unusual. The power of the jellyfish is too strong, affecting time and space, causing space to distort and the flow of time to change. Now it seems that my feeling is correct, but I don't know how much time has passed in the outside world. Lin Moyu established contact with the universe and learned that 1,000 years had passed since he entered the heaven and earth jellyfish. The time he had spent in the heaven and earth jellyfish was only a little over a year at most, but in the outside world, 1,000 years had passed. No wonder the surface of the Western Pure Land had returned to normal. Looking around, there is already a lot of chaos divine water, forming small pools that emit a special scent. This place has become a holy place for enlightenment for the perfect and powerful. I'm asking you a question. How dare you be so rude, youngster? Someone shouted in a low voice, already showing his impatience. Lin Moyu said, I have met several seniors. I don't want to answer your questions. If you insist on asking, I can only say I don't know. Several people's expressions changed. Lin Moyu's words were too rude. Bold. How dare you, a mere minor success in the Chaos Realm, speak to me like that? The Chaos Realm is perfect and is the pinnacle of the Chaos Realm. It is second only to the Great Venerable and can be said to be in existence below 1 person and above 1 trillion people. What's more, they are all top-level beings in perfection. In the Western extremes, as long as the Great Venerable does not show up, they are the highest rulers. This is especially true within one's own ethnic group, where no one dares to disobey. They were just curious about Lin Moyu, a little guy who had just reached the minor success stage of the Chaos Realm, who suddenly rushed out of the Chaos Divine Water. I'm curious about what treasure Lin Moyu has that allows him to come here and enter the Chaos Divine Water. As for Lin Moyu's cultivation level, they didn't take it seriously at all. That's why they won't be very angry when they first say this. But Lin Moyu was thinking about something at the time, so he didn't answer them immediately, which immediately made them unhappy. Lin Moyu will not indulge them. If you are polite, I will be polite too. If you are not polite, I will be even more rude. The word I don't know made them lose face. At their level, the most important thing is not to get any treasure, but face. Lin Moyu chuckled. I've already answered the questions from the seniors. I'm leaving now. Please move aside. Several people felt unhappy again. Lin Moyu's tone and expression showed that he didn't take them seriously at all. Lin Moyu wanted to leave, but was stopped by them. An invisible barrier appeared out of thin air, blocking Lin Moyu's way. Someone whispered, "So what if I don't let you in?" "You're so rude, young man. Just answer honestly what I ask, or I won't mind teaching you how to speak on your behalf." Lin Moyu looked at him. "Are you sure you don't want to let me?" This top-level expert in the perfection realm appears to be just a middle-aged man, but in fact, no one knows how long he has lived. He is not human, and no one knows what kind of creature he is, but he looks quite powerful. He chuckled, and the space around Lin Moyu twisted and solidified. The invisible barrier turned into a golden cage, trapping Lin Moyu inside. "Call your elder." Before he could finish, Lin Moyu punched the golden cage, and the seemingly solid and powerful golden cage shattered. Lin Moyu rushed out of the cage, stepped in front of the perfect strong man, and punched him without any fancy moves. Bold. The faces of several Perfection Realm cultivators changed dramatically. They had originally just wanted to teach this impolite youngster a lesson, but they had never expected that Lin Moyu would actually take action. There was a world of difference between the minor success and perfection of the Chaos Realm. Even a cough from them could kill Lin Moyu. But Lin Moyu did it anyway, and his strength was unbelievable. He smashed the golden cage with one punch and punched out again. As soon as he threw a punch, terrifying power erupted, and the void of the Western Pure Land was instantly torn apart, and spatial turbulence swept around. The Chaos Divine Water even exploded into a sky-high water column. The power of Lin Moyu's punch moved half of the Western Extreme Cleansers. The powerful and accomplished man who was targeted by Lin Moyu had a drastic change of expression. He felt that his soul was locked and there was no way to avoid this punch. Being treated like this by a junior, he felt completely humiliated and slapped out with a roar of anger. The fists and palms collided, and the big palm shattered instantly. The powerful man flew backwards with a scream, and the speed was so fast that he covered thousands of miles in an instant. The body exploded in midair, half of the body was blown to pieces on the spot, and blood and flesh flew everywhere. However, his soul was not injured and his physical injuries recovered quickly. As long as the soul is not hurt, physical injuries are not a big deal. Unable to maintain his human form, he revealed his true form and transformed into a giant wolf-like beast. After flying backwards for thousands of miles, it finally stopped, its flesh and blood quickly regenerated, and it was restored in the blink of an eye. But his eyes were full of fear. The power of Lin Moyu's punch was too strong, and it was a pure physical force. Not only him, but the other powerful masters also looked at Lin Moyu in shock. A guy who had only achieved minor success in the Chaos Realm smashed half of the body of a powerful and perfect master with one punch. This was simply a reversal of the Tian Gang. It can no longer be described as going against the will of heaven. This kind of thing should not have happened, and it is impossible for it to happen. But it happened, and right in front of them, breaking their countless years of cognition and even shaking their faith in the Tao. How could they not be shocked? Lin Moyu was very satisfied with his punch. Just as he thought, his current physical and spiritual strength has surpassed most perfect strongmen and is enough to be on par with those born with different species. It is precisely because of this that the group will attract the layers of groups deep in the ancient lies. Fellow Taoist Tianlang, are you okay? Someone asked with concern. These words sounded even more mocking to Tianlang, and he couldn't help but roar, "Youngster, I'll kill you." Tianlang roared, murderous intent rising. This top existence had completely lost face today, and only by killing Lin Moyu could he save his face. A scimitar rushed out, transformed into a bright moon, and slashed towards Lin Moyu at astonishing speed. The scimitar carries a tremendous soul force. This blow not only cuts through the body but also the soul. He really wants to kill Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu snorted coldly, and without fear, he punched out again, colliding directly with the scimitar. Boom! With a loud bang, the scimitar was smashed away, and Lin Moyu was also knocked away and fell into the lake. The next moment, the primal Chaos Divine Water exploded into a towering water column, and Lin Moyu rushed out from it. His feet suddenly stepped through the void, and he passed through the space like teleporting and came in front of the other party. The scimitar turned a circle and suddenly appeared in front of Lin Moyu, slashing towards Lin Moyu again. Lin Moyu growled and punched out again. Sublimation. With a low cry in his heart, Lin Moyu's realm instantly rose from the small success of the Chaos Realm to the great success of the Chaos Realm. As his realm improved, his strength also increased instantly, becoming much stronger than before. With one punch, the scimitar was blown away, but Lin Moyu remained motionless. This punch made several powerful masters change color. A vast soul force appeared out of nowhere, turning into a cage that covered the entire area, preventing the opponent from escaping. Then Lin Moyu threw another punch, this time using the only boxing technique he knew, the boxing technique from the world's most powerful master. A giant appeared between heaven and earth, and his fist fell down like an overwhelming force, as if to smash the entire western Pure Land into pieces. Tianlang roared angrily, and a magic weapon spurted out of his mouth. The magic weapon turned into a giant hammer and was held in his hand. At the same time, he put on armor and his body became bigger. He confronted Lin Moyu head-on without any retreat, and it was obvious that he was very confident in his physical body. Boom! The space was broken and both sides were evenly matched. With the help of the 1.8 power of the magic weapon, Tianlang was barely able to compete with Lin Moyu. The scimitars kept attacking, but were all knocked away by Lin Moyu. After several collisions, the scimitar's aura became noticeably weaker, and the luster of the magic weapon also became dim. Not only the scimitar, but also the armor on Tianlang's body and the hammer in his hand were gradually weakening, and he was gradually falling into a disadvantage. Lin Moyu relied on pure physical strength to suppress a perfect strong man. If this kind of thing were told to others, no one would believe it. The opponent roared incessantly, but it was of no avail. In terms of pure strength, he was indeed inferior to Lin Moyu. The rays of light were brilliant and the strong light exploded, knocking Lin Moyu away. A realm slowly emerged like the rising sun. He finally used the realm and, relying on the power of the realm, regained the upper hand. Lin Moyu steadied himself and watched from afar with a cold gaze. "Senior, do you want to continue?" In just less than 10 seconds, Lin Moyu had a great time playing, the best he had felt in a long time. He used his sublimation, unleashing almost all of his strength to firmly suppress the opponent. He was surprised by the strength of his body, not only in terms of strength, but also in terms of defense. Facing the constant harassment of the scimitar, he didn't even need to block it, he could block it with his body alone. The opponent's attack was mixed with magic, and it couldn't cause any harm to him either. It was not until the other party used his boundary that he was knocked away, but he still could not be hurt. This made Lin Moyu realize that he was already capable of standing in front of a perfect strong man, and without relying on any law. They had fought enough and there was no need to fight anymore. Lin Moyu had never thought of killing the other person, he just treated him as a test subject. Hearing Lin Moyu's words, which sounded like a mockery, Tianlang's face became even uglier, and he was filled with murderous intent. He had completely lost face, and he had to use his realm to fight against Lin Moyu. "I will kill you." He gritted his teeth, with a gleam in his eyes. Lin Moyu shook his head. "You can't kill me. If you still want to fight, I can only accompany you. But as I said before, life and death are your own responsibility." There was a threat in his words. Lin Moyu was telling him that he had the ability to kill him. "If you still can't calm down, don't blame me for being rude. Kill me, you." Before he could finish his words, a huge pressure suddenly descended, blocking his words. Everyone looked up at the sky, and a hazy shadow appeared in the sky. "Great Honored One! The Great Master is here!" Several strong men exclaimed. They did not expect the Great Master to arrive suddenly. At the same time, they also wondered why the Great Master came. The voice of the Great Xingqiuan sounded slowly. "Stop, you can leave now." Lin Moyu looked at the shadow of the Great Star Power, then slowly saluted and turned to leave, without saying a word the entire time. Tianlang instinctively shouted, "You can't leave." Only a low grunt was heard from the Great Xingqiuan, and he immediately let out a scream and fell from mid-air, looking extremely miserable. Everyone was shocked. It was the power of the Great Honored One. They were like children facing the Great Master, powerless to resist. After Lin Moyu left, Great Star Power spoke again. "A strange phenomenon has enveloped the world in chaos. Heaven and earth are about to be thrown into turmoil. You should be prepared. In this chaos, countless people may die. If you want to survive, you should reduce the karma you incur. Otherwise, I will not be able to save you. As for this boy..." Having said this, Great Xingqiuan paused for a few breaths before continuing. "Don't provoke him. That's all I have to say. Take care of yourself." After he finished speaking, the shadow of Great Xingqiuan disappeared and he had already left. Several powerful and accomplished people looked at each other, all of them analyzing the meaning of the words of the great star power. The appearance of chaotic phenomena indicates that the heaven and earth are about to be in chaos, which means that something big will happen in the chaos. Let them avoid karma, and explain that this major event is related to karma. If there are too many causes and effects, they will perish. If others say so, they will not believe it. But since these words came from the mouth of the great master, they naturally would not doubt it. As for Lin Moyu, Xingqiuan Dazuan not only let him go, but also told himself not to provoke him. It seemed that even Xingqiuan Dazuan was a little afraid of Lin Moyu. As the great star power lord, how could he possibly be afraid of others, unless... Several people looked at each other, and seemed to have a common answer in their hearts. Unless Lin Moyu has a major karma, provoking him will involve the karma and bring misfortune. This is the only reason that makes sense. Moreover, Lin Moyu's strength is really incredible, which is enough to show his extraordinariness. After the 5 people figured it out, they were all glad that they were not the ones who took action just now, so as not to create a grudge with Lin Moyu and cause consequences. They looked at Tianlang, who was still lying on the ground in the distance, with some sympathy. He was first beaten by Lin Moyu and then taught a lesson by Dazun. He was really unlucky. Fellow Taoist Tianlang, don't take this matter to heart. Since the Great Venerable did this, it must be for your own good. The Great Master was actually helping you just now. You heard what the Great Master said. Now that chaos has changed so drastically, anyone who provokes that kid will be in big trouble. I think it's better to forget it. Yeah, let's just forget about it. That guy is no ordinary guy. Even the Great Master doesn't want to mess with him. Several people tried to persuade Tianlang, and he slowly retracted his wolf body and returned to human form. He seemed to have calmed down at this moment, but his eyes were a little scary. He gritted his teeth and whispered, "I understand your good intentions. What the Great Master said is correct. I understand. I'll take my leave now." As he said this, he flew away and disappeared into the sky in the blink of an eye. After Tianlang left, the 4 of them seemed to be lost in thought. Lin Moyu's performance just now was too amazing. Tianlan's scimitar is a treasure, and even they dare not take it head-on. But Lin Moyu took it with his fist. The strength of his body was completely against common sense. They felt that Lin Moyu was not a human, but some alien species, otherwise it would be inexplicable. After chatting for a few minutes, they left and didn't want to come out for a while. They will listen to the words of Great Xingqiuan, hide at home obediently, and avoid cause and effect. No one knew why chaos would occur. After leaving the Western Pure Land, Lin Moyu was once again covered in a layer of blue flames and headed towards the nearest teleportation array. In order to avoid trouble, he still disguised himself as a Shiji person. With his current strength, no one in the Western extremes can stop him unless a great master takes action. He simply doesn't want to cause trouble. Find the nearest teleportation array, put in Chaos Gold, choose a direction, and teleport away. He wanted to find his own realm. The Great Thousand World and the Science and Technology realm were in the westernmost part. As his soul became stronger, the connection between the 2 realms became clearer, and Lin Moyu had already locked their locations. Great Star Power 840 and Great Boyang, dressed in a green robe, appeared in the void at the same time, and they watched Lin Moyu leave. The Great Star Power sighed softly. Previously, strange phenomena appeared from the ancient wasteland, shrouding the chaos. I used the Wheel of Destiny to calculate and found that the future is full of chaos. You and I must prepare. Great Venerable Boyang chuckled and said, "Of course there will be chaos. Without chaos, how can anything be accomplished?" Just like when the Chaos Tide appeared before, those guys in Antarctica were already ready to make a move. The Great Star Power said, "This time it seems a little different. It's no longer about the battle in the extreme domain. There must be something deeper going on, but the Wheel of Fate can't figure it out." Venerable Boyang still didn't seem to care. There are too many things in the world that cannot be calculated. Even he can't calculate everything. Speak less, or be careful not to be overheard. Great Xingqiuan lowered his voice. Great Venerable Boyang also lowered his voice slightly. You predicted this chaotic phenomenon to be chaotic, and who knows if it will collide with the chaotic tide. Also, that guy in Antarctica has been mysterious these past few years, and I don't know what he's been up to. We should keep an eye on him. The great Xingqiuan whispered, Why don't you go back? Boyang Dazuan said, I will return right away. But there is one more thing I want to say. If chaos is really going to happen this time, then chaos will be complete. You have to follow the trend, but there are some prices that must be paid. Not too soft. The great star power waved his hand to send the man away. I know, you talk too much nonsense. Lin Moyu teleported again and again, heading towards the location of the Great Thousand World. He locked onto the position of the universe, and the general direction was correct, only some minor adjustments were needed. On the way, Lin Moyu felt the changes in his own strength. Before, he only paid attention to his body and soul, and did not pay too much attention to the changes in his magic. The increase in strength will affect the magic, just like this time when his realm did not change. The undead servant was the first to reach the Chaos realm, surpassing himself again in terms of realm alone. This feeling happened a long time ago. At that time, the realm of my summoned creatures was always higher than mine, until the change occurred in the Chaos realm. Now it's back, and it feels amazing. Not long ago, when I was fighting with Sirius, I felt something unusual when I used sublimation. He only gathered a part of his strength to elevate his realm to the Chaos realm, but this was not the limit of his advancement. With his current body and soul, if he used all his strength to sublimate, he could definitely push his realm to perfection. But he is a creature in chaos, affected by the rules of chaos. Before he grows well in the realm and is able to merge, his current limit is the perfection of the Chaos realm. But this is only the limit of realm, not the limit of strength. One's own power can continue to advance like the creatures in the ancient wilderness, reaching the limit of perfection, or even surpassing perfection. Lin Moyu has never been anxious about realm. The change brought by realm is power. He already has power, and the realm will come sooner or later. Moreover, he still has a lot of things to do, and his realm has not been cultivated yet. Even if he reaches the peak of the Chaos realm, he cannot be promoted to perfection. He wanted to lay the foundation to perfection and then make rapid progress. Now is the time for him to lay the foundation. He can only take one step at a time, not Joe. After completing the last transmission, it is still 2 days' journey from here to the Great Thousand World, and you need to fly by yourself. Xiaoping was summoned, and Xiaoping, covered in golden light, became his mount again, moving in the direction indicated by Lin Moyu. Xiaoping's speed was astonishing, much faster than himself in the Dui boat. He could travel thousands of miles in the blink of an eye, leaving a brilliant golden light in the chaotic void. Passing through the chaotic energy, Lin Moyu could clearly feel the power of the Great Way contained in the chaotic energy. The power of the Great Tao is very primitive. It can enhance one's own Great Tao and is useful for any Great Tao. But Lin Moyu discovered something unusual. The chaotic energy was useless to his immortal path. Therefore, many people absorb the chaotic energy to practice enlightenment. I can also absorb the chaotic energy, but the power of the Tao contained in the chaotic energy cannot enhance my immortal Tao. It felt like the immortal Tao was too high a level to look down upon the chaotic energy. It felt that way, but there was no evidence. And this feeling was very vague. Lin Moyu was not sure if it was right. After carefully feeling the relationship between chaos and the immortal avenue, he ultimately failed to get an answer. However, during this process, Lin Moyu sensed something unusual. Chaos seemed to have changed a little and was no longer the same as before. Moreover, this change is still happening. The changes are very subtle, but if they accumulate over time, the impact will be immeasurable. Lin Moyu whispered, the rules of the avenue and the chaos seem to be a little different. Feel it for yourself. Don't rush to answer, feel it for a while, and be careful. Huandunzi, let Yi Yanyan out. Get Yi Yanyan outside. After being purified and integrated by the heaven and earth jellyfish, Yi Yanyan can now move freely, and can even move his hands. As long as he does not use all his strength, there will be no big problem. Lin Moyu asked Yi Yanyan to feel the changes in the chaos. He was a quasi-great master, with a very high soul level and very sharp senses, so he might be able to find some clues. Although Xiaoping's soul level is lower, he has the blood of the golden-winged Dapeng and his senses are equally sharp. With 4 approaches working together, plus myself, there are 5 people in total who are sensing it together. If everyone has similar feelings, then it can basically be confirmed. They followed Lin Moyu's instructions and sensed it carefully for 3 whole days. Xiaoping whispered, "There have indeed been some changes. I feel like the power of the great Tao within the primal chaos has become stronger over the past 3 days." Hun Dunzi also said, "It has indeed become stronger, but the change is very small, very weak, and basically cannot be ignored." Little Tree disagreed. Although the changes in these 3 days are very slight, over thousands or even tens of thousands of years, the changes will be significant. Xiaoshu's thoughts were very similar to Lin Moyu's. Lin Moyu said, "I think so too. Maybe it won't take that many years." Yanyan, what do you think? Now the answer has basically been determined. The rules of the avenue in chaos are indeed getting stronger. Although the amplitude of the change is very low, it is continuous and affects the entire chaos. Yi Yanyan whispered, "Master is right. It won't be long. I estimate there will be noticeable changes in 100 or 200 years. The power of the great Tao in the chaos is gradually getting stronger, and the amplitude is increasing. It will get faster and faster in the future. After all, he is a quasi-great master, and the changes he feels are more accurate than Lin Moyu." Lin Moyu asked, "Can you find the source of the change?" Yi Yanyan nodded, "Ancient wasteland, the changes come from ancient wasteland. I feel as if something is coming from ancient wasteland towards chaos. The changes caused by chaos come from here." Something came from the ancient wasteland? Lin Moyu muttered to himself, "Do you know what it is?" Yi Yanyan shook his head, "I'm not sure about that." Lin Moyu thought for a moment and said, "After a few days, when we find the boundary, you can leave a bloodline behind and then go to the ancient wilderness to see what's coming." Yi Yanyan nodded, "Okay." Now he would not resist Lin Moyu's orders. The jellyfish dissolved his will to resist, turning him into a resurrected being with independent thinking ability and very obedient. As long as Yi Yanyan can find what is coming over, he will be able to see it too. Lin Moyu had a feeling that the things coming from the ancient wilderness might have something to do with him. After all, it was he who caused the colorful rays of light that enveloped the chaos in Guhuang. Otherwise, how could such a coincidence happen? After flying for several days, Xiaoping finally arrived at his destination. "It's quite lively." Lin Moyu accurately sensed the location of the Great Thousand World, and there were many living beings near the Great Thousand World. Most of these creatures were at the Tao Lord level, and looked like rabbits. They were looking for something under the leadership of some of their fellows at the half-step chaos level, Li Liao. These rabbit-shaped creatures are chaotic creatures. They have always lived in chaos. Even if their realm is low, they can still move freely in chaos. As for what they are looking for, of course it is to buy from the world. Lin Moyu glanced over and saw the real owner, a guy who had reached the peak of the chaos realm. He was a giant rabbit with long silver-white fur all over his body, squatting in the void. This guy wants to achieve perfection, so he comes here to look for the realm. The chaos is so vast, how do they know that the universe is here? Lin Moyu flew over slowly. "What am I doing?" His appearance startled many rabbits and made them jump up. These rabbits seemed to be very timid and they all retreated quickly, keeping a distance from Lin Moyu. The Chaos Realm Great Perfection rabbit raised its head and looked at Lin Moyu, a look of vigilance in its eyes. "This is none of your business. Go away, or I'll eat you." "What did you say?" Yi Yanyan suddenly appeared in front of the giant rabbit and slapped it in the face. Bang! A crisp sound was heard, and the giant rabbit, which had reached the peak of the Chaos Realm, was blown away by Yi Yanyan on the spot. But before he could scream, Yi Yanyan grabbed the air and pinched his throat, making him unable to make a sound. The power of the Chaos Realm became a joke at this moment. The huge body flew around in the void and could not escape no matter what. As a quasi-great master, Yi Yanyan could crush this guy to death even if he only used 1,000th of his strength. The other rabbits were obviously frightened and made strange calls, and more rabbits quickly gathered from afar. They looked aggressive, as if they were ready to fight Lin Moyu to the death. Lin Moyu laughed and said, "They're quite united, but it seems like these guys are coming here to die." He flew in front of the giant rabbit and asked, "Should I kill them all?" The struggling giant rabbit suddenly stopped, and its soul begged for mercy. "No, don't kill them." Then he shouted, "Don't move, just stay still." Lin Moyu gestured for Yi Yanyan to let him go. "Answer my questions. What's your name? What's your race? What are you looking for here?" The giant rabbit hung its head. Facing the powerful Lin Moyu, it had no intention of resisting. "My name is Ingda, from the Silver Rabbit clan. I'm looking for 2 realms here." Lin Moyu's eyes flashed. 963. How do you know there are 2 realms here? Ingda hesitated for a moment, but under Lin Moyu's pressure, he finally chose to tell the truth. "I have a talent that allows me to smell the scent of the realm. Thousands of years ago, I began to search for the realm, and I smelled it here." Lin Moyu said, "This talent is quite interesting, but how can you be sure there are 2? Silver Avenue, the smell of each realm is different, but the smell of one of the realms here is very strange. I have never smelled it before." Lin Moyu knew that was the flavor of the scientific community, and the most important avenue in the scientific community was the avenue of physics. The avenue of physics is indeed very strange. After entering the chaos, I have never seen anyone else possess the avenue of physics, not even a similar one. I asked Xiaoshu and Hundunzi, but even they had never seen it. It seemed that the entire Hundun only had its own scientific and technological world, which possessed the avenue of physics. If this were true, he shouldn't exist, yet he does exist. This question becomes a mystery and there is no way to solve it in the short term. Lin Moyu said, "Then have you ever considered that this realm might be too weak to help you achieve perfection?" Ingda instinctively replied, "No need to think. I know the boundary here is very weak. I can smell it. One is better, and the other should have been born not long ago, no more than 100,000 years ago. For a realm to grow, it takes tens of millions of years. 100,000 years is too short, and the realm may have just taken shape." Lin Moyu said, "Since you can smell it, what's the point of you getting the realm?" Ingda hesitated again and did not answer immediately. Lin Moyu smiled and said, "It doesn't matter if you don't want to answer. I will kill you first. I have a way to make the dead speak." Yin's eyes widened. "That's impossible." Lin Moyu smiled and said, "Nothing is impossible, just like your talent. There is nothing strange about all kinds of things happening in the chaos." Ingda seemed to be frightened. Even though the Silver Rabbit clan had reached the peak of the Chaos Realm, they were still not very courageous, which was not in line with their realm. Lin Moyu held up 3 fingers and said, "I'll count to 3. If you don't want to say anything, then don't say it." Before Lin Moyu could count out the first number, Ingda immediately shouted, "I'll tell you, we Silver Rabbits have a magic that can speed up the growth of the realm." Having said that, he actually felt relieved and told everything he had thought about. The Silver Rabbit has a special magic that can integrate various materials into the realm and accelerate the growth of the realm. Integrating the domain with suitable materials is a common practice in chaos. It's just that ordinary integration requires a lot of details, suitable materials, and the effect is not particularly good. But the Silver Rabbit's magic is different. They don't care about the materials, and can make full use of the power contained in the materials to increase the effect 1,000 times. As long as there are enough materials, a realm that originally took tens of millions of years to grow may only take tens of thousands of years, saving 1,000 times the time. If the material level is higher, the time saved may be even greater. Tens of thousands of years is not too long for Ingda. As long as he can find the realm, he can cultivate it. It's a pity that he could only smell the approximate location. He had been searching here for many years but still couldn't find it. Before the realm is sublimated, it is protected by the rules of chaos and is not easy to be discovered. Lin Moyu smiled and said, "Your technique is quite good. Could you teach it to me?" Ing shook his head. "This is a bloodline technique, and only we can use it." Bloodline magic. It's not that they can't be used. Kill them all and turn them into resurrected ones. Maybe they can still be used. But it may also cause the bloodline to fail, so it is not a foolproof solution. Lin Moyu also had a good idea. "Your silver light combat immunity doesn't seem to be very good. You must have been bullied often." Ingde exclaimed, "How did you know?" Lin Moyu sneered, "You seem to have forgotten the rules." "I'm asking you this." Ingde shuddered with fear and said quickly, "We have been bullied by the six-tailed green fox tribe." He told the whole story of how the six-tailed green fox tribe had oppressed them, as if he was venting his bitterness. The six-tailed green fox clan is also a chaotic race. Interestingly, the two clans once lived in the same realm, and they were already oppressed at that time. Later, the master of the realm achieved the state of chaos and brought the realm into chaos. From then on, the creatures in the realm became chaotic creatures. When one person succeeds, everyone around him will prosper. Many races in the realm have entered the chaos realm and started to establish their own factions in the chaos. This is how the Silver Rabbits became an independent chaos race, but the six-tailed green foxes also became a chaos race and continued to oppress them. In fact, the six-tailed green fox tribe is fully capable of killing them, but they want to use them to cultivate the realm, so they keep them. In that way, they are basically kept in captivity and used as slaves. Ingdedeo, the six-tailed green fox clan is very powerful. There are 8 people in the clan who are at the perfect stage, while we only have 4 people in the perfect stage. Lin Moyu said, "Based on your combat power, even if there are 16 perfect realm masters, you may not be able to defeat them." Silver Rabbit had a bitter face. He instinctively wanted to refute, but he didn't know how to say it because what Lin Moyu said was the truth. Lin Moyu asked, "Have you ever thought about escaping?" Ing shook his head. "We can't escape. The six-tailed green fox clan has a bloodline magic that can be considered a curse. As long as we run far away, they will sense it and chase us down. In fact, we have always wanted to break their magic, but we have never succeeded. This time I discovered 2 realms. If I can merge the 2 realms at the same time, I will become very powerful and perhaps I can resist them." His words caused Lin Moyu to sneer, and he obviously didn't believe it. With Ingda in such a state, not to mention 2 realms, even 4 realms are useless. Lin Moyu already had an idea in mind. "I want to do a business with you." To do a business, Lin Moyu meant that he wanted to do a business, not that he wanted to do a business. The implicit meaning in the words is that the Silver Rabbit clan has to do this deal even if they don't want to. Lin Moyu thought that if the Silver Rabbits rejected him, he would have no choice but to turn them into resurrected ones. It's just that a few people who have reached the perfection of the Chaos Realm cannot change, but they can only give up. Lin Moyu was impressed by their ability to cultivate realms, as he had several realms that needed to be cultivated. There aren't many of these abilities in the entire Chaos. It's okay if you haven't encountered one, but if you do, you can't miss it. Not to mention myself, if others knew about the ability of the Silver Rabbit, others would come to snatch it and keep it in captivity. The six-tailed green fox tribe must also know this, so they quickly raised the Silver Rabbit in captivity and kept the secret at the same time. Ingda blinked his big rabbit eyes. "You said you want to do business with us?" Lin Moyu said, "There's no rush. Once I'm done, I'll go back and talk to your clan doctor." After saying that, Lin Moyu flew past him and flew forward, disappearing in the chaotic air in the blink of an eye. Yi Yanyan stood there without moving. With such a great god suppressing him, Ingda didn't dare to move. Relying on his connection to the universe, Lin Moyu quickly found his destination. There was a hair-thin spatial crack here, shrouded in chaotic energy, shielding the trapped aura. It's hard to find unless you happen to bump into it. Before the realms officially enter chaos, they will exist in various forms and will always be protected by the rules of chaos. The 5 worlds domain is like this. Before entering the realm, it is always in the corner of chaos, shrouded by invisible forces, and difficult for others to discover. The vast world is more strictly protected, and tiny space cracks coupled with the chaotic energy can easily be overlooked. Lin Moyu sensed through his soul power that behind this spatial crack was a large space, where the world and the scientific and Taoist world were located. When he reached out and touched the space crack twisted and deformed, neither rejecting nor welcoming, and there was no reaction. Lin Moyu moved his mind, and his soul power penetrated into it, forcibly expanding the spatial crack. The chaotic energy dissipated, and a rich aura of a realm emerged from the spatial cracks. Suddenly, a shrill laugh was heard from the side. There really is a realm here. Lin Moyu turned around and looked. You were hiding well, why did you come out? A man in a green robe who had reached the peak of the chaos realm flew out from the chaotic energy. His figure changed from illusion to reality, and he looked at the space crack with greed in his eyes. To be precise, he was looking at the boundary in the space crack. He ignored Lin Moyu and continued, when I saw that silly rabbit here, I knew there was a boundary here. He searched for it for years but couldn't find it. But you discovered it. Since you found the realm for me, please get out of here quickly. I will be merciful and spare your life. Although he has a human appearance, he has a pointed face and monkey cheeks, and is a human. The only ones who could be here were the six-tailed green fox clan. He followed Aindin and searched for the boundary here. This guy who has reached the peak of the chaos realm also wants to reach perfection. Lin Moyu immediately understood the whole story and left without any more words. The void shattered silently, and Lin Moyu shattered the space with just one punch. This punch has far exceeded the Chaos Realm great perfection. Even a perfect strong man may not be able to take it. The six-tailed green fox who had just appeared didn't even have time to scream before he was beaten to pieces by the punches. Lin Moyu whispered, "Why don't you just hide? Why do you have to come out and die? Besides, I hate guys wearing green robes the most." With a wave of his hand, a ball of immortal flame flew out. Infinite summoning. This Chaos Realm Great Master who just died will not be let go even after death and will continue to be Lin Moyu's slave. The flames fell on the broken meat and burned fiercely, but Lin Moyu ignored it and walked into the space crack. Behind the space crack is a huge space, where the rules are slightly different from those of Chaos. The space here is generated by the rules of Chaos to protect the newly born realms. Countless newly born realms also benefit from this chaotic rule and will not be discovered. Lin Moyu can feel the joy coming from the world, not only the world, but also the scientific community. These two realms are not only connected in soul projection, but also in reality. The universe spewed out a large amount of chaotic energy, forming a special area where the undead servants were located. Trillions of densely packed undead servants float and sink in the ocean of chaotic energy. They seem to be sleeping, without any movement, just waiting for Lin Moyu's order to be summoned across time and space at any time to fight for Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu truly felt the magic of the spell. No matter how far apart they were, as long as he had a thought, he could make the undead servants instantly cross the infinite distance and come to him. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. If you think about it this way, your magic is actually extremely powerful. Not to mention anything else, the power of time and space contained in it alone is far beyond that of Xiaoshu. Even if Xiaoshu was at his peak, it would be impossible for him to cross the ancient chaos in an instant and completely ignore space. Perhaps only those who have achieved the status of a quasi-great master through the way of time and space can achieve this. As for whether the great master could do it, Moyu felt that he couldn't. Although the Great Venerable is nearly perfect and almost omnipotent, he is the pinnacle of the Tao and has not broken through the limits of the Tao. In a single aspect, the Grand Master is not as good as the Quasi-Grand Master. It was the first time that Lin Moyu saw undead servants in real life, and he felt a little strange. The chaotic energy spewed out by the universe is slightly different from the real chaotic energy. It seems to be more original and has a hint of the energy of the beginning of the sky. 0. I saw the vast world, and then I saw the world of science and technology not far away. According to Lin Moyu's will, the universe always allocates a bit of power to nourish the scientific and Taoist world, and the growth rate of the scientific and Taoist world is a little faster than expected. The world has grown fast enough, and I have used various methods to help it grow, but it is still a long way from reaching the standard. According to its normal evolution, it will be almost done in tens of millions of years. As for the scientific and technological circles, it will take even longer. Not to mention the spiritual realm that is recovering and the several realms that need to be re-nurturing, all of which require time. Lin Moyu didn't have a good solution before, but now he has the Silver Rabbit clan, who can help him solve this problem. With a wave of his hand, a surging force swept over, quickly enveloping the world and the scientific community. As the master of two realms, Lin Moyu did not feel any difficulty. The two worlds would not resist him at all. Instead, they were very happy that their master had finally arrived. Before arriving, Lin Moyu had already figured out how to take them away. If he had done so before, he would have needed to carry them with him, which would have been troublesome. Now it is much simpler, just throw it into the storage space. The storage space was undergoing tremendous changes day and night. The space had reached an unimaginable level. The two realms placed in the storage space did not take up much space at all. Moreover, the storage space is still growing, and I don't know how many days it will last in the end. Judging from the current trend, the storage space is very likely to become the second Chaos Warrior. The whole process went smoothly, just like loading materials into a magic weapon. Lin Moyu easily sent the two realms in. Since he is the master of the realm will not resist, so it can go so smoothly. If I change to another realm, I am afraid it will not be possible even if I try my best. The Great Thousand World and the Science and Technology World entered the storage space, along with the undead servants. Lin Moyu sensed it and found that his magic could still be summoned and was not affected. The storage space is obviously a completely different world from the ancient chaos. The rules of the two are different, and only he, as the medium, can connect the two. Unexpectedly, the magic remained unaffected, and its power was still just as I imagined. Without the boundary, this space also lost its meaning of existence. The rules of the avenue in the chaos automatically operated and cleared this space. With a sound like shattering glass, Lin Moyu returned to chaos. The flame of the immortal fire 137 has been extinguished. At this moment, the six-tailed green fox who has reached the peak of the chaos realm is kneeling, waiting for his orders. "What's your name?" Lin Moyu asked casually. He was still kneeling. In reply to the master, "My name is Su Changqing." "Last name Su?" Lin Moyu instinctively thought of the Skyfox clan in the big world, who also had the surname Su. Things in the world are indeed somewhat coincidental. Although the six-tailed green fox and the Skyfox clan both belong to the fox species, there is an essential difference between the two. One is a chaotic creature, the 10 songs are ordinary domain creatures. Lin Moyu asked Su Chang to introduce the situation in the clan. As a powerful person who had reached the great perfection of the Chaos Realm, he had some status in the six-tailed green fox clan and knew a lot. He not only knew the situation of his own clan, but also knew some other things. There was no need for Lin Moyu to ask him one by one. He had the awareness of a resurrected person and told him everything clearly at once. Just as Inda said, they and the Silver Rabbit clan were originally in the same civic. Because of their racial nature, they have always targeted the Silver Rabbit clan, and the Silver Rabbit clan has always been the oppressed party. It's just that the Silver Rabbits were so fertile at that time that they could give birth to hundreds of rabbits in one litter, and they were also very good at hiding. They bullied the Silver Rabbits for countless years but were unable to eliminate them. Later, the Lord of the Realm achieved the Chaos Realm, and the realm was also drawn into chaos. As time went on, all races, big and small, in the realm basically became chaotic creatures. They and the Silver Rabbit clan were born into the Chaos Realm at the same time, bringing their own race into chaos. At that time, the six-tailed green fox clan still instinctively wanted to destroy the Silver Rabbit clan, until they discovered the special abilities of the Silver Rabbit clan. One is to cultivate the realm, and the other is to find the realm that has not entered chaos. So they changed their minds and no longer thought about killing the silver rabbits. Instead, they kept them in captivity and used them as their tools. They planted a spell in the silver rabbit's blood, allowing it to move only within a certain range. If it dared to go too far, it would be killed. In this way, their race became stronger and stronger, and the silver rabbit also became stronger, but it was always under their control. At that time, there were dozens of races coming out of that realm, and the six-tailed green fox clan could only be ranked in the middle at the beginning. But now the six-tailed green fox clan is ranked among the top, and the reason is the silver rabbit. Other races from the same realm later found out the reason, but it was too late. The six-tailed green wolf clan was already too powerful, with 8 perfect masters in the clan, making them difficult to deal with. Even if other races have any ideas, they can only think about it and dare not actually take action. Even if they wanted to join forces to deal with the six-tailed green fox clan, there was still a hurdle they couldn't cross, and that was the Lord of the Realm. The one who first broke out of the boundary and brought it into chaos is now the top-level perfection. Even if the perfections of all the races are added together, their numbers are not enough to defeat the other side. Although both are perfect, the difference in strength is huge. Lin Moyu whispered, "So, you have a common master." Su Changqing whispered, in reply to the master, "He is not our master, but we all obey his orders, and we usually call him the ancestor." Lin Moyu nodded slightly. What he was thinking was that if he wanted to take the Silver Rabbit clan away, the six-tailed Green Fox clan would definitely not be able to stop him, and neither would other races. But it's hard to say about that ancestor. He is at the top level of perfection. If a fight really breaks out, although I am not afraid, I may not be able to gain the upper hand either. The best way is to avoid him or make a deal with him. Lin Moyu asked, "Does that ancestor know the abilities of the Silver Rabbit clan?" Su Changqing nodded, "Of course I know, but when we rushed into the chaos and awakened our innate abilities, the ancestor had already reached the state of perfection. The Silver Rabbit's abilities were useless to the ancestor. But I heard from several elders in the tribe that our ancestor once warned us that we can keep silver rabbits in captivity, but we must never kill them all. And we can't let the silver rabbit out either. We have to keep it under control." Hearing this, Lin Moyu knew that things were a little troublesome. The old ancestor may no longer need the silver rabbit's abilities, but that doesn't mean he can't use them. He might also have the offspring of a friend, and the silver rabbit's abilities would be very useful to him. Moreover, he wanted to master this ability in his own hands. What he said was actually to let the six-tailed green fox tribe look after the silver rabbit for him. Lin Moyu thought of the herdsmen on the grasslands. When the herdsmen were grazing sheep, there were too many for them to take care of, so they raised a few sheepdogs to take care of the herds on their behalf. If that's the case, it won't be so easy for me to take the silver rabbit away. But Silver Rabbit must be taken away by himself, so maybe in the end, they will have to fight. Lin Moyu didn't want to fight against the top perfect strongmen, especially those who had lived for who knows how many years, but Lin Moyu was not afraid of fighting with them either. After Lin Moyu asked clearly, he returned with Su Changqing. He passed through the chaotic energy and first encountered the group of silver rabbits gathered together today. When they saw Su Changqing, they all showed expressions of fear. They were terrified by the aura of the six-tailed green fox clan on Su Changqing. When he returned to Yingde saw Su Changqing. The fur on his body suddenly stood up and his expression showed fear. "Su Changqing, why are you here?" His voice was trembling and full of fear. Su Changqing did not answer. He was no longer the Su Changqing he used to be. Now he was just a resurrected being. He would not speak until Lin Moyu 0.3 asked him to. Although both are resurrected, he and Yi Yanyan are different. If it were Yi Yanyan, he might have already spoken up. Lin Moyu watched Yingdao's performance with great interest. They were all at the peak of the Chaos Realm. Su Changqing's combat power was indeed stronger than Yingdao's, but he wasn't that scary. All I can say is that the Silver Rabbit clan is not good at fighting at all. Even if such a race enters the chaos, it will just be a piece of cake. In fact, if the six-tailed green fox tribe had not kept them in captivity, they would have been wiped out. Lin Moyu didn't explain, lead the way to your tribe's land. Ingda hesitated for a moment, do I have to go? Lin Moyu said, if you don't want to go, I can kill you and let someone else lead the way. There are so many people here, I believe there will always be someone willing to lead the way. Oh, and Su Changqing, he should know the way too. Being timid is the nature of the silver rabbit and has nothing to do with its realm. After being frightened by Lin Moyu, and with Su Changqing by its side, it doesn't make much sense for Silver Rabbit to refuse. Ingda had no choice but to lead the way. He took out a blanket, which quickly grew larger and thicker, and eventually turned into a piece of furry grass. The gathered silver rabbits were called over and went into the grass, where there were many holes, just right for them to hide. Interesting. Lin Moyu found it interesting. Each race had its own characteristics. The blanket of the silver rabbit was obviously a magic weapon that could evolve into grass for a large number of silver rabbits to live in. Ingda controlled the grass and flew towards the distance. Although the grass was large, it flew quite fast. At the same time, Lin Moyu discovered that when the grass was flying, an illusion would appear in the distance, like a replica of the grass. These phantoms not only look the same, but also have the same aura. The phantoms fly in different directions. Phantoms kept appearing along the way, flying everywhere. If you weren't keeping an eye on Ingda's real body, you might really chase after these phantoms if you encountered them halfway. A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. Lin Moyu thought of this phrase. What Ingda is doing now is not just 3 burrows, but more than 300 burrows. The timid races resort to all kinds of means, all to save their lives. Lin Moyu asked curiously, have you ever thought about making yourself stronger? Of course I've thought about it. Ingda glanced at Su Changqing and didn't dare to continue. Lin Moyu knew he had concerns and waved Su Changqing away. It's okay, you continue. Ingda looked at Lin Moyu in surprise, wondering how Lin Moyu did it. Why is he gone? Lin Moyu glanced at him and said, don't meddle in things that shouldn't be your business. Just keep talking. Ingda shuddered, I understand. We also want to become stronger, and we have tried hard, but it's not that easy. It's really too difficult. We once obtained several powerful spells and wanted to integrate them into our bloodline and pass them down, but for some reason we always failed. Moreover, the powerful spells in other people's hands, when in our hands, are only 1/3 as powerful, or even less. We tried every possible way, but nothing worked. Ultimately, we had to admit that we weren't cut out for combat. Fortunately, our cultivation speed is not slow, and our realm is improving quite quickly. We also have advantages. Lin Moyu chuckled, the advantage is that you can give birth, right? Ingda responded without any embarrassment, yes. The silver rabbit family's advantage is their fertility. They can have hundreds of babies in a litter, and they can have several litters every year. The numbers can be multiplied, and if left unchecked, the number of tribe members will increase by 1,000 times every year. Lin Moyu felt that the ability to reproduce was the strongest ability of the Silver Rabbit clan. As long as they had enough time, they could crush the chaos. However, based on what he knew about the rules of chaos, since the Silver Rabbit had been given this ability, there would definitely be corresponding checks and balances. The way of the world is fair, and there is gain and loss. It seems that just the weak combat power is not enough, there must be something else. Lin Moyu asked, you guys are so fertile, don't you have any problems? Ein shook his head. What's the problem? Looking at his appearance, Lin Moyu knew that he himself didn't know. Most of the people in the Chaos Realm don't know about it, and I wonder if the elders in the clan who have reached the perfection of the Chaos Realm will understand. The blanket flew for dozens of days and finally reached the territory of the Silver Rabbit clan. Their clan land is a world separated from the boundary. The world is not small in size. After entering the chaos, it evolved into a giant continent. This continent is very interesting, it looks like a rabbit. Moreover, the entire continent is covered with green grass, some of which is as high as 100 meters and as thick as big trees. There are no houses here, only caves, and the silver rabbit usually lives in the caves. The entire continent has no formation protection, and it seems that anyone can come. But Lin Moyu felt the aura of the formation from a distance. Those formations came from the six-tailed green fox clan, and there were also some guys hiding in the dark who also came from the Shuejian green fox clan. The six-tailed green fox tribe not only keeps the silver rabbit in captivity, but also monitors and protects it. If he hadn't come with Ingda this time, he would probably have been stopped by the six-tailed green fox clan. Ingda asked, "What exactly is this deal you're talking about?" Lin Moyu said, "Talk to your perfect elder about the sale, don't worry about it." Ingda murmured, "Okay, I'll take you there." The blanket slowly descended, and a large number of silver rabbits left the blanket and returned to the famous home. The silver rabbit's homeland is called the Green Silver Grassland, where they have lived for generations. Ingda took Lin Moyu into a cave, and after several twists and turns, they came to an open area. This is an underground cave, hundreds of meters high. There are 4 giant silver rabbits lying in the 4 corners, looking like they are sleeping. But in fact, it was not the case. Lin Moyu could feel that there was a strange formation under each of them that was slowly operating. The formation absorbed their power and moved underground, with no one knowing where it was going. Silver Rabbit's method was very covert, but it could not be hidden from Lin Moyu's eyes. It seems there's some resistance, but unfortunately their resistance is doomed to fail. The six-tailed green fox clan is just a caretaker, and the old ancestor is the master behind the scenes. He will not allow the silver rabbit to escape from control. So no matter how hard Silver Rabbit tries, he will eventually fail. Lin Moyu's arrival immediately attracted attention. The 4 silver rabbits opened their eyes at the same time, and all 8 big eyes looked over at him. Human race, small success in the Chaos Realm. Seeing Lin Moyu, they didn't feel anything. After all, he was only at the minor success stage of the Chaos Realm. No matter how weak their fighting power was, they wouldn't be afraid of 10,970 guys at the minor success stage of the Chaos Realm. But then they saw Yi Yanyan. Yi Yanyan was restraining his aura and they could not see through him at all. The more they couldn't see through it, the more uncertain they felt, and their eyes kept changing. Lin Moyu took in their expressions. It seems even with perfection, they still can't shake off their timid nature. Cowards will be suspicious. Without knowing the other party's strength clearly, they will not rashly turn against you. Ingda saluted the 4 people and said, "Ingda greets the elders. Fellow Taoist Lin said he wants to do a business with us, but he needs to discuss this deal with the elders." All 4 of them have reached the perfection of the Chaos Realm and are the strongest in the Silver Rabbit clan. There is no ranking order, but they are named according to the time of their birth. Normally, the 4 of them would discuss everything together, and no one could make a decision alone. Lin Moyu's fingers flashed slightly at this time, and several chaos runes flew out, forming a simple formation. The formation unfolded, transforming into a faint light that enveloped the cave. The 4 people, including Ingda, all looked nervous. Lin Moyu said, "Don't be nervous, everyone. This formation is just to isolate us from outside surveillance so that we can have a good conversation." The 4 rabbits visibly relaxed a bit after hearing this. The eldest elder among them asked, "Fellow Taoist Lin, what business do you want to discuss with us?" Lin Moyu smiled and said, "It's simple. I want to pack you up and take you to a new place." Lin Moyu's words made the 4 silver rabbit elders stunned. They didn't understand what Lin Moyu meant at all. Ingda, who was standing by, didn't understand either. "Fellow Taoist Lin, what do you mean?" Lin Moyu said, "That's what I meant. I'm going to pack up and take you, including this Qingyin grassland, away to a new place. I will give you freedom there, and no 6-tailed green fox will come to bully you, but you just need to help me do a few things." Lin Moyu's words were extremely tempting to them. Give them freedom and they would not be bullied by the 6-tailed green fox tribe. But Lin Moyu also said that they should do something. The great elder did not immediately refuse, but instead asked, "What is it that fellow Taoist Lin is talking about?" Lin Moyu said, I have several realms that I need you to help me cultivate. I will provide all the materials, so you don't have to worry about it. And I can promise that after you have completed the training in these realms, I will not ask you to do anything else. You will be completely free. Cultivating realms is their ability. Inde said that it is not a difficult task for them. The difficult part is the materials. If Lin Moyu can provide enough materials, they can do it. Only. The great elder shook his head and said, it's not that we don't trust fellow Taoist Lin, and we thank fellow Taoist Lin for his kindness, but this deal has been made up. Lin Moyu said, don't be so hasty to refuse. I know you're worried about the six-tailed green fox and the ancestor behind it. I can promise you that I will take care of this matter. The great elder looked at Lin Moyu puzzledly, as if to ask, where do you get such confidence from? After all, Lin Moyu only showed a small success in the Chaos Realm, while the ancestor they were afraid of was at the top level of perfection, and was just a little bit away from the next step, Song. The second elder suddenly spoke up, fellow Taoist Lin, do you know the realm of that ancestor? Lin Moyu said, I know, he is at the top of the perfection level, and is probably only a little short of being a quasi-great venerable. In the western extreme, he may be second only to the great venerable. The second elder said, since you know this clearly, then where does Lin Dao get his confidence from? Lin Moyu glanced at Yi Yanyan beside him and said, he's enough. As he spoke, a trace of pressure slowly overflowed, and Yi Yanyan released the pressure of a quasi-great master. Bang, 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 5 sounds rang out in succession. The 4 elders and Inde were so frightened that they all crawled on the ground. The pressure from the quasi-grand venerable was almost equal to that of the grand venerable, which was beyond their ability to bear. In fact, they could bear it, but they were timid and fell down immediately. If the pressure was stronger, they might be scared to death. Lin Moyu asked, are you all satisfied with Lin's confidence? Yi Yanyan withdrew his pressure, and the 5 people felt better. The great elder took a greedy breath and said, fellow Taoist Lin is indeed confident, but I won't hide it from fellow Taoist Lin, this deal is still not easy to make. Lin Moyu said, if you still have any difficulties, please tell me. The great elder said, in fact, there is a curse placed by our ancestors in our blood. If we leave this place, our ancestors only need to think about it to make us explode and die. Inde was obviously unaware of this and immediately exclaimed, something's wrong? The great elder nodded, only the 4 of us know about this matter. Back then, our ancestor asked us to go there to help the offspring of one of his fellow Taoists cultivate their realm. At that time, the ancestor told us that we had a blood curse on us, and as long as we left the western extreme, he would trigger the curse. If we were still in the western extreme, we would not be able to escape the control of the ancestor. Apart from the Great Venerable, the ancestor is the most powerful being in the western extreme. Lin Moyu asked curiously, what's the name of the ancestor you're talking about? The second elder said, we don't know the ancestor's name, but last time his fellow Taoists called him Dao Yu Tianlang. Serious? Lin Moyu's mouth twitched. What a coincidence. The great elder asked, fellow Taoist Lin, have you met the ancestor? Lin Moyu nodded. We've met once before, and since it's him, this deal becomes much easier. As long as you agree to let me resolve your bloodline curse. The great elder was timid and cautious. He didn't understand the meaning of Lin Moyu's words and asked cautiously, is there any relationship between fellow Taoist Lin and the ancestor? Lin Moyu said, I saw him not long ago and beat him up. Several people looked at each other in bewilderment. This was what Lin Moyu said, that it became easier to do because there was no need to discuss or give face, and if there was any problem, they could just use their fists to solve it. But they were still worried about the curse in their blood. After all, this curse seemed unsolvable to them. The magic of the 6-tailed green fox clan is only for surveillance and tracking. If you are far away, you can see from a distance, but this curse is fatal. Lin Moyu said, how about this? Are you willing to take a gamble? I'll take you away and give you freedom, or you'll become someone else's slaves forever, being kept captive like cattle and sheep. At this point, Lin Moyu didn't want to continue talking. he had already made his final preparations. The silver rabbits are too timid and cautious, and they are likely to refuse. If they refuse, I will kill them all. Then they will all be transformed into resurrected beings and taken away. As for these 4 guys in the perfect state, their combat power is not strong, so they can be used to play corpse explosion games. The 4 elders didn't seem to understand the meaning of Lin Moyu's words and were obviously still confused. They probably wanted to refuse, but because of Yi Yanyan's presence, they didn't dare to refuse, fearing that Yi Yanyan would take action directly. They didn't understand what Lin Moyu said, but Inda did. Lin Moyu had said before that if this deal failed, he would kill everyone. Lin Moyu had hinted that he had the ability to control the dead, and thinking of the strange Su Changqing, his guess was confirmed. Inda seemed to have made up his mind and suddenly knelt down in front of Lin Moyu. "Friend Lin, I am willing to follow you, and I ask you to help me break the curse in my blood." Lin Moyu chuckled. "It seems there are still some smart people out there. If you want to resist, I'll break the curse." With a light tap of the finger, a drop of refined pure water flew out. This drop of pure water is extremely tiny, only 1/1000th of a normal drop. After being refined by Lin Moyu, he can freely control it with his now extremely powerful soul power. If it was a complete drop of pure water, Inda would not be able to bear it at all. Just to remove the curse, okay, 1/1000th is more than enough. The clean water fell on Inda and instantly turned into mist that swept over his entire body. Inda was shaking all over, screaming, and smoke was coming out of his body. The blood curse spread throughout the body and penetrated deep into the soul. The pure water turns into mist, which also travels to every corner and finally penetrates into the soul. Wherever the pure water reaches, all external wills are purified, including curses. The purification went smoothly, and when it was almost complete, Lin Moyu said in a low voice, "I will send you to a place, don't resist." Inda was very obedient and didn't move, allowing Lin Moyu to put him into the storage space. Purifying the blood curse would inevitably attract the attention of the cursor. At the last moment, Lin Moyu sent Inda into the storage space, completely cutting off the connection and completing the final purification. After a few breaths, Lin Moyu released Inda again. At this time, Inda had completed the purification. Inda opened his eyes wide, looking excited. "Fellow Taoist Lin, what was that place just now?" The timid silver rabbit rarely has such exciting moments. They have known since childhood that they are being kept in captivity, and have always lived in a haze, living in fear every day. They wanted to resist, but failed because they were weak. Over countless years, they have become more and more timid. Timidity and caution have been engraved in their blood and deep in their souls. That is why no matter how happy they are, they will not become excited. And now, Inda has become like this. The 4 elders are very curious about where Inda went, what he saw, and how he became like this. Lin Moyu didn't tell Inda where it was. "Your curse has been lifted, and the 6-tailed green fox tribe's tracking spell has also been erased." Inda nodded vigorously. "Thank you, sir." In fact, he had no idea whether the curse had been lifted or not. This kind of curse that came from blood would not be felt at all under normal circumstances. However, the tracking technique of the 6-tailed green fox clan had a sense of perception and had indeed been erased. "Inda, come here." The 4 elders called Inda over and examined him one by one, confirming that the blood curse on Inda had been lifted. There was shock in their eyes. Lin Moyu said, "You 083 should know that blood ties the bond. Even though Dao's blood curse has been lifted, as long as there's still one person in the clan cursed, it will sooner or later contaminate us again. You can decide now, do you want to continue being held as slaves, or do you want me to take you away and give you freedom?" Before the 4 elders could reply, Inda could not help but shout, "Elders, please agree to the master's request. We will go to the master's place, there." He repeated it several times but couldn't find the right words to describe it. Finally, he shouted, "Elder, please believe me. You won't regret going there. This is our only chance to change our fate." His tone was earnest, and he knelt on the ground, as if he was kowtowing to several elders. The Silver Rabbit clan has its own etiquette. Although Lin Moyu didn't understand it, he could tell that he was begging sincerely. Now the decision is in the hands of the 4 elders. If they choose to go with me, everyone will be happy. If they choose to continue living like this, then I will take the initiative to help them change. If possible, Lin Moyu didn't want to take action. After all, the 4 elders here were more capable of cultivating realms. If possible, Lin Moyu didn't want to miss them. The 4 elders communicated with each other through eye contact. Lin Moyu used up his remaining patience and waited quietly, while also counting in his mind. In his mind, he only gave Ying Guang 10 minutes. If they couldn't make a choice within 10 minutes, he would have to choose for them. Fortunately, the timid and cautious Silver Rabbit was bold for once. Their eye contact yielded results, and the Great Elder said in a low voice, "Yingda, please get up. We have agreed, but I want to know what Mr. Lin wants to do." Like Yingda, he also changed his address to Lin Moyu to Mr., which is a sign of respect. Lin Moyu said, "It's very simple. I will first remove the blood curse from you. Then you gather all the tribesmen here and I will take care of it all at once." The Great Elder said, "If we make too much noise, we might attract the attention of the 6-tailed Green Fox clan. They have set up a lot of surveillance devices in our clan territory. As soon as we have a problem, they will immediately notify the Heavenly Wolf Ancestor, and he will arrive in a short time." Lin Moyu laughed and said, "If he comes, I will beat him up again. This is just the worst-case scenario. I will discuss it with him first. But the prerequisite is that you follow me first, so that I can have the bargaining chips to negotiate with him." Lin Moyu planned to do it first, and after getting the Silver Rabbit, he would have bargaining chips and everything else would be easy. Whether it is fighting or negotiating, Israel takes the initiative. The 4 elders made their decision, and the most excited one was Yingda. Yingda was still excited. "Thank you, elders, our clan is saved, and our clan's fate can be changed." His excitement came from the brief experience of entering the storage space just now. Others didn't know what he had experienced, and even the owner Lin Moyu, Seth, felt strange about why he was like this. "Since the 4 of you have made your decision, please do not resist. I will remove the curse." As he spoke, Lin Moyu sent the refined, purified water into the bodies of the 4 people. They were all at the perfection of the Chaos Realm. Regardless of their combat power, their realm was there. So Lin Moyu used a little more purified water, and the 4 of them shared 1 drop. The clean water turns into mist and continuously washes through their bodies. After the curse in their bodies is purified, the clean water will rush towards their souls and completely erase the curse in their souls. While purifying, Lin Moyu sent a message to Xiaoshu and Hundunzi. "Why is Yingda so excited?" Xiaoshu said, "It should be related to the chi of the beginning of heaven." Hundunzi said with certainty, "This guy was affected by the chi of the beginning of heaven, which aroused his blood, so he is like this. Perhaps he himself does not even know that he is in such a state." In this regard, Hundunzi is more experienced than Xiaoshu. He has personally given birth to living beings in the inner world and knows more. Lin Moyu asked, "Is the chi of beginning heaven so important?" The little tree said with certainty, "The chi of the beginning of heaven is very important. Except for when we were conceived, all living beings after us have lost the chi of the beginning of heaven. Although the amount of Tianchu chi we have obtained is not much, it is very important to living beings. It is the foundation of living beings. Whether or not there is Tianchu chi can determine the level and upper limit of this living being. We all had Tianchu chi at that time, so we were among the top beings. There were also some who didn't have Tianchu chi at that time. Their level was relatively low, and their upper limit was not high." Lin Moyu asked, "Do you still want the chi of beginning of heaven?" Xiaoshu said, "Of course we do, but we are still recovering. We have to wait until we are fully recovered before we can absorb the chi of the beginning of heaven." Hundunzi said, "Although the chi of the beginning of heaven is good, it also requires tolerance. In our current state, we are too weak to be replenished. If we forcefully absorb it, it will not only be useless but harmful." Lin Moyu's questions grew more and more confused. If even you can't handle it, how can the Silver Light Rabbit possibly handle it? Xiao Shu said, they are different. They have never been nourished by the qi of the beginning of heaven, so they can absorb a little, but they will probably only absorb a tiny bit before they are full. However, this is enough to change their foundation. With the energy of the beginning heaven, perhaps the bloodlines of these silver rabbits can evolve and shed their weak appearance. Lin Moyu probably understood what was going on. I have another question. When you were there, the human race had just appeared. Did they have the aura of the beginning of heaven? Xiao Shu said, yes, and a lot of them. The emergence of the human race back then was actually quite strange. The human race was born from the realm, not directly from chaos. And when the human race first appeared, they were very weak, unlike us who are born strong. But the human race can cultivate and become stronger and stronger until they can rival us. At that time, almost 1/5 of the primordial energy between heaven and earth was given to the human race. Not to any individual, but to the entire human race, thus laying the foundation for the human race. The human race later no longer needed the qi of the beginning of heaven, as it had been integrated into their blood. In the era of the little tree, there were countless naturally powerful creatures, and most of these creatures benefited from the aura of the beginning of heaven. But the amount of heavenly qi that each living being obtains is limited, at least 1 or 2 strands, at most a thread. Although the energy of the beginning of heaven is small, just a little bit can lay the foundation and change the level. However, the human race, a race born in the realm and inherently weak, received a full 1/5 of the primordial energy. You have to know that some powerful races in the past did not even get 1,000th of the Tianchu Qi, or even no Tianchu Qi at all. The human race alone accounts for 1/5 of the world's population, and is still so weak. How can we not envy them? But at that time, no strong person from any race went to cause trouble for the human race. The realm where the human race lived seemed to be protected by some kind of power, containing an extremely terrifying dilemma. Anyone who dares to touch the human race will feel like they are becoming an enemy of the entire ancient chaos. Powerful creatures have a certain sense of danger. They know that humans cannot afford to offend them because they are the darlings of chaos. Later, facts proved that this was true. The human race grew from weak to strong and survived that most chaotic period. Most of the powerful creatures and races perished. Although the human race also suffered serious damage in the process, they still managed to survive. Now there are a large number of humans in the 4 poles and 3 domains of chaos, almost in every corner. And in many places, the human race occupies a dominant position. Even among the 8 great masters, half of them are from the human race. The human race has undoubtedly become the largest race. Lin Moyu pondered over what Xiao Shu and Hun Dunzi had said, and then felt the changes in his own storage space. He vaguely discovered that the rules within the storage space had begun to operate. As the owner of the storage space, you can change the rules, but if you don't change the rules will continue to operate in the established direction. If we look at it from the perspective of the ancient chaos, the birth, growth, and strength of the human race seem to be determined by the rules. Therefore, those powerful creatures will feel that humans cannot afford to offend them. Lin Moyu vaguely understood something. At this moment, he felt like he was standing on a higher level, watching the evolution of the entire world from another perspective. The purification of the 4 elders was coming to an end. Lin Moyu opened the storage space and sent them in to complete the final purification. 10 seconds later, Lin Moyu released them again. The expressions of the 4 people were exactly the same as Yin Da's. Influenced by the energy of Tianchu, they began to become excited from the depths of their blood. What is that place? The 4 elders asked in unison, even their questions were the same as Yin Da's. Lin Moyu didn't explain. Please, 4 of you, gather all the tribesmen. Although the 4 of them didn't know where that place was, their instinct told them that the qi of the beginning of heaven would be very useful to them. Now even if Lin Moyu doesn't want to take them away, they all want to follow Lin Moyu. I threw away all my previous timidity and followed Lin Moyu wholeheartedly. The 4 of them immediately summoned their clansmen. Countless silver rabbits heard the call and jumped out of their caves and headed towards the summoning point. The number of silver rabbits is astonishing, and they come in all sizes, totaling over 100 million. It's just that most of them are very weak, and many have just started to practice cultivation and can't even be considered to have entered the door. Lin Moyu looked at the silver rabbits that were gathering from all directions. Aren't you very fertile? Why are there so few of you? 100 million silver rabbits may seem like a lot, but in fact they are pitifully few. Given the reproductive capacity of the silver rabbit, even if there were tens of billions of them, it would not be too many. The silver grassland is large enough to accommodate hundreds of billions of silver rabbits, but their number is only 100 million. The Great Elder sighed, it should have been more, but the Heavenly Wolf ancestor did not allow us to reproduce. The total number of our tribe has always been controlled between 100 million and 200 million. If it exceeds, the Western. In fact, my people's fertility is a powerful ability, but now this ability has been suppressed. He felt a little helpless. Not only was he kept in captivity, but he was also not allowed to reproduce, and the total number of babies had to be controlled. But reproduction is their ultimate ability, and their ability is suppressed, which makes them feel very frustrated. At this time, Xiaoshu transmitted a message. The Heavenly Wolf ancestor did this because he was afraid that too many would dilute the blood curse. Lin Moyu understood this principle. Once the number of people increased, the curse would be diluted, becoming less and less effective until it disappeared. Therefore, the Sirius Patriarch had to control their total number to maintain the intensity of the curse. Lin Moyu said, "This problem will be solved soon. Then I will give you a piece of land and let you develop freely. I have already made a decision in my mind to set aside an area in the storage space for the silver rabbit. They can have as many children as they want until they have almost filled up that space, and then let them adjust themselves. The resources of a space will not be infinite. When the quantity is too large and the resources are insufficient, they will naturally adjust to the appropriate quantity. Please give me flowers. All living beings have this ability, so this question is not a problem." Soon all the billions of silver rabbits had gathered. Some of the newly born rabbits were still sleeping soundly on their mother's plush back. Lin Moyu waved his hand and water gathered into a sea, and then a few drops of clean water flew out and merged into it. Ordinary water suddenly became different, possessing magical purifying power and becoming a sea of pure water. Afterwards, Lin Moyu drew a large number of chaos runes to form large formations. Some formations were strong, some were weak, and they represented different realms. It was impossible for Lin Moyu to purify so many silver rabbits one by one, so Lin Moyu handed the purification work over to the formation. Different formations corresponded to silver rabbits of different realms. And in the end they will not be put into the storage space, but purified directly outside. That would definitely be sensed by the Sirius ancestor, but Lin Moyu didn't care about that. By the time the Sirius ancestor came, the purification would probably be over and he would have finished packing. At that time, he had already lost control of the Silver Rabbit clan. Whether he wanted to negotiate or fight, the initiative was in his hands. As for the Six-Tailed Green Fox clan, Lin Moyu didn't take them seriously at all. Batches of silver rabbits were divided into groups according to their realms, entered areas covered by different formations, and began purification. Those silver rabbits had no idea what was happening. Under the orders of several elders, they rode into the pure water sea in an orderly manner. There is a surveillance magic weapon set up by the Six-Tailed Green Fox tribe in the silver-green grassland, and the Six-Tailed Green Fox tribe has also arranged surveillance outside. The unusual movement of the silver rabbit immediately caught their attention, and the information was reported immediately. After a while, the Shuemen Green Fox clan who were guarding this place arrived. The one who came was a powerful being who had reached the perfection of the Chaos Realm. He brought a group of subordinates and headed straight for the silver-green grassland. Before he even arrived, the sound of his soul had already resounded throughout the silver-green grassland. "What are you doing?" The elder's expression changed slightly. "Mr. Lin, the one who came is Elder Su Dingtian, who ranks third in the Six-Tailed Green Fox clan." Su Dingtian exuded an astonishing aura of pressure. Judging from the performance of the Great Elder, it was likely that Su Dingtian alone could suppress the entire Silver Rabbit clan under normal circumstances. But his pressure was nothing to Lin Moyu. Go back. Lin Moyu casually punched out, and a terrifying fist 100,000 miles long suddenly appeared in the void outside the silver-green grassland. The fist shattered the chaotic space, carrying countless space fragments with it, and slammed into the mouth. The giant fist swept across, and Su Litian's face suddenly changed as he rushed forward. Retreat quickly. He felt the horror of this punch, and he felt that he was locked in and had no way to escape. He took out a shield-shaped magic weapon and used it to block in front of him, while leading his people to retreat frantically. The fist smashed against the shield-shaped magic weapon, which was at least a top-grade magic weapon in the Chaos Realm, and it was crushed like tofu. Su Litian's expression became even uglier. His speed of retreat was slower than the speed of the fist sweeping towards him. In the blink of an eye, the fist was in front of him. The space around him shattered, and he was locked in by a huge force, with no way to escape. Su Litian sensed the danger and transformed into his original form with a roar, and a realm appeared behind him. The power of the realm exploded, and Su Litian put on the chaos armor at the same time, so he could only bear it. Boom! With a loud bang, Su Litian was blown away, his realm was shattered by almost 1/5, and the chaos armor on his body shattered on the spot. With one 940 punch, Su Litian was seriously injured. The men who came with him were hit by the aftermath and screamed in pain. Most of them died on the spot. Those who survived were lucky. Su Litian finally stopped flying backwards, his eyes full of fear. This punch was too terrifying, it was a pure physical attack. He couldn't understand how a physical body could reach this level. Lin Moyu's voice suddenly rang in my ears, this punch is just a warning. If you do it again, I'll kill you. Lin Moyu's voice was not loud, but it sounded like thunder in Su Litian's ears, scaring him so much that he shuddered. He finally understood what fear was. Before, he was the one who brought fear to the Silver Rabbit, but now it was someone else. Seeing Lin Moyu defeat Su Litian with a single punch, several elders shouted excitedly, "Beautiful fight. Mr. Lin is truly a god." They ignored Lin Moyu's realm and forgot that Lin Moyu only looked like a minor success in the Chaos Realm. It seemed natural for Lin Moyu to be able to throw such a punch. After all, Lin Moyu said that he had even beaten the Heavenly Wolf ancestor, so what was a mere Su Litian to him? Unknowingly, Lin Moyu had been deified in their hearts and became extremely powerful. Lin Moyu knocked Su Litian back with one punch, knowing that the six-tailed green fox tribe would definitely not dare to come again. There are a large number of silver rabbits, so the purification speed is relatively slow. At the current speed, it will take at least a few days. A few days is enough time for the Sirius Patriarch to arrive. The four elders seemed relaxed, but Lin Moyu could still see worry deep in their eyes. 2 days later, the purification was nearing completion. The pure water sea suddenly boiled up, and Lin Moyu frowned. A powerful force emerged from the silver rabbit's blood, fighting against the pure water. A large number of silver rabbits cried out in pain. The confrontation between curse and purification made them feel painful. The great elder's voice trembled, the curse has taken effect, and the Heavenly Wolf Patriarch has arrived. It came faster than I thought. Lin Moyu didn't care much. Although the Sirius ancestor came faster than he expected and the purification was not yet completed, it was no longer a problem. Another drop of refined clean water popped out, strengthening the power of the pure water sea, and at the same time whispered, "Xiao Shu, do it." The little tree hummed, and countless trees rushed into the pure water sea, and the power of time and space exploded. He used the power of time and space to distort time, forcibly suppressing the outbreak of the curse, and continued the purification. Lin Moyu said calmly, "After all, he is only at the top of the perfection stage, neither a great venerable nor a quasi-great venerable. His curse is still limited." These words seemed to be spoken to himself, but in fact they were spoken to the four elders, telling them not to worry. If it is the curse of the great Lord, then the power of time and space of the small tree will be useless. For now, that's enough. Under the influence of the power of time and space, the power of the curse gradually faded, and then was completely purified and ceased to exist. After another half-day, some silver fish completed the purification and left the pure water sea. Without the blood curse, you himself didn't feel much, and these silver rabbits were very weak and seemed to be unaware of what was happening to him. Stop! A roar was heard, the void shattered, and a blue wolf broke through the space structure. The Sirius ancestor had not yet arrived, but his attack had already surged across billions of miles of the void. The heavenly wolf ancestor attacked very ferociously. If this blue wolf crashed into the silver-green grassland, it would be enough to destroy most of the silver-green grassland, and at least half of the silver rabbits would be killed. However, he also knew his limits. With the strength of the heavenly wolf ancestor, he could completely destroy the silver-green grassland, and the sun strike was enough to wipe out the silver rabbit clan. He didn't do that, he just wanted to kill most of them. With the silver rabbit's reproductive ability, it won't take long to fully recover. Roll! Lin Moyu snorted coldly and punched out again. A huge fist condensed in the void and slammed into the blue wolf. The blue wolf was smashed to pieces by the giant fist, but the silver-green grassland was not affected at all, and the purification continued. Although the four elders breathed a sigh of relief, they were still nervous. The fear of the heavenly wolf ancestor was deeply ingrained in their hearts and was difficult to change. Lin Moyu smiled and said, "Don't worry, he can't do anything to me, and soon he won't be able to do anything to you either. The purification is coming to an end and will be completely finished in half a day at most. By then, the heavenly wolf ancestor will not be able to curse and threaten the silver rabbit forever." A moment later, the void shattered again, and the Sirius ancestor appeared billions of miles away. Immediately afterwards, the void continued to shatter, and a large number of people and horses rushed over. Tens of billions of powerful people appeared in the void, surrounding the silver-green grassland from all directions. A terrifying aura intertwined in the void, and the four elders were so frightened that they lay on the ground and trembled. Not only the ancestor Tianlang came, but also the various tribes under his rule. There are more than 100 powerful masters alone. Any one of these guys can destroy them 8 times over. He didn't know how Lin Moyu would respond. No matter how strong Lin Moyu was, he was still just one. By the way, there is also Yi Yangyan. Maybe if Yi Yangyan takes action, there is still hope. Lin Moyu didn't care at all and just snapped his fingers lightly. Bang! Along with a crisp sound, countless gray flames appeared in the void outside the silver-green grassland, and the flames transformed into undead servants. In the blink of an eye, the void was filled, and hundreds of millions of undead servants stood densely in the void, with their backs to the silver-green grassland and their faces facing the powerful men of various races. They turned into shields to protect the silver-green grassland, and a huge aura gathered into a ball and rushed out to confront each other. Sublimation. Lin Moyu moved his mind, and his realm was directly elevated to the Chaos Realm, and his undead servants were also elevated at the same time. Originally, they had already reached the great perfection of the Chaos Realm, and now with the blessing of Sublimation 5.5, they had taken another step forward. From the initial stage of the great perfection of the Chaos Realm to the intermediate level of the great perfection of the Chaos Realm, their combat power had increased several times. In terms of numbers, over 100 billion undead servants also crushed the other side. Although they are not as strong as the perfect masters, it will take a lot of effort for these dozens of perfect masters to kill hundreds of billions of undead servants. Undead minions are not easy to kill. They can be resurrected after death, so you have to kill them many times. You little brat are looking for death. The heavenly wolf ancestor was furious, and the realm expanded. The huge power of the realm swept across, and immediately a large number of undead servants were knocked away. They could not stop the heavenly wolf ancestor. Lin Moyu said to Yi Yangyan, "Don't let him come over." Yi Yangyan nodded, took a step forward and came to the void, standing in front of the Tianlang ancestor. The pressure from the quasi-great master condensed into a sword and blasted towards the serious ancestor. The heavenly wolf patriarch let out a strange cry, screeched to a halt, and stared at Yi Yangning in disbelief. The number of great lords in the primal chaos is limited, and only one of the 9 great lords is now vacant. This emptiness is not something that ordinary people can obtain. Some people have tried before, but they all died. Now no one pursues this emptiness anymore. If the Great Master is not enough, there is still the Quasi-Great Master. Many top-notch and powerful people pursue the goal of becoming a Quasi-Great Master. Although the Quasi-Grand Venerable is not as perfect as the Grand Venerable, he can surpass the Grand Venerable in some aspects. After all, he has the word Grand Venerable. What the Tianlang Patriarch was pursuing was a Quasi-Grand Master, but now a Quasi-Grand Master suddenly appeared in front of him. The unique and powerful pressure turned into an invisible high wall, blocking his way. He didn't expect that a Quasi-Great Master would intervene in the matter of the Silver Rabbit. The previous thought flashed through the mind of the Tianlang Patriarch, and then was overturned. He first sensed that someone had disturbed his blood curse and was targeting the Silver Rabbit. He sensed the other party's identity through the blood curse. It was the guy named Lin who had fought with him in the Western Pure Land. So without saying a word, he brought all his men and attacked. Although the Great Star Power warned them not to have too much interaction with Lin Moyu, otherwise 25 would incur karma and might die in the ensuing chaos. But now Lin Moyu has come to his hometown and poached his people. This is intolerable, and the Tianlang Patriarch plans to settle both old and new scores. He didn't believe that Lin Moyu was really that strong. If he used all his strength, how could he be defeated by a mere guy who had only achieved the minor success in the Chaos Realm? As long as Lin Moyu is killed, all cause and effect will be gone. With his understanding of cause and effect, there is no cause and effect that cannot be solved. As long as he is killed, the cause and effect will naturally be solved. But he didn't expect that a Quasi-Grand Master would appear here, which made him feel troubled. With his strength, he is still far from being able to deal with a Quasi-Great Master. He knew very well that the difference in realm was irreparable. If he forced himself to act, he would be the only one to die. The serious Patriarch's thoughts raced, and he coughed lightly, pretending to be calm. "Senior, why are you trying to stop me? Although I know I am no match for Yi Yangyin, I cannot be weak in momentum." Yi Yangyin said calmly, "The Master has ordered that you not come near." "Owner?" The serious Patriarch instinctively looked at Lin Moyu. His gaze passed through the undead servants and saw Lin Moyu nodding at him with a smile. He instinctively whispered, "Is this little fellow the master of the senior?" "Shut up." Yi Yangyin snorted coldly, and his pressure became even heavier, as if he would attack at any time. The serious Patriarch was startled. Yi Yangyin was not joking. Lin Moyu was really his master. But is it possible that a little fellow in the Chaos Realm is the master of a Quasi-Great Venerable? The serious Patriarch's thoughts were a little confused for a moment. What was happening before his eyes was really against common sense and subverted his cognition. Thinking back to what happened in the Western Pure Land, everything seemed normal again. Lin Moyu's performance at that time was different from his level. He really treated himself as a sandbag. Could it be that he is the reincarnation of that person? The serious Patriarch was lost in thought for a moment. He thought of the vacant position of the Great Venerable. There had been someone in that position, but it was suddenly gone, and that person was the strongest among all the Great Venerables. If Lin Moyu is the reincarnation, everything seems to make sense. In addition, the words of Great Xingqiuan seemed to confirm his own guess. The feeling of the serious Patriarch towards Lin Moyu had changed. This change was very subtle. At least he no longer dared to regard Lin Moyu as a person in the Chaos Realm. Suddenly, Lin Moyu's voice rang in my ears, "I don't want to kill you. The Silver Rabbit is useful to me. I'll talk to you in detail after I'm done with it." Although Lin Moyu's tone was not condescending, it was also equal. To the ears of the Tianlang Patriarch, it felt exactly as it should be. Good. The ancestor of Tianlang had no choice but to agree. He had no choice now. Yi Yanyan alone was enough to prevent him from getting in. Although he also has a trump card, this trump card is not used now. He wanted to see what Lin Moyu was going to do. As for the blood curse, the Sirius Patriarch actually doesn't take it seriously. He can cast it anytime he wants. The undead servants protected the silver-green grassland and ignored the powerful beings of various races outside the void. After half a day, the purification was completely completed. Lin Moyu waved his hand, and the void twisted violently, as if a pocket had opened, and the silver-green grassland disappeared from everyone's sight. The silver-green grassland is gone, and the silver rabbits are gone too. The ancestor of the heavenly wolf's eyebrows kept jumping and the corners of his mouth kept twitching. Lin Moyu was talking about a detailed chat, but this was not a detailed chat at all. It was simply killing first and then getting together. The ancestor of Tianlang felt as if he had lost face again, but still did not dare to move. Lin Moyu came to the front of the Tianlang Patriarch and set up a small table. I wonder if Senior Tianlang likes tea or wine. The Tianlang Patriarch whispered, "Drink." Lin Moyu nodded and took out 2 bottles of wine. "It's not top-notch, but it's pretty good. Let's drink and chat." With a flick of his hand, a few simple side dishes appeared on the table, and Lin Moyu sat down confidently. The Sirius Patriarch didn't know what Lin Moyu was going to say, so he sat down as well. Lin Moyu raised his glass in a toast. "Let me get straight to the point. I want this Silver Rabbit clan. Doing this is disrespectful to my elders. I apologize first." He drank a glass first, poured himself another, and continued, "Lin has his reasons for wanting to win, and I am also willing to make compensation. Senior Tianlang, if you need anything, please feel free to ask. As long as it's within my capabilities, I will definitely agree." As he spoke, Lin Moyu drank the second cup, and then poured the third cup. "Although I have had some unpleasant experiences with Senior Tianlang, as the saying goes, there is no friendship without fighting. I hope that after this incident, the unpleasant experiences between me and Senior Tianlang can be erased and we can even become friends. Lin believes in karma. I would like to have a good outcome with Senior Tianlang, rather than a bad one." After drinking the third cup, a few words, and 3 cups of wine, Lin Moyu finally spoke in a friendly manner. But if you analyze Lin Moyu's words carefully, you will find that there is another deeper meaning in his words. What this means is that Silver Rabbit has made his own decision, and the result will be the same whether you like it or not, and it cannot be changed. If you are willing to talk nicely, I can give you appropriate compensation. If you don't want to talk about it nicely, then I don't have to say anything. As for the consequences in the future, we can settle them when the time comes. Even now, it can be liquidated. Lin Moyu, in short, just one sentence, do whatever you want, I'm not afraid of you anyway, I can even beat you up. How could the Heavenly Wolf Patriarch not understand? His expression was not very good. He suppressed his inner anger and said, "Fellow Taoist Lin, it seems that your words are a bit too much. Although fellow Taoist Lin has a quasi-grand venerable by his side, I also have a trump card. The quasi-great venerable Xingyue of the Western Extreme once owed me a favor." He didn't say anything else, but his implication was clear, he was not afraid. As for whether the Xingyue quasi-great venerable owed anyone a favor, it was actually not important. The key was whether Lin Moyu believed it or not. Lin Moyu smiled and said, "Senior Tianlang, you misunderstood. I didn't mean that. How about this, Senior Tianlang, tell me what you want, and see if I can do it." The Heavenly Wolf Patriarch snorted coldly, "A request? I want to become a great venerable. Can you do it?" Lin Moyu shook his head. "No, the position of Grand Master has already been determined, and no one else can take it. Senior Tianlang, why don't you try to become a quasi-Grand Master? There might be some hope. I can give you a push." The eyes of the Sirius Patriarch suddenly gleamed with brilliance. "Can you help me become a quasi-Great Master?" Becoming a great venerable is the ultimate wish of every top-level and powerful person, but everyone knows that it is impossible for them to become a great venerable. For countless years, a large number of top-notch masters have challenged the position of Great Venerable, but all have failed without exception. The result of failure is death, no one survives, and there is not even a chance of reincarnation. Their deaths were varied, each with its own reasons, some even bizarre. Over time, no one coveted the vacant position of the Great Venerable. Some even asserted that the 9th position would remain vacant forever and no one would ever take it. During this period of time, some people became quasi-great masters, and thus quasi-human masters became the goal pursued by all the top perfect masters. When Tianlang Patriarch said he wanted to become a Great Venerable, it was just a joke. When he met Lin Moyu, he had already guessed that Lin Moyu was the reincarnation of the mysterious Great Venerable natural disaster. In other words, the vacant position of Grand Master was prepared for Lin Moyu, and the other Grand Masters would not allow anyone else to sit on it, which explains why no one could become the new Grand Master. Now that he had received Lin Moyu's answer, he was even more certain that his guess was correct. But he didn't expect that Lin Moyu actually said that he could help him become a quasi-great master. The eyes of the serious patriarch were shining, his heart was trembling, and he was very excited. If he could really become a quasi-great venerable, the Silver Rabbit clan would be nothing to him. Not to mention the Silver Rabbit clan, even if all his subordinates, other clans, were given to Lin Moyu, it would not be a big deal. For a top-notch and perfect warrior like him, what he really pursues is his own strength, not how much power he has under his command. As long as you become strong, you can have as much influence, power, and subordinates as you want. If Lin Moyu could really help him, then this little feud between him and Lin Moyu would be nothing. He forced himself to calm down and whispered, "What fellow Taoist Lin said is true." Lin Moyu said, "I can only say that I am giving Senior a push. As for whether it will succeed, I am only 30% sure. But even if it doesn't work, Senior won't suffer any loss." The old ancestor of Tianlang said, "I understand that it is difficult to rely on external forces to achieve the goal of becoming a quasi-great master. The most important thing is to rely on oneself. But sometimes the role of external forces cannot be ignored. Perhaps it is just that. If fellow Taoist Lin can really help me, regardless of success or failure, I will remember fellow Taoist Lin's kindness. As long as Lin Moyu can give me a push, even if I fail, it will be worth it." He has been pursuing the quasi-great master for countless years, and feels that he is only one step away, but he just can't make it. Lin Moyu said, "Then please have a drink from this pot of wine, Senior Tianlang." The Tianlang Patriarch was stunned for a moment. Fellow Taoist Lin means. Lin Moyu said, "Opportunity lies in the wine." The eyes of the Heavenly Wolf Patriarch gleamed. Good. Without saying a word, he picked up the wine jug and drank it all in one gulp. Although the wine pot is small, it contains more than 10,000 spaces. The ancestor of Tianlang sucked in the 10,000 kilograms of wine in one breath like a whale swallowing the sea. During this process, Lin Moyu silently released a trace of the aura of the beginning of heaven and merged it into the wine. In the chaos, very few people know about the chi of the beginning of heaven. Only ancient beings like Xiaoshu and Han Dunzi know about the chi of the beginning of heaven. Others, even the current great masters, may not be able to recognize it. They became enlightened later, and by that time the human race had already divided up the celestial energy and integrated it into their blood, so they cannot feel it. People like the old ancestor Tianlang would not be able to recognize the chi of the beginning of heaven, and could not even feel it. A trace of the primordial energy was drunk into his stomach along with the wine, and exploded in the body of the Heavenly Wolf ancestor. The old ancestor of the Heavenly Wolf glared suddenly, let out a scream, and transformed into his true form, instantly becoming a blue Heavenly Wolf. The true body of the Heavenly Wolf ancestor was over 1,000,000 miles long, and any hair on it was as big as a mountain. Lin Moyu was like a speck of dust in front of him. Behind him, 5 huge blue wolf tails slowly shook their heads. The 9-tailed Heavenly Wolf is the true form of the Heavenly Wolf ancestor. There is a celestial wolf in the chaos, but there is only one 9-tailed celestial wolf. The blood of the Sirius ancestor was boiling violently, flowing in his body, making a tsunami-like sound. The sound of blood shook the chaos, and all the chaotic energy in the chaotic space of hundreds of billions of miles rolled towards the Sirius ancestor. The Sirius patriarch was like a whirlpool, madly absorbing the chaotic energy. The chi of the beginning of heaven is strengthening his foundation. The foundation is the most important existence for living beings. The deeper the foundation, the higher the upper limit will be. It is also because of the chi of the beginning of heaven that Xiao Shu and the others, when they are at their peak, can be on par with the great master, only stronger, not weaker. The ancestor of Tianlang has never been nourished by the energy of the beginning of heaven, and his upper limit is only perfection. But now, the energy of the beginning of heaven pushed him up and pushed him higher. The Sirius patriarch kept growling, swallowing up the chaotic energy, and his soul and body were gradually becoming stronger. Lin Moyu knew that after some changes, even if he did not become a quasi-great master, his strength would be much stronger than before. I gave it a push, but whether it would succeed or not depends on the Sirius patriarch himself. Gradually, a green road emerged from the body of the heavenly wolf ancestor. This road emitted a cold light and was extremely gloomy. Lin Moyu did not recognize this avenue, but he knew that the Tianlang patriarch would use this avenue to attack the quasi-great venerable. The power of the great Tao emanated, and Lin Moyu retreated billions of miles away and watched from afar. The scene of challenging the quasi-great master was so rare that Lin Moyu naturally had to seize the opportunity to observe carefully, which could also be considered a form of learning. The avenue vibrated, resonating with the chaos. The chaotic energy contains countless great powers, which are now assimilated by the great power of the heavenly wolf ancestor. His avenue was rapidly becoming stronger, reaching the upper limit of the power of the avenue in chaos. When the power of the great Tao of the heavenly wolf patriarch surpasses the power of the great Tao in the chaos, he will be able to achieve a breakthrough. With his own great dignity, he transcends chaos and becomes a quasi-great Wei. However, the quasi-grand venerable only increases the power of the great Tao. His body and soul are not as good as those of a real great venerable. The quasi-grand venerable is not perfect. If they fight to the death, most of the quasi-grand masters are not as good as the grand masters, but the power level of the quasi-grand masters will change, and it will become easy to crush the perfect masters. The avenue continued to roar, becoming louder and louder. The ancestor of the heavenly wolf also howled towards the sky, and the wolf howl shook the world, becoming louder and louder. The chaotic space continued to shatter in the roar, and his avenue became stronger in the roar, until even the chaotic space could not bear it. Lin, Mama, Moyu could feel that the Sirius patriarch and his avenue were accumulating strength, preparing for the final blow. After a full half-day, a roar suddenly sounded, "I am Tianlang, and today I have achieved the status of a quasi-great master through the Qingtian Avenue. The realm has appeared." The avenue blossomed dazzlingly, and a realm emerged behind the Sirius patriarch. His realm was very powerful and had once knocked Lin Moyu away. Like the wine reverend, he carries the realm with him, and what appears is the realm itself, not a projection. The light of the Blue Sky Avenue merged into the realm, and the civic grew stronger with a roar. The Blue Sky Avenue, using light as a medium, gradually sank and merged into the realm. In the end, half of Qingtian Avenue was integrated into the realm and became a whole with the realm. The Great Tao, the realm, and the heavenly wolf ancestor, the three are combined into one, like a whole. Break! With a roar, the three of them exerted their strength at the same time, and Lin Moyu seemed to hear the sound of something breaking. Immediately afterwards, an indescribable strange aura emanated from the heavenly wolf ancestor. The quasi-great master has been achieved. Lin Moyu observed the entire process of the heavenly wolf patriarch becoming a quasi-great venerable and gained some understanding of it. There are many ways to achieve a quasi-great master. The ancestor Tianlang used the power of his realm, the power of the avenue, the power of faith, and his own power. For countless years, the ancestor Tianlang has been constantly accumulating strength in his own realm in order to become a quasi-great master. His realm grew stronger in the process and also became his warehouse. The power accumulated in the realm will be of great use when he strives to become a quasi-great master. This is the preparation that the heavenly wolf ancestor made for himself, and now it finally comes in handy. With the combination of several forces, the Sirius Patriarch broke the barrier between the Chaos Realm and the Quasi-Great Venerable and stepped into it. After becoming a Quasi-Grand Master, the aura emanating from the heavenly wolf ancestor became different. It was similar to that of a Grand Master, but not completely like that of a Grand Master. In Lin Moyu's view, a Quasi-Great Master is an imperfect Great Master, with an imperfect realm, imperfect power, and imperfect avenue. But in some aspects he is stronger than the Great Lord, so his combat power is not weak. This is the case with the current Tianlang ancestor. His combat power is definitely not weak and is far superior to that of a perfect strong man. However, if he fights with the Great Venerable, he may be able to fight to a draw for a while, but he will definitely lose in the end. The body of the Sirius Patriarch gradually shrank and finally returned to human form. Lin Moyu congratulated him. Congratulations, Senior 767, for achieving the status of a Quasi-Grand Venerable. His tone remained neither humble nor arrogant, and did not change due to the change in the realm of the Heavenly Wolf Ancestor. It was precisely because of this performance that the Heavenly Wolf Ancestor was almost 100% certain that Lin Moyu was the reincarnation of the Great Lord of Natural Disasters. In the future, Lin Moyu will definitely become the Great Lord of Natural Disasters. It is best to make friends with such an existence, and never make them enemies. Even if he had become a Quasi-Great Master now, if he became an enemy of Lin Moyu, he might fall. It is impossible to calculate how many causes and effects, how much luck, there is in Lin Moyu. As for the previous matter, the old ancestor Tianlang was even more decisive. Since Lin Moyu pushed him away, he naturally wouldn't care about it anymore. He smiled broadly. Thank you, fellow Taoist Lin. Lin Moyu smiled and said, I just gave you a push. It's only because of your deep foundation that you can achieve enlightenment. The Heavenly Wolf Patriarch shook his head. No, although I have a bad temper, I know my own limitations. If it weren't for fellow Taoist Lin, I might not have achieved enlightenment even after tens of millions of years. I'm just a little curious about what method you used. Of course it's not just wine, there must be something else, but I just don't know it. Lin Moyu smiled and said, This is Lin's secret, so I won't tell you. Now that Senior Tianlang has achieved enlightenment, I have fulfilled my promise and will take my leave now. The ancestor of Tianlang did not keep Lin Moyu. In this case, I wish you all the best. I have only one thing to say here. If you need anything, just call me. I will be there at your call. As he spoke, a green hair flew out of his body and transformed in midair into a green dagger. If Lin Moyu needs anything, he only needs to activate the dagger through his soul, and the Heavenly Wolf Ancestor will come. With the ability of a Quasi-Great Master, it wouldn't take too long even to cross the extreme domain, so this statement was not empty talk. Lin Moyu didn't hesitate and put away his dagger. I have something to say, but I'm not sure if I should say it or not. Fellow Taoist Lin, please speak. At this moment, the Heavenly Wolf Patriarch would not regard Lin Moyu as a minor success in the Chaos Realm. In his eyes, Lin Moyu was the reincarnation of a Great Venerable, and he would definitely sit on the throne of the Great Venerable again in the future. Of course, we have to listen to his words. Lin Moyu said, Senior, please don't wear the green robe. The Tianlang Patriarch was slightly stunned. Why? Lin Moyu said, There is a guy wearing a green robe who is very annoying. When I see him, I want to hit him. The Heavenly Wolf Patriarch cried out, If anyone offends fellow Taoist Lin, I can help fellow Taoist Lin teach him a lesson. Lin Moyu said, He should be the Great Venerable. Forget it, I will take action myself in the future. Let's go. As he spoke, Lin Moyu summoned Xiaoping, sat on Xiaoping, turned into golden light and left. The Heavenly Wolf Patriarch stood blankly in the void. Lin Moyu hated a Great Venerable who wore a green robe. Among the 8 Great Venerables, only one liked to wear a green robe. He smiled bitterly. If he dared to go find him, he would probably teach him a lesson. He glanced at his men from various tribes. It's all right, you all go back. There will be no more Silver Rabbit Clan from now on. Yes, sir. Everyone shouted in unison and left. The serious patriarch took a step forward and disappeared. He had become a quasi-great master. The next step was to consolidate his cultivation and adapt to the newly gained power. The golden light cut through the void and was moving forward at an astonishing speed. Xiaoping's speed was extremely fast. If he had not had a realm, he could have reached the perfection of the Chaos Realm right now. However, based on speed alone, Xiaoping has already surpassed the perfection of the Chaos Realm. Xiaoping was a little puzzled. Father, why did you help that guy become a quasi-grand master? Lin Moyu asked, don't you understand? Xiaoping shook his head. I don't quite understand. With my father's strength, he definitely has a chance of killing him. Lin Moyu chuckled, fighting and killing isn't the right thing to do here. He's lived for many years and has countless karmas. He has many friends, brothers, and relatives, and they all have achieved remarkable things. If I kill him, it will have bad consequences, and the consequences will spread. I'm not afraid of it, but it will be very troublesome. My enemy is not him. Too many causes and effects can easily lead to variables, so I want to turn bad consequences into good ones. Even if there are variables, they must be beneficial to myself. Xiaoping obviously didn't understand what Lin Moyu said and just kept nodding. Lin Moyu has been dealing with cause and effect for many years. Although he cannot fully understand cause and effect, he has already developed a deep understanding of cause and effect and knows some of the laws governing its operation. He is not afraid of cause and effect, but he also doesn't like troublesome cause and effect. Moreover, helping the Tianlang Patriarch this time was not entirely due to cause and effect. There were deeper reasons that he did not mention. He used the hand of the Heavenly Wolf ancestor to try out the effect of the Heavenly Chu Qi and see what the effect of the Heavenly Chu Qi was. If the effect is good, it can be used on other people. If the effect is not good, or if there is any danger, such as explosion and death, the serious patriarch will be the first to benefit. So strictly speaking, Lin Moyu was using the serious ancestor as a test subject, but he wouldn't say that. Now it seems that the Qi of Tianchu is quite effective and can be used by our own people. Xiaoshu and Han Dunzi have already used the Tianchu Qi, and the effect of his own Tianchu Qi has weakened a lot. Even if he wants to give it to them, he has to wait until they are fully recovered, otherwise they will be too weak to be replenished. Xiaoping can use it. Lin Moyu said to Xiaoping, back then, the Golden Winged Daping was a top-tier existence. His power was no less than that of a great venerable, and he had no boundaries. You have inherited the bloodline of the Golden Winged Rock, and it's entirely possible for you to reach the same level as he did back then. However, the rules of chaos have changed, and you will be constrained by the boundaries, making this path much more difficult. But I think using the Qi of the beginning of heaven might help you transcend the limitations of chaos and recreate the Golden Winged Rock of the past without any boundaries. But there are certain risks in absorbing the heavenly beginning Qi. Are you willing to do that? Before he finished speaking, Xiaoping nodded his head and said, of course I do. I'd love to. The blood of the Golden Winged Daping has influenced Xiaoping, and his thoughts are different from before. In the past, Xiaoping's efforts were all to break the blood curse planted by the Great Master. Later, he activated the bloodline of the Golden Winged Rock, and the curse was washed away. At first, he also thought about helping his own people activate their bloodlines and wash away the curse. But as time goes by, this method becomes weaker and weaker until it disappears. Xiaoping has changed his race. He is no longer a Chaos Lone Peng, but a Golden Winged Peng. Although the Chaos Lone Peng has the word lonely in its name, it is a race with a relatively large number of members. The members of the race are connected by blood, so they are not actually lonely. But the Golden Winged Rock is truly lonely. There has only ever been one, and there will only be one in the future. Xiaoping has changed from the depths of his soul, and in the future he will no longer want to help the Chaos Lone Peng clan lift the curse, unless it is very convenient, then he will do it. Now his biggest thought is to become stronger, especially after spending time with Xiaoshu and Han Dunzi recently. He knew how powerful they once were, and becoming as powerful as them became Xiaoping's biggest wish. When Lin Moyu said that he could use the energy of Tianchu to help him, Xiao Dai answered yes. Since Xiaoping agreed, Lin Moyu took out the Dui boat to replace Xiaoping, and at the same time took out a ray of Tianchu Qi. Xiaoping's realm is far inferior to that of the Tianlang ancestor. Even though he is an alien species in heaven and earth, his realm is not enough. If too much Tianchu Qi is given, not only will Xiaoping not be able to be helped, but there may be no danger. Lin Moyu decided to go one by one, ensuring safety first. Xiaoping naturally understood, and opened his mouth to inhale a wisp of Tianchu Qi. Tianchu Qi exploded in his body, and suddenly golden light shone brightly, illuminating the entire boat. There was even a little golden light that broke through the space and shone out from the Dui boat, forming a ball of golden glow in the chaos. The boat moved forward, leaving a long tail with golden light. After Xiaoping obtained the Qi of the beginning of heaven, the advantages of the alien species in heaven and earth began to show. His body expanded rapidly and was about to reach its limit. If it continued, he would explode. But at the last moment, new power will be activated in the blood, helping Xiaoping absorb the excess power and avoid the danger of explosion. Not only the body, but also the soul. Xiao Shu said, as expected of the golden winged rock's bloodline, its resilience is excellent. Hun Dunzi said, the golden winged Dapeng has absorbed the Qi of the beginning heaven before. His bloodline has a memory of it, so he should be fine. Xiao Shu also agreed with Hun Dunzi's words. As long as Xiaoping didn't absorb too much Tianchu Qi at one time, he could bear it. Moreover, according to the standards of ancient times, people were not divided by realm, but only by strength. As long as Xiaoping's bloodline continues to be activated, his strength will continue to rise, and eventually surpass perfection, reaching a level that can be compared with Dazun. Lin Moyu has a huge amount of Tianchu Qi in his hands, and as long as Xiaoping can eat it, it can be supplied in almost unlimited quantities. Under such circumstances, it is not impossible for Xiaoping to surpass the golden winged Dapeng of that year. Xiao Shu and Hun Dunzi now envy Xiaoping. If only they could recover quickly, they would get some of the primordial energy from the west. But they have no choice but to rely on time. After Lin Moyu made sure Xiaoping was okay, he put his consciousness into the storage space. He was unable to come up with a new name for the storage space. He had been using this name since he became a professional, and he had become accustomed to it. If the storage space really becomes another chaos in the future, it won't be too late to give it a name. A name is just a title, it's enough to know what it represents. In the storage space, wisps of the Qi of the beginning of heaven were floating. The Qi of the beginning of heaven came from the door opened by the key, and was still pouring out. The storage space is still getting bigger, and there seems to be no end to it. The Great Thousand World and the Science and Technology World are now staying in the storage space, and Lin Moyu has marked out an area where there is no Tianchu Qi. The Silver Rabbit Clan was also arranged by Lin Moyu into an independent space, where there was also no Tianchu Qi. The difference is that in the space where the Silver Rabbit is, one can see the Qi of the beginning of heaven and can also feel the Qi of the beginning of heaven, but cannot obtain it. The 4 elders of the Silver Rabbit Clan, as well as several guys who have reached the great perfection of the Chaos Realm, have been staring at the heavenly beginning Qi above their heads. They want it very much, but cannot get it. However, there was no greed in their eyes, only desire. Perhaps countless years of timidity and caution had made them forget the word greed. What others give is theirs. If others don't give it to them, they dare not ask for it. It was so before and it is so now. Lin Moyu's shadow appeared in the silver grassland and came directly to the 4 elders. Everything is done. The heavenly wolf ancestor will not come to you again. The 4 elders' eyes lit up, and joy appeared on their faces. Mr. Lin, are you saying that we are free? Please give me flowers. Lin Moyu shook his head. Not yet. You haven't done anything good for me yet. You can't be considered free yet. They remembered what Lin Moyu had said, that if they wanted freedom, they needed to do something for Lin Moyu first. Although they are timid, the Silver Rabbit clan is not stupid. They know very well that Lin Moyu can save them from the Heavenly Wolf ancestor, or he can kill them all. The elder lowered his posture and said, "Mr. Lin, please give your instructions." Lin Moyu said, "It's very simple. I have several realms. You can help me cultivate them, and I will provide the necessary materials." Cultivating realms is the ability of the Silver Rabbit. For them, there is no loss except for some hard work. It's just that they were used as tools before, and that feeling was very uncomfortable. Although they are now also being used as tools by Lin Moyu, the results are different. As long as they have finished their work as tools, Lin Moyu will give them an independent space and let them live freely without any restrictions. They don't have any big aspirations, so this is the most perfect result for them. The great elder said, "Please rest assured, Mr. Lin, the four of us old fellows will do our best to cultivate your realm and guarantee your satisfaction. The Silver Rabbits of different realms will have different realm weaknesses when cultivated. For four perfect elders like these, the realms cultivated by them personally are naturally the best. The only problem is that they only have 4 people, so the speed will be slower, but for the sake of quality, Lin Moyu can sacrifice some time." Lin Moyu nodded, "Okay, after you cultivate the realm, I will give you freedom and some Tianchu Qi." The 4 elders then realized that this was called the Qi of the beginning of heaven. They only felt that this Qi was very useful to them and was a rare treasure. The great elder asked, "I wonder how many realms Mr. Lin has that we need to cultivate." Lin Moyu said, 9 or 10, even if there are more, it won't be too much. The great elder nodded, this number was acceptable. At our rate, as long as we have enough materials, a realm can be cultivated to maturity in as little as 1,000 years, or as long as 10,000 years. Thousands to tens of thousands of years is already very short for a realm. As for maturity, that is a realm of thought. It means that this realm is sufficient to support a certain cultivator to reach perfection, that is, a mature realm. Lin Moyu said, "Maturity alone is not enough, I want a perfect realm, and I also want to compress the realm's power sword." Lin Moyu's words made the 4 elders fall into deep thought. They did not speak for a long time, and Lin Moyu did not disturb them. From their expressions, I could tell that what I said was not impossible. Lin Moyu had his own idea in mind. This idea germinated from the words of the wine master, and then began to take shape after the abnormality occurred in the storage space. At that time, his idea changed from a ridiculous idea to a possible reality. Until now, when he discovered the Silver Rabbit clan, Lin Moyu realized that his wish might come true. Therefore, he must obtain the Silver Light clan and take the entire clan away instead of turning them into resurrected people. Only in this way can his idea be realized. At least the possibility of realization will be greatly increased. To this end, he could kill the ancestor of the Heavenly Wolf, and in the worst case, he could even turn against the Great Star Power. This idea of 800 is to compress the power of the realm. At that time, Master Jiao said that if one wanted to become a great master, the first basic condition was to compress the perfect realm calendar by 5 times. 2 of the conditions are the perfect realm, and this alone has trapped many perfections. The second condition, compressing it 5 times, is even more difficult. A top existence like Jiao Zun, who was second only to the Great Zun and the Quasi-Great Zun, only compressed it 4 times after improving the realm to perfection. According to him, his foundation is not strong enough. He only raised his realm to perfection after reaching perfection. It was for this reason that his realm reached its limit after being compressed 4 times. At the same time, this is also related to the fact that he only sublimated 4 times when he was promoted to the Chaos Realm. No matter which one, it blocked his path to becoming a Great Venerable, and he could only strive to become a Quasi-Great Venerable. Lin Moyu has been sublimated 10 times, which has laid a foundation for him. Moreover, he himself possesses multiple realms. As long as he can cultivate the realms to a perfect state before the promotion is complete, several realms will be integrated into one, naturally forming a multi-compressed realm force, which is enough for Lin Moyu to impact the position of Tianzuan. But being a great venerable is not what Lin Moyu wants. Being a great venerable is far from enough. If it is only for the great lord, what is the meaning of his 10 sublimations? The great lord of natural disasters ascended 9 times and became the top great lord, but he fell in the end. I must break through the realm of the great lord of natural disasters. Only then will I have a chance of winning. There are 5 worlds: the universe, the science and technology world, the spiritual world, the 4th world, the 3rd world, the 2nd world, the 1st world, and the land of the sky, totaling 9 worlds. But he still needed a boundary. Finding a boundary was not difficult. Moyu believed that he could find it. Compared to finding a new realm, cultivating a realm is the more troublesome thing. Fortunately, we now have the Silver Rabbit clan. Cultivate the realm to perfection, and then before fusion, compress the power of the realm once or multiple times to make the power of the realm stronger. Then, these realms will be integrated, and then it will not be as simple as just compressing them several times. The 2 compressed perfect domains merged with each other. As long as it succeeded, even if the compression was not 4 times, it would be at least 3 times. So if there are 10 such realms merging with each other, it is not impossible to eventually reach a perfect realm that is equivalent to being compressed 20 times. Combined with his 10 sublimations, Lin Moyu believed that he would be able to break through the Great Venerable realm, surpass the former Great Venerable of natural disasters, and reach another realm. Even if I can't compare with the Tao by then, the difference won't be too big. With the Scepter of Natural Disaster, I will have a much greater chance of killing him. After a while, the 4 elders finally stopped thinking. During the process, they kept communicating with their eyes, as if they were discussing something. The elder slowly said, "What Mr. Lin wants to do is very difficult. If we only want to cultivate the realm to perfection, it is not impossible if we can find some rare materials. The 4 of us have done it together before. But if we want to double the power of a perfect realm, the strength of the 4 of us is not enough." Lin Moyu raised his eyebrows slightly. "It's not enough, but it's not impossible. If you have any requirements, please let me know. If you have any conditions, please feel free to ask. I'll find a way to make it happen." The great elder said, "Once, the heavenly wolf ancestor asked us to help someone cultivate their realm. After the realm was cultivated to perfection, he also asked us to compress the power of the realm. The 4 of us tried, but we found ourselves powerless and ultimately failed. Fortunately, the heavenly wolf ancestor didn't punish us that time. In fact, we do have the ability to compress the power of the realm, but the perfect realm is too strong, and the 4 of us are not enough. If we could have 4 more people, the probability of success would be over 50%. Of course, it also requires some extremely rare materials, which are very difficult to find." Lin Moyu asked, "4 people are definitely going to fail, 8 people have a 50% chance of failure, what about 16 people? It's not that it's impossible, but it's not enough for the 4 of them alone. If there are more people, we will be more confident." The 4 elders discussed again. They communicated with each other in their own way, which Lin Moyu could not understand at all. After a moment, the great elder replied, "We've roughly estimated that with 8 people, we have 50% chance, with 12, we have 70%, and with 16, we have 80%. 80% is already the limit, any more people will be useless. Although it's not 100%, 80% is enough. And if it doesn't work once, try again a second time, a third time, and hope it succeeds. It's nothing more than a waste of materials if it fails. You can find them again if the materials are gone. If it succeeds, the benefits to you will be immeasurable. The problem now is to allow the Silver Rabbit clan to have more members who have reached the perfect Chaos realm. Only the Silver Rabbit who has reached the perfection of the Chaos realm can cultivate the realm to perfection like the 4 elders and then compress the realm's history." Lin Moyu threw 4 jade tablets to the 4 elders. "Write down your cultivation methods in detail. The more detailed, the better. I will try to help your people improve their realm and achieve the Chaos realm perfection as much as possible." "Ah!" The 4 elders took the jade token and looked at Lin Moyu in surprise. There was an incredible light flashing in the 4 pairs of big rabbit's eyes, and they seemed a little cute. Lin Moyu asked, "Why, you don't believe me?" The great elder quickly shook his head. No, it's not that we don't trust Mr. Lin, it's just that to reach perfection, we need a realm, and once we find that realm, we still need to cultivate. Lin Moyu interrupted him, "Don't worry about that. Just do as I say. I have a plan." Now, the 4 big rabbits can only choose to believe Lin 3.7's silent words. They didn't know what methods Lin Moyu had, but Lin Moyu's methods seemed magical, and this place was also magical. The 4 of them recorded all the information about the Silver Rabbit clan's cultivation methods and bloodline techniques in detail on the Jade token. Lin Moyu put away the Jade token. "I'll find a way. Now you should cultivate my 2 realms first." Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of thunder came in. Someone was attacking the Dewey boat with such great force that the boat was shaking continuously and flying around in the chaos. The 4 elders were a little panicked. What happened? Lin Moyu shook his head. "It's okay, don't worry about it. I'm opening a passage to those 2 realms right now. I've left the materials at the other end of the passage. My clone is also there. You should train them well. If you have any questions, contact me directly." The Dewey boat was under continuous attack. The Dewey boat was incredibly strong, and although it was knocked everywhere, it was actually not damaged at all. Lin Moyu was not in a hurry at all. This kind of thing had happened too many times in the ancient wasteland road, and he was used to it. He could even infer the opponent's strength from his attack. This is a top Chaos Realm perfect master, even stronger than the previous Sirius ancestor. In the storage space, Lin Moyu opened up the passage from the silver-green grassland to the Great Thousand World and the Science and Technology World, and took out all the materials and magic weapons he currently had. Materials and magic weapons were piled up into a mountain, big and small, regardless of level, all were here. Part of it was given by the Central Domain Divine Alliance to repair the cross-domain formation, and he only used a small part of it. Some of the property came from those they slaughtered on the road, and they became their spoils. There are also some that were collected in the past. Their levels are not high and they are not even at the Chaos Realm, but they can still be used. Lin Moyu almost emptied out the inventory and let Silver Rabbit use it first, and then he would go back to practice it. The 4 elders immediately began to work. They passed through the passage, arrived at the 26th world of the universe, and began to use magic. Their magic was very strange. It seemed that there was no movement, but a breeze continued to grow in every corner of the realm. The breeze passed through the entire realm silently, and the realm began to grow stronger at a steady rate. At the same time, the materials prepared by Lin Moyu were slowly decomposing. No matter what kind of material the magic weapon is made of, it seems that it cannot withstand this magic. Even if the material is of a very high level, it will only decompose more slowly. It's amazing. Lin Moyu muttered to himself. He could tell at a glance that this technique, in addition to strengthening the realm, was actually extremely powerful. It would be scary to think that if you use a magic weapon that can destroy people in battle and it breaks down in the middle of the fight, it would be scary to think about it. Feeling the boundary gradually strengthening, Lin Moyu exited the storage space. His will spread out from the boat and he saw the guy who attacked him. He is indeed a top-level Chaos Realm Master. I have never seen him before, so why would he attack me for no reason? And there was more than one person outside. Starting from the Eye of the Undead, there were indeed 2 balls of soul flames burning in the distance. They were all top-notch perfect masters. What are the 3 top-notch masters planning? What is there about me that is worthy of them doing so? Lin Moyu thought about it and found that there was only one possibility, that is, he helped the Tianlang Patriarch to be promoted to the Quasi-Grand Venerable, and they knew about it. They probably thought they had the means to help others advance to the Quasi-Grand Master position, so they came to ask for it. Normally, they should have discussed it carefully. Why did they just start fighting? Is there another reason? Accustomed to planning before taking action, Lin Moyu has to think about various possibilities and then come up with ways to deal with them. It is very unreasonable for 3 top-level masters to attack him directly. Even if they want him to do something for them, it is impossible for them to do it directly. There must be another reason behind it. At this time, Xiao Shu suddenly said, "Master, someone is interfering with the time control." Although the little tree's soul is not as sharp as his own, the little tree controls the power of time and space, and its perception of time and space is better than his own. Now that Xiao Shu senses that someone is interfering with time and space, there is no doubt about it. In the eyes of the undead, 3 soul flames danced in an orderly manner, without any connection with time and space. Then there is a 4th person. The 4th person is hiding in another time and space, avoiding the detection of the eye of the undead and also escaping his own perception. Lin Moyu asked, "What did he do to time and space?" Xiao Shu shook his head. "I don't know, he hid it very well, I couldn't sense him." Lin Moyu said, "Force him out." The little tree nodded, and its roots stretched out wildly, breaking the boundary between reality and illusion and exploring into time and space. It is not an easy task for Xiao Shu to search for the other party's whereabouts in layers of time and space. There are countless layers of time and space, and even Xiao Shu is not completely sure. Relying on his mastery of time and space, the little tree pierces time and space again and again, traveling back and forth between various time nodes. A large crack appeared in the void. The attack of the small tree affected time and space, and mapped different time nodes into the present time point. No matter how many layers of time and space there are, they will eventually be reflected at the present time node. Everything that happens in time and space will eventually erupt in the present reality. After a moment, Xiao Shu suddenly shouted, "Found it!" The roots of the tree became even more crazy, a huge aura emanated from it, and the roots turned into long whips and lashed out. A large number of illusory whip shadows appeared in reality. Time and space were constantly broken, and reflected in the real ministers. Boom! The space collapsed, and a figure emerged from the broken virtual space. The huge and cold soul flame came into view, and Lin Moyu frowned suddenly. "Only the great honored one." The next moment he shook his head. "No, it's not a quasi-grand venerable, it's a little weaker than a quasi-grand venerable. This guy's soul flame is very strange. It is weaker than that of a quasi-great master, but stronger than that of a perfect Chaos Realm master. Moreover, from the moment he appeared, he naturally exuded an aura that surpassed the Chaos Realm. He must have failed in his attempt to reach the quasi-grand venerable realm, and is now stuck in an awkward position between the Chaos Realm and the quasi-grand venerable realm. It seems his soul is a bit damaged. It should be difficult for him to attack the Quasi-Grand Master again, but he is obviously stronger than the Chaos Realm. Ever since he appeared, Lin Moyu had already understood what was going on. The reason why the 3 powerful masters attacked him directly was probably because of his orders. This guy who failed in his attempt to become a Quasi-Grand Master must have seen that he helped the Tianlang Patriarch become a Quasi-Grand Master, so he started to make his own plans. But normally, he should have discussed it with me in a friendly manner and paid some price. Maybe I could help him. But he chose to attack me, openly robbing me, regardless of whether he could succeed or not. This was completely contrary to common sense. 647 If the other party was a quasi-great lord who looked down on me, after seeing the promotion of the Heavenly Wolf Patriarch, he shouldn't have made such a choice. The whole thing was strange. The little tree continued to break through time and space, attacking again and again, and finally forced him out completely. When he descended into the world, a roar resounded through the void. His body grew rapidly and quickly turned into a giant snake 1,000,000 miles long. But in the next second, his figure continued to shrink, shrinking 100 times, until only 5 miles remained. But then he continued to grow bigger, this time becoming more than 1,000,000 miles. His body kept expanding and shrinking, and he couldn't stabilize at all. The soul flame also swayed continuously. The opponent obviously wanted to control his body, but he couldn't do it. Xiao Shu said, "There's something wrong with his body. Once he leaves time and space, he'll become difficult to control." Lin Moyu smiled and said, it should be the sequelae of his failure in his attempt to become a quasi-great venerable. He can't stay in normal time and space, and can only shuttle between different time and space. Xiao Shu hummed, that should be the case. He exudes the power of time and space, so he must have a talent for time and space. Lin Moyu's voice rang out from the Dewey boat, Senior, are you really going to fight me? The big snake roared, time and space cage. A large number of scales on his body shattered, and in an instant, time and space became chaotic. Feng Di and Tongzhou were dragged into another time and space. The boat of salvation disappeared from the present world and entered another time and space. This layer of time and space was created by the giant snake, and even a small tree would find it difficult to break it in a short time. Lin Moyu did not let Xiao Shu take action. After all, with the Dewey boat there, even if a quasi-grand master took action, it would be difficult to hurt him, not to mention this guy who failed to break through to the quasi-grand master level. His soul must have been affected in some way, and he can't control his Dao heart. Lin Moyu was thinking in his heart, he saw madness in the eyes of the big snake just now, which was very abnormal. The creatures in the Western extremes are influenced by the Western extremes environment and are generally calm in nature. People like the Sirius Patriarch have a very bad temper, but they won't go crazy. As long as they calm down, they will be calm. But this big snake is obviously not like that. His eyes were filled with madness, rationality should still be there, but it was easily suppressed by madness. Especially in the real space, he will become even crazier. The big snake appeared in the space-time cage, and Lin Moyu saw him again. Here, influenced by the power of time and space, the madness in his eyes subsided and his body shape finally remained stable. All these changes confirmed Lin Moyu's guess. After the big snake appeared, 3 powerful and perfect men also appeared. Lin Moyu immediately felt something was wrong. The 3 powerful masters had no spirit in their eyes, as if they had lost their souls. Are they being controlled? Or maybe they are abnormal. Lin Moyu felt that something was getting increasingly amiss, so he didn't leave the boat, but instead observed calmly. This big snake feels very dangerous to me, so it's better not to have direct contact with it. Kill! With a roar, the 3 powerful masters attacked at the same time, bombarding the Dewey boat. Fortunately, the Dewey boat was strong enough and remained unharmed despite their attacks. The more they attacked, the more Lin Moyu felt something was wrong. The strength of these 3 perfect masters was stronger than the former heavenly wolf ancestor, but their eyes were dull, which was not what a perfect master should look like at all. But looking at the soul, I couldn't see anything wrong. Lin Moyu said, there must be something wrong with these 3 guys. Xiao Shu also confirmed Lin Moyu's words, there must be a problem, something is wrong. Master, please don't go out. I feel that big snake is very dangerous. Hun Dunzi suddenly shouted, I think I know what this guy is. Lin Moyu said, tell me about it. The little tree also asked, what do you know? Hun Dunzi said, do you still remember that in our time, there was a guy called the 3-headed python? Xiao Shu nodded. He seems to have died a long time ago. Hun Dunzi said, he is dead, yes, but not completely dead. His left and right heads possess the abilities of time and space, and soul control, respectively, but no one knows what abilities his 3rd head possesses. Later I heard that his 3rd head was used for his reincarnation. Xiao Shu said, are you suspecting that this giant snake is his reincarnation after his death? But there is only one now. Hun Dunzi said, not only can he dissolve his weapons and reincarnate, he can also transfer all the abilities of the other 2 heads into the 3rd head and bring them to his reincarnated body. Xiao Shu said, it is possible. If that is the case, there is a way to verify your speculation. Let Yi Yanyan take action and force him to see if he has a domain. What Hun Dunzi said was just speculation after all, but there is a way to verify it. If this giant snake is really the reincarnation of the 3-headed python, carrying ancient blood and absorbing the energy of the beginning of the world, it is not restricted by the rules of chaos. If he didn't have a realm, but possessed the current level of combat power, it could be determined that he was the reincarnation of the 3-headed python. Hun Dunzi's tone suddenly changed. If he really is the reincarnation of the three-headed python, then we can have a good meal. Xiao Shu said, not only can we have a good meal, but the master can also get a strong fighter. If it is really a three-headed python, then there is no boundary that can turn it into a living being. A powerful fighter who is infinitely close to being a quasi-great master, and possesses two abnormal abilities, time and space and soul control, and has no restrictions in the chaos and can attack at will. Lin Moyu can play another trump card, at least many things will become easier to handle. Yi Yanyan flew out of the Dewey boat, and the pressure of the quasi-great venerable swept out, turning into a fist that pushed back the three powerful men. Yi Yanyan transformed into a fire dragon and rushed towards the big snake. He only used 40% of his strength. In the chaos, Yi Yanyan was limited and it was impossible for him to use his full strength. But 40% of the strength is enough. The big snake roared angrily, with a sharp gleam in its eyes. Yi Yanyan's body trembled slightly, and then he was not affected. Xiao Shu whispered, soul control. Hun Dunzi shouted excitedly, it's most likely this guy. Just now, several people felt a strong soul fluctuation. The big snake tried to control Yi Yanyan's soul. But Yi Yanyan is now Lin Moyu's resurrection, and his soul is controlled by Lin Moyu and is not affected at all. The big snake's soul control failed, the power of time and space surged, and the time and space in front of it shattered, trying to drag Yi Yanyan in. Yi Yanyan controlled the fire dragon and roared over, but it was shattered by the snake's power of time and space. Both abilities were ineffective, the big snake roared, and its tail swept across. At the same time, the scales on his body glowed, and a shadow appeared behind him. It was not a realm, but a three-headed python. It's him, it's really him. Hun Dunzi shouted even more excitedly, looking at his saliva while shouting, as if he saw something delicious. Xiao Shu said, I wonder if this guy's core has reincarnated along with him. If so, that would be great. The core of the three-headed python contains his talent, and the time and space talent among them just matches the little tree. If the little tree can get it, its own time and space power can be further enhanced. The power of time and space is just a general term. Time and space can produce countless combinations. The power of time and space of the small tree is not omnipotent. It can complement the power of time and space of the three-headed python. Lin Moyu had once manipulated the power of time and space in the big world and was very familiar with it, but whether he had a core or not depended on luck. There was a glimmer of anticipation in Xiao Shu's eyes, and it was obvious that he was very interested in the core of the three-headed python. The three-headed python roared towards the sky, and its huge tail swept over and turned into countless afterimages, and Yi Yanyan was swept away. But at the same time, the three-headed python's shadow shattered and was also blown away on the spot. Yi Yanyan, who only used 40% of his strength, could only be evenly matched with the three-headed python. But it was enough. To get Zhao Hao, Lin Moyu moved his mind and gave Yi Yanyan new instructions. Kill the three Chaos Realm Perfection cultivators and ignore the three-headed python. Yi Yanyan steadied his body, turned around and rushed towards the three powerful masters with flames. With Yi Yanyan's ability, it is not difficult to kill perfect strongmen, even if they are top perfect rope users. Unless they escape now, they won't be able to hold out for long. Under the control of the three-headed python, the three would not escape at all, but would instead confront Yi Yanyan head-on. As a result, they were suppressed immediately. Even if the three of them worked together, they could only use one more layer of webbed hands on Yi Yanyan. The three-headed python did not intervene, but instead targeted the Dewey boat. Hun Dunzi laughed and said, this guy's brain isn't working very well. Lin Moyu laughed and said, it really doesn't work very well. How could the Dewey boat be destroyed so easily? The three-headed python's choice was not correct. Infinite spacetime power surged from the spacetime cage, strangling the Dewey boat. The Dewey boat creaked, as if it was about to disintegrate. The strangulation of the power of time and space was extremely terrifying. The boat was sent into different time and space, and the boat body was affected by different time and space, as if it was about to disintegrate. If it were an ordinary Chaos Realm perfection, facing the stranglehold of such a terrifying force of time and space, the body and soul would have long been shattered. However, the boat seemed to be about to fall apart at any moment, but it stood there stubbornly and refused to break. The next moment, the roots of the small tree surged out crazily, carrying the power of time and space and turning into a long whip to lash out. At the same time, a piece of Chaos Divine soil the size of a fingernail flew out, and a clone of the small tree appeared on the Chaos Divine soil, quickly growing bigger and stronger. The little tree used its clone to fight against the three-headed python. Although the little tree was still far inferior to the little three-headed python, just harassing it was enough. He had two purposes. One was to prevent the three-headed python from attacking the Dewey boat with all its strength, and at the same time to create an opportunity for Lin Moyu. The second is to use the power of the clone to lock the three-headed python, and pass this lock to Lin Moyu, which is equivalent to Lin Moyu completing the lock. But Xiaoshu still underestimated the fighting power of the three-headed python. As soon as his clone appeared, the three-headed python's eyes flashed, and Xiaoshu's clone did not move at all. Not only did it remain motionless, the clone turned around and began to attack the Dewey boat. The little monster screamed and immediately withdrew his clone, while taking back the Chaos Divine land. He was still terrified. This guy's soul-controlling ability is so terrifying. Seeing Xiaoshu's defeat, Hun Dunzi smiled brightly. His soul-controlling ability was famous back then. Most people couldn't resist it. If he hadn't encountered that guy, he wouldn't have died so quickly. Xiaoshu shook his head. He died in the ancient wilderness that year. I don't know who killed him. Hun Dunzi glanced at Xiaopeng and said, "That's the guy." Xiaopeng stared blankly at the two ancient gods, his face full of confusion. "I killed them." Hun Dunzi said, "Of course it wasn't you, it was the golden-winged Dapeng." The golden-winged Dapeng was so fast that the three-headed python didn't even have time to use its soul control before its head was cut off. Xiaoshu nodded. That's true. The golden-winged rock's speed surpasses most spatial talents, making it truly difficult to resist. But what should I do now? My clone can't get out. Hun Dunzi looked at Xiaopeng and asked, "Why don't we let him try?" Xiaopeng immediately shook his head. "She's still young, she can't do that. He is still at the peak of the Chaos Realm. After absorbing the chi of the beginning of heaven, his strength began to grow stronger and he is advancing towards the perfection of the Chaos Realm. But he still needs time. Maybe he can be stronger than the three-headed python in the future, but it is far from enough now." Hun Dunzi said, "How can you know if you don't try?" Xiaopeng said repeatedly, "No, no, absolutely not." Hun Dunzi sighed, "What can we do then?" If Yi Yanyan could use his full strength, he would naturally be able to suppress the three-headed python, but unfortunately he couldn't use his full strength. Using 40% of his strength to fight against the reincarnation of the three-headed python, he could only end up in a draw at best. If the fight dragged on for a longer time, he would probably lose. Lin Moyu said, "Let me do it." Xiaoshu immediately denied it. His soul-controlling ability is too strong. Although the master's soul is strong, but... He wanted to say that Lin Moyu couldn't resist the three-headed python's soul control, but he didn't know how to say it directly. Lin Moyu said, "Don't worry, I have a way." He didn't know how powerful the three-headed python's soul control was, so of course he couldn't take the risk. He could use the Seeking Ring to avoid the three-headed python's soul control, but there was another way. The Scourge Scepter appeared in his hand. "I haven't used you for a long time. Please don't let me down." The Scourge Scepter has all 5 gems, and each gem has its own use. After entering Chaos, Lin Moyu has rarely used the Scourge Scepter. Although the Scourge Scepter possesses the 5th level of power and will not be discovered by the Tao, it is still better to be careful. Moreover, Lin Moyu doesn't want to rely too much on external things, but this time, he can give it a small try. He didn't want to use the Scourge Scepter to kill the three-headed python, he only wanted to use the Soul Gem on it. Soul power poured into the Scourge Scepter, and the Soul Gem was activated, covering Lin Moyu's soul with a layer of khaki light, like armor. Lin Moyu did not act immediately. He was waiting for Yi Yanyan to kill the three guys who had reached the perfection of the Chaos Realm. The Dewey boat was not damaged by the three-headed python's stranglehold on time and space, so Lin Moyu was not in a hurry at all. Kill, kill, kill. The three-headed python roared continuously. He couldn't take down Lin Moyu, and he couldn't help but fall into madness. His temper became more and more violent, and it seemed that even his rationality was about to disappear. Lin Moyu waited patiently. Half an hour later, in Yi Yanyan's flames, the three Chaos Realm Perfection Masters were finally killed. They were possessed by souls, and there was no escape even to the dead. The powerful and accomplished one died, the realm collapsed, and countless lives suffered great disasters. The huge cause and effect was divided into three parts, and the largest part fell on the three-headed python. After all, these three perfect strong men were controlled by him, so he was naturally the culprit. The remaining part was borne by Lin Moyu, who also possessed a realm. With the power of faith of countless creatures in the realm, he blocked almost all the causes and effects. This is the benefit of having boundaries. The power of belief has a wide range of uses, and the more the better. Lin Moyu possesses multiple realms, and the power of faith is ridiculously abundant. After Yi Yanyan dealt with the three powerful masters, he turned around and killed the three-headed python. The three-headed python's soul-controlling ability is ineffective against Yi Yanyan, and the power of time and space can only fight Yi Yanyan on equal terms. After Yi Yanyan took action, Lin Moyu also rushed out of the Dewey boat. He transformed into a giant and used the boxing skills of the power Heavenly Lord to kill with one punch after another. The three-headed python looked over with a gleam in its eyes. The yellow light above Lin Moyu's soul flickered continuously, blocking the sand python's soul-controlling technique for Lin Moyu. The Scourge Scepter had never disappointed Lin Moyu before, and this time was no exception. Sublimation. Lin Moyu's realm has been elevated to the Chaos Realm, and his physical strength has become even stronger. It also carries with it the Soul Experience Zone. The space-time cage trembled continuously under Lin Moyu's fist, as if it would break at any time. Lin Moyu's punching power has reached the peak of Chaos Realm perfection, which is enough to cause damage to the three-headed python. With the combined efforts of Yi Yanyan, the three-headed python was suppressed tightly, and the scales on its body kept breaking. If this continues, it won't be long before the three-headed python is defeated. The three-headed python roared incessantly, its tail sweeping across like a whip, sweeping Lin Moyu and Yi Yanyan away again and again, but it was unable to get rid of them. After all, he's not a quasi-grand master, and hasn't completely escaped the Chaos Realm. Lin Moyu hit even harder with a bit of disdain. The feeling of punching flesh is so great, with one punch, scales shattered and flesh and blood flew everywhere. He took every drop of blood and flesh directly. This is a good thing and should not be wasted. A shadow appeared behind the three-headed python again, and the shadow solidified. At this moment, it seemed as if the three-headed python from ancient times was resurrected. The power of time and space instantly became much stronger. Yi Yanyan was blasted back by the power of time and space, and a large number of wounds appeared on his body. The giant transformed by Lin Moyu was crushed on the spot, and Lin Moyu was blown away for thousands of miles with a muffled groan. At the same time, Xiao Shu's voice rang out, "Master, be careful. He has awakened his ancient bloodline and is ready to fight to the death." Lin Moyu snorted coldly, "He doesn't stand a chance." With a flick of his finger, the bodies of the three perfect striders killed by Gang Yanyan turned into powder at the same time. Boom, boom, boom. Three violent explosions blew the three-headed python back to its original form. What ancient bloodline? Go play with it. No matter what ancient bloodline you have, just blow it up. As long as the power is enough, nothing can be destroyed. If he could use the corpse of the Tao as material, Lin Moyu felt that he could blow up the entire chaos. The sound of the explosion was mixed with screams, and the reincarnation of the three-headed python was blown to pieces. The summoning of the ancient bloodline was interrupted, and a broken snake was dying. The explosion of a corpse not only blew up the body, but also the soul. Yi Yanyan continued to take action after the explosion to send him off for the last time. The three-headed python struggled to escape, but the space-time cage could no longer hold and quickly shattered into pieces, returning to the real world. In the present world, the three-headed python's body began to change again, and his soul fell into madness at the same time. He let out a final roar, and Lin Moyu took out the soul-breaking needle, which flashed and pierced into his soul. The power of the soul-breaking needle is limited and can only hurt him. It is useless at ordinary times, but now it can become the final blow that crushes him to death. The fire of burning the world flew out one after another and landed on his soul. Lin Moyu was afraid that he would not die, so he kept increasing the pressure. At the same time, undead servants appeared in the void and surrounded him. The roots of the small tree were even more entangled, and the space-time tsunami was rolled up, completely cutting off his last possibility of escape. The wailing sound became weaker and weaker until it disappeared completely. The three-headed python, which was reincarnated from an ancient weapon, finally died completely. He was unable to reach the peak he once was, and was unable to stand on top of the world again. In fact, Lin Moyu knew very well that it was impossible for him to return to the top. Once he returned to the top, the first one to find him would be the Tao, and he would die just the same. Almost all the top powerful people in ancient times were enemies of Tao. Lin Moyu moved his mind, and the undead servants rushed forward and began to dismember the body. The huge corpse was decomposed, and soon a core flashing with blue light was found. The little tree exclaimed excitedly, "There really is a core." Hun Dunzi snorted, "He must have reincarnated with his core, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to recover to this level." Lin Moyu handed the core to the little tree and said, "You absorb it." Xiao Shu said, "I only want the time and space talent inside. The soul control talent is a bit wasted." Lin Moyu shook his head, "It won't be wasted. I will turn him into a resurrected one. This core can still be used. Although he will no longer have the talent for time and space, his talent for controlling souls is enough. You can eat the extra flesh and blood if you want, but just leave some for me." Hun Dunzi shouted excitedly and immediately began to devour the flesh and blood, while at the same time flattering Lin Moyu, "Master is the most generous, Master is so kind." The little tree also devoured some flesh and blood, but not much. What was more important to him was the core. Yi Yanyan handed 3 storage rings to Lin Moyu. They were the property left by 3 perfect masters. Lin Moyu took out all the materials inside and threw them into the storage space, and gave them to the Silver Rabbit clan to use to strengthen their own realm. There are many top-notch materials in the legacy of the most powerful person, but unfortunately the quantity is not too large. A strong person like this would place most of the not-too-precious materials in the realm instead of in the storage ring. The realm fell apart and these materials disappeared. Sometimes, the benefits of killing them are not as good as killing some veteran Chaos Realm Masters. The three-headed python's reincarnation was too big, so Hun Dunzi only ate half of it and felt that it was enough. Eating too much of the same thing was useless to him. He mainly used it to enrich and improve his inner world. What is needed is the power of the Tao and the flesh and blood. The way he wanted was different from the little trees, so there was no conflict between the two. The little tree also absorbed the time and space talents in the core and integrated them into its own talents, making its time and space power even stronger. According to Xiao Shu, the power of time and space he was good at before was to pierce time and space. But the power of time and space mastered by the three-headed python was to open up an independent space of its own in time and space, and use the power of time and space to strangle the opponent. Now, he will also have the ability to strangle time and space, and his combat power will be greatly improved. Lin Moyu swung out the immortal flame, which fell on the remaining flesh and blood ministers. The void was shaking, the flesh and blood were slowly reorganizing, and the soul began to be reborn. He has no realm, and is not yet a quasi-great master, but Lin Moyu feels that he should be able to succeed. Yi Yanyan was on guard at the side, and the clean water was also ready, so if there were any problems, they could be solved at any time. The immortal flame burned continuously, perhaps because the three-headed python was too strong and its reorganization speed was very slow. But Lin Moyu was not in a hurry. He had the experience of resurrecting Yi Yanyan before, and he knew that there was no rush. Gradually, the outline of the three-headed python appeared in the immortal flame, his body gradually recovered, and then his soul began to reunite. Until now, no accidents have occurred. Lin Moyu felt his soul begin to gather again little by little, growing stronger until it returned to its peak of perfection. At this moment, the soul stopped and no longer continued to grow stronger. "Please give me flowers." The undying flame automatically extinguished and returned to Lin Moyu's hands, indicating that the rebirth was over. The reborn three-headed python crawled in front of Lin Moyu, its huge body over 1,000,000 miles in size hovering in the void. Lin Moyu stood in front of him, like dust. Lin Moyu felt his changes. After becoming a resurrected three-headed python, he did not have the idea of resisting like Yi Yanyan. His realm remained at the peak of perfection, and he did not surpass the Chaos Realm and approach the Quasi-Great Venerable like before his death. That is a non-existent realm and should not appear. Lin Moyu asked, "What's your name? What happened to your soul realm before? Why did you attack me?" The three-headed python whispered, "My name is the Time and Space Soul Python, before." He described his situation in detail. Many years ago, he tried to break through to the Quasi-Great Master, but he failed at the last moment. 0. It wasn't that he couldn't reach the Quasi-Grand Master level, but at that moment he suddenly had a feeling telling him that if he succeeded, he would die. The space-time soul python chose to trust its own feelings and gave up at the last moment. But at that time, there were also sequelae left, and it was impossible to return to the real time and space. Once he came back, his soul would be affected, and he would not be able to control his body, and his body would even explode. Only by entering various layers of time and space and relying on the power of time and space to suppress the sequelae can the balance of the body be maintained. At the same time, his soul was affected, becoming extremely irritable and almost irrational. He no longer thought and could only use the simplest methods to solve problems. The souls of 3 powerful masters were controlled by him and became his slaves, but he could only control 3. His soul-controlling ability was not as terrifying as others thought. This time, the ancestor Tianlang successfully advanced to the Quasi-Grand Master, and he happened to sense it. He saw Lin Moyu through time and space, and his soul instinctively told him that Lin Moyu could solve his sequelae. But because he couldn't think clearly, he had been accustomed to thinking for many years that as long as he controlled Lin Moyu, he could make him do anything for him. In this situation, he commanded 3 servants to attack Lin Moyu. After listening to his story, Lin Moyu felt a bit amused and helpless. It felt like this was fate that had come to him. However, after becoming a resurrected being, he did solve the problem of the sequelae, and his soul instinct did not deceive him. And he also gained a good fighter, at least comparable to the top perfect masters. The first order Lin Moyu gave to the newly resurrected person was to hand over all his wealth. As the reincarnation of the three-headed python, he actually lived for countless years, from being ignorant at the beginning to being incredibly powerful later. In the process, he had smooth sailing and gained a huge amount of wealth, which now all became Lin Moyu's property. The Spacetime Soul Python can no longer be called the Spacetime Soul Python. The original spacetime talent in its core has been absorbed by the small tree. Even if it becomes a collector, there is no way to regenerate the core. According to Xiaoshu, the core is a very special thing and is not innate, so once consumed, it cannot be regenerated. The core of the three-headed python originally had 3 abilities: time and space, soul control, and reincarnation. Later he was killed by the golden-winged Dapeng, and his ability of reincarnation was activated, saving his life, but this ability was no longer in his core. Now the energy of time and space has also been sucked away, leaving only soul control, and his combat power has been greatly weakened by 68-3. In Lin Moyu's opinion, after the three-headed python was reincarnated, only one was left, and its core only had 1 ability. Perhaps this was fate. He doesn't believe in fate, but he believes in the existence of destiny. Fate is a kind of rule. Everything in the universe, from the ancient chaos to the wilderness, from the top powerful beings to the smallest sand and gravel, will be affected by this rule. Even the Tao is no exception. But intelligent creatures can influence or even change it through their own efforts. This is defying fate and changing destiny. The same is true for Lin Moyu. He knows that as long as he is strong enough, he will eventually be able to override the rules. At that time, you will be the rules and the destiny of heaven and earth. A lot of materials were obtained from the Spacetime Soul Python, some of which were of very high quality, enough for the 4 elders of the Silver Rabbit clan to use for a period of time. They are cultivating the universe, and the 4 of them are working together to advance the universe towards the realm of perfection. To cultivate a perfect realm, any Silver Rabbit that has reached the perfection of the Chaos realm can do it. The more people there are, the faster it is. The fewer people there are, the slower it is. But if you want to do what Lin Moyu wants, compress the power of the realm, then you need a certain amount. Return to the Dewey boat and continue heading towards the central region. After a few more days of flying, you will reach the first teleportation array, and the speed will be much faster then. Lin Moyu is going to find the cross-domain formation between the western extremes and the central region, use the cross-domain formation to return to the central region, and before that, take control of the cross-domain formation into his own hands. All the 12 formations laid out by the Great Lord of Natural Disasters need to be controlled in order to be effective at the final moment. None of them can be missing. Xiaoping continued to absorb and refine the Tianchu Qi, and Lin Moyu supplied him with it in strands. In a short period of time, Xiaoping's strength had improved a lot. The Qi of the beginning of heaven activates the ancient bloodline of the golden-winged Daping, allowing Xiaoping to skip the restrictions of the realm and reach perfection in his combat power without relying on the realm, and finally surpass perfection. However, Xiaoping was also afraid that he could not reach his former peak in the chaos, otherwise the Tao would come and kill him. He wanted to go to the ancient wilderness, away from chaos. Only there could he return to his peak. Even after recovering to his peak, he cannot return to chaos, as he will surely die if he returns. Not only Xiaoping, Xiaoshu and Hun Dunzi also faced the same situation. Before, Lin Moyu had no idea how to solve this problem. Relying solely on one's own soul world, one cannot stop the exploration of the Tao, even if one hides in the deepest part of the realm. Only by staying away from chaos and escaping the ancient wilderness can one avoid it. But now, Lin Moyu has come up with a new idea, which is to let them enter the storage space. The storage space is like a second chaos. They can be completely in it, and it can be connected to their own soul world. They can take action when they need it. If the fusion and purification of the heaven and earth jellyfish were added, Xiaoshu and the others might still have a chance to attack in the chaos. As long as they did not use their full strength, they would not be discovered by the Tao. Tao is not omniscient. As long as you think about it, you can always find a way to avoid it. The Dewey boat continued to fly, and Lin Moyu entered the storage space again and arrived at the Yinqing grassland. The 4 elders were not here, so Lin Moyu went directly to Yintian. Before the 4 elders left, they instructed that the affairs of the Silver Rabbit clan would be temporarily handed over to Yin De. Facing the sudden arrival of Lin Moyu, Yin De saluted Lin Moyu respectfully, using the unique etiquette of the Silver Rabbit clan. The huge body lay on the ground, and a pair of big rabbit ears bent down and fell to the ground at the same time, hitting the ground continuously. Indezi knew that what Lin Moyu wanted the 4 elders to do was nothing to the Silver Rabbit clan. What Lin Moyu did was really to help them, so they naturally became respectful to Lin Moyu. Inda, you should turn into a human and start carving first. Looking at the huge size of the silver giant, Lin Moyu was a little uncomfortable. Yin let out an "oh" sound, and his body shrank in the silver light, eventually turning into the appearance of a human. But he still had a pair of big ears, and it was obvious at a glance that he was not a human. After transforming into a human form, Yin De used the human salute to greet Lin Moyu. "Mr. Lin, what are your instructions?" Lin Moyu went straight to the point. "I have discussed something with your 4 elders before. To accomplish that matter, we need more Chaos Realm perfections in your clan. It is not enough to rely on just the 4 of them. Dao's eyes lit up slightly. Mr. Lin wants to help us train a few members of our clan who have reached the perfect Chaos Realm. Lin Moyu nodded slightly. There are several people in your clan who have reached the great perfection of the Chaos Realm. Da silently counted, including me. There are still 28 people. How many people does Mr. Lin plan to train? Lin Moyu said, 12. Yin's eyes widened in shock. So many? How many resources would that take? 12 perfections, not to mention anything else. Just the 12 realms are not easy to find, and the realms must be cultivated to maturity. Even if they have the talent to find and cultivate realms, it is not so easy to do. At that time, he searched the world for many years, but ultimately failed to find it. Lin Moyu said, I have a method. If it works, you can reach perfection without the need for a realm. Da was stunned again. No way, there is such a method? Lin Moyu's words shattered his cognition. Promotion to perfection requires a realm. This is a rule that almost all chaotic creatures know. How could it be broken? But he had to believe what Lin Moyu said. Lin Moyu said, I will use you as an experiment first. I wonder if you are willing. Without even thinking, Da nodded frantically, yes, yes. Although he is timid, he also knows what is right and what is wrong. With such a good opportunity before me, how could I not be willing? Lin Moyu said, okay, let's give it a try. As he spoke, Lin Moyu attracted a wisp of celestial energy and sent it to Da, absorb and refine it. The aura of the beginning of heaven was swirling just outside the silver-green grassland. The aura of the beginning of heaven had a great attraction to him, but Lin Moyu isolated the space, so he could only watch and could not touch it at all. Now the chi of the beginning of heaven is right in front of him. Even if it is only a trace of it, it makes him extremely excited. Without saying a word and regardless of whether there was any danger, he directly absorbed the chi of the beginning of heaven into his body and began to refine it. The amount of Tianchu Chi Lin Moyu gave him was very little, even less than what he gave to Xiaoping. Mo couldn't bear it and exploded. Da sat cross-legged, practicing in human form, silver light bursting out from his whole body, and his aura continued to grow stronger. Lin Moyu is also changing the rules. The chi of the beginning of heaven can strengthen your foundation. With a strong foundation, your upper limit will naturally increase. At the same time, the chi of the beginning of heaven can change some rules. If used on some creatures with ancient bloodlines, it can make them stronger. However, the chi of the beginning of heaven cannot directly help chaotic creatures transcend the rules of chaos. If they want to advance to perfection, they still need a realm. Unless they have ancient bloodlines like Xiaoping, they did not need a boundary when they were conceived by heaven and earth. Therefore, Xiaoping only needs to fully stimulate the bloodline of the golden-winged Daping to increase his strength regardless of the realm restrictions. The silver rabbits can't do that. They don't have any ancient bloodline, and even if they have the chi of the beginning of heaven, they can't jump over the limitation of the realm. Lin Moyu was very clear about this rule, but now they were not in the chaos, but in their own storage space. This place was like another chaos, and the rules could be set by themselves. The storage space is different from Chaos Child's inner world. The inner world depends on Chaos Ancient Wilderness to a certain extent and is not completely independent. His own storage space was basically independent, and the creatures bred in the storage space could also reach their peak without the need for a realm. Lin Moyu changed some of the rules of the silver-green grassland and removed the boundaries. As long as the power is strong enough, one can be promoted to perfection. To be precise, it is equivalent to the perfection of the Chaos Realm. Without rules, the realm became blurred, and Da's aura underwent wonderful changes. His power grew stronger and stronger, and his realm became more and more blurred. It seemed that he was still in the great perfection of Chaos Realm, but upon closer inspection, it did not seem like the great perfection of Chaos Realm. The aura emitted by Da seemed to have surpassed that of the Chaos Realm, and was still growing stronger. Lin Moyu saw through Da's soul that Da was moving towards the perfection of the Chaos Realm in the traditional sense. Not only that, The addition of Tianchu Chi has made his foundation more solid, and his upper limit is also increasing. After a while, a roar came from Yin Dao's body, and his blood flowed like a huge wave. His chi and blood spread out from his body, turning into a blood column that shot up into the sky. His blood vessels became stronger with the help of the chi of the beginning of heaven. The Silver Rabbit clan is connected by blood, and the changes in Yin Dao's bloodline quickly affected the rest of the clan. Those silver rabbits with low cultivation levels didn't feel anything, but those silver rabbits that had reached the Chaos Realm could vaguely feel that their bloodline had become more powerful, and even their own strength had increased. What happened? The Great Elder suddenly returned. As someone who had reached the perfect Chaos Realm and was the strongest of the Silver Rabbit clan, he felt it most strongly. He clearly felt that he had become stronger. This change came from his bloodline. Not only did his strength increase, but even his magic skills became more powerful. He didn't know what had happened. Based on the changes in his blood, he found the source and saw Yin De and Lin Moyu. At this moment, he seemed to understand something. Just a few days ago, Lin Moyu had said that he would find a way to help them reach the perfection of the Chaos Realm. At that time I thought Lin Moyu was just talking, but I didn't expect it to start so soon. Moreover, Lin Moyu's method is quite unique. Lin Moyu said, "I will use my own method to see if I can skip the boundary restrictions and directly make Yin to reach perfection. If it can be done, then we can stop looking for realms and cultivate more." The Great Elder had seen a lot and knew a lot. I heard that in the ancient wilderness, there are some powerful beings. They don't have a realm, but they can still rival the perfection of the Chaos Realm. Is Mr. Lin also doing this? Lin Moyu smiled and shook his head. It's not quite the same. I won't explain the details. But from what I've seen so far, this method of mine should work, and it will only benefit you, not harm you. However, this method also has its own flaws. You can't leave here. Once you return to the primal chaos, you will be restricted by it, and the realm you have previously improved will be suppressed. Your ultimate achievement will remain unachieved. The Great Elder said without hesitation, "My clan does not fight against the world. If Mr. Lin can provide a piece of pure land for our clan to live in, it doesn't matter whether we go to the chaos or not." Lin Moyu said, "Of course. I'll allocate an area for you, but you can't completely cut off contact with others. Leave this to me. I can't guarantee anything else, but at least I will give you absolute freedom." The elder saluted towards Lin Moyu. "Thank you, Mr. Lin, then God will go first." He said goodbye and left, continuing to cultivate the realm for Lin Moyu. This time's bloodline changes made his magic more powerful, and the speed of cultivating the realm was also a bit faster than before, which could save a lot of time. Lin Moyu continued to pay attention to the changes in Yingde, and from time to time he passed a wisp of Tianchu Chi through the layer. He didn't need Yingde to become as strong as Xiaopeng, as long as he could reach the level equivalent to the perfection of the Chaos Realm. After a few days, Yingdao's aura began to stabilize and no longer continued to grow, and the same was true for his bloodline. Lin Moyu knew that it had reached its limit. The Silver Rabbits were not a powerful race, and their upper limit was not too high. If they wanted to change their upper limit, it would take a long time to hone their skills, and it would also require luck. At this time, the aura emanating from Yin Dao's body and the strength of his soul have reached the perfect level of the Chaos Realm. In the storage space, the realm has become blurred, but the realm is not important. What is important is that Lin Moyu knows enough. Yingde slowly woke up and was about to speak when Lin Moyu spoke up. "First, stabilize your power and get used to it. Then, I'll select 11 members of the clan who have reached the Chaos Realm. They should be smart and talented. I'll come back to you in a few days." Yingde nodded vigorously with joy in his eyes. "Don't worry, Mr. Lin, I will do my best." Good. After leaving the storage space, Lin Moyu felt relieved. This matter was finally accomplished. Now all you need is enough materials to have the opportunity to realize your fantasy. If he succeeds, he will be the first person since the creation of the world. The Dewey boat had already stopped in the void. Not far ahead was a teleportation array where many people were coming and going. Some people were practicing near the teleportation array, and there were also many flying magic weapons parked in the void. The existence of the deliverance boat was not eye-catching. Lin Moyu put away the boat, covered in blue flames, flew to the teleportation array, activated it directly, and headed towards the direction of the central region. Teleporting again and again, across long distances, getting closer and closer to the central region. Lin Moyu discovered that the closer he got to the central region, the more cultivators there were. Most of the practitioners in the western extreme exude a cold aura, making the already icy void even more biting. As the number of people increased, sometimes people had to queue up at the teleportation array. Lin Moyu vaguely felt that something was wrong. He listened to the conversations among the practitioners, hoping to gain some information from them. Now his soul is extremely powerful. He can hear many voices as long as he wants. He can even hear some people's voices through soul transmission. However, practitioners in the western extremes do not like to talk. Even if they do communicate, they often use song language. Lin Moyu could only analyze it and finally get the answer he wanted. Antarctica and the Central Region are fighting. Just recently, Chaos South Pole and Central Region officially went to war. The Chaos North Pole also seemed to be preparing to take action, and the upper realm of the three realms was also ready to make a move. Chaos South Pole and Central Region are at war, and Chaos North Pole may also go to war. Chaos Upper Region is ready to reinforce Central Region at any time. The war has begun. Although the cultivators in the Western Region have no intention of going to war with the Central Region, they are also prepared. In the past, the Western Region and the Central Region had fought each other many times. Both sides suffered heavy casualties, so Shiji must also be well prepared this time. I'm afraid it's not just the West Pole. The East Pole should also be preparing by now. According to previous information, wars between polar regions are usually fought individually, but this time it seems to be more than that. In Shiji, Lin Moyu couldn't get much information, and he didn't want to ask the people in Shiji. After all, he is from the Central Region. Once he is discovered, it will cause even greater trouble. If you want to ask, you can go back to the Central Region and ask. Then you can directly look for information in the Central Region Divine Alliance and you will know everything. Continuing to teleport, they were getting closer and closer to the border of the Central Region, and the number of cultivators was still increasing. Practitioners from the western extremes have gathered in large numbers at the border, and the atmosphere is becoming increasingly solemn. Under such circumstances, Lin Moyu paid more attention to his identity. He was not afraid of being discovered, but he felt that it would be very troublesome and many people might die. After hundreds of teleportations, they finally arrived at the border. Lin Moyu completed the last teleportation, rushed into the chaos, and away from the crowd. At this moment, he was able to sense the 4 cross-domain teleportation arrays in the central domain and roughly knew their locations. However, he had no sense of the corresponding cross-domain teleportation subarray located in the westernmost region. Therefore, Lin Moyu did not know the specific location of the cross-domain array in the westernmost part, and could only calculate it through the location of the main array in the central domain. At the same time, Lin Moyu used the search ring to lock onto an area. This area was not small, so it would take some time to search. The subarray of the cross-domain formation is hidden in the space crack. It is not easy to find it with the means of the great Lord of Natural Disaster. But as long as you spend some time, you will find it naturally. Not only Lin Moyu is looking for it, Xiao Shu is also looking for it. When it comes to matters of time and space, Xiao Shu is the best person to take on the responsibility. The chaos is vast. After leaving the teleportation array, the number of living beings gradually decreases and eventually disappears completely. Xiao Shu whispered, "Master, I feel the breath from Gulai is getting stronger." Lin Moyu has also felt that the aura spreading from the ancient wilderness has increased several times. He vaguely felt that something was coming from the ancient wilderness. The thing hasn't arrived yet, but the aura has already arrived ahead of time, affecting the chaos. Just like before a rainstorm, there is always a strong wind. Lin Moyu had a feeling that the things coming from the ancient wasteland would not be simple. After all, it was most likely from the deepest part of the ancient wasteland, a place that even the Great Venerable could not reach. It was likely to cause a great chaos. Flying into the area it had locked onto, the small tree began to work, with a large number of roots flying out, searching through the layers of space. Lin Moyu was also searching. Based on his understanding of the cross-domain formation, he analyzed the possible locations bit by bit. The undead servants also flew in all directions like a tide. Their mission was not to find the formation, but to find people. If someone comes from the central region, they will have a formation disk to use. This array disk can guide them to the vicinity of the subarray, and then return to the central area through the subarray. As long as he could find someone from the central region, he would be able to reach the vicinity of the subformation, and the search area would be much smaller. The undead servants flew in all directions in groups of 10. They encountered some living creatures along the way, but these were all creatures from the westernmost part, and were not the targets Lin Moyu was looking for. Lin Moyu can tell whether someone is from Shiji or not with the help of the Eye of the Dead. The way the souls of the people in the central region and the people in the western region beat are different. The souls of the people in the central region are relatively peaceful, like a steadily jumping flame. Because of the great Tao, the souls of the people of Shiji are no longer stable, but depressed, and beat very slowly. Using this method, Lin Moyu will not be wrong. After searching in this area for 10 days, Xiaoshu had searched almost 1/10 of the area, but found nothing. There's no point in rushing this matter, we can only look for it slowly. Lin Moyu returned to the storage space once during the 10 days, and Yin was still adapting and consolidating his strength. His strength has increased at least tenfold compared to before, and it will take him a while to adapt. Lin Moyu didn't rush him. Seeing that his condition was relatively stable, that was enough. In a blink of an eye, Lin Moyu had been searching here for a full 30 days, and had searched a large area thoroughly. Lin Moyu muttered to himself, next time I go to the South Pole or the North Pole, I must go through the teleportation array in the central region to save the trouble of looking for it again. Hun Dunzi chuckled and said, Master's next trip should be to the North Pole. Lin Moyu said, yes, the war has already started in Antarctica, so let's put it aside for last and go to the North Pole before the fighting starts. But before that, we must first retrieve the 5 worlds and separate the spiritual realm. Hun Dunzi said, Master, have you noticed that the aura from the ancient wilderness has become much stronger in the past few days? Lin Moyu said, yes, it has become stronger again, and I don't know what it is. Xiaoshu suddenly interrupted, no matter what it is, it won't be easily obtained. Chaos will surely be in chaos. Lin Moyu took a look and asked, did the little tree sense something? Xiaoshu said, these past few days I've been searching for a large formation in time and space, and I've discovered that the aura from Guhuang has also appeared in time and space, indicating that thing possesses the power of time and space. It may have come through time and space, which means that no one knows what it is until it appears. And there might be more than one thing, maybe even several. It's also possible that what came over wasn't a thing at all, but a spirit. Anyway, the primal chaos will definitely be in chaos, and it will be a big chaos. Maybe not only the primal chaos, but also the ancient wasteland will be in chaos as well. Hun Dunzi also agreed with Xiaoshu. Xiaoshu is right. There will definitely be chaos. Lin Moyu listened to the conversation between the two and frowned slightly. Are you two hiding something from me? Hun Dunzi shook his head. No. The little tree thought for a moment. The ancient chaos was once in chaos. Master should understand. Lin Moyu suddenly realized something. Hun Dunzi and Xiaoshu had experienced a great chaos in the ancient chaos wilderness, and that chaos was caused by a flower. That great war nearly wiped out these ancient and powerful creatures, and it could be said to be the greatest disaster in the ancient chaos. If this kind of disaster happens again, are you saying that flower also came from the depths of the ancient wilderness? Lin Moyu's voice became low. The little tree didn't say anything, which already gave Lin Moyu the correct answer. Because of a flower from the depths of the ancient wilderness, most of the creatures in the entire chaotic ancient wilderness died. Now, something has come from the depths of the ancient wilderness again. Lin Moyu pondered. Although most of the living beings died back then, they laid the foundation for future generations and ushered in a new era. Will it be the same this time? The undead servant suddenly sent a message, and Lin Moyu connected his vision with a slight smile on his face, finally found it. The undead servants encountered two groups of people who were fighting in the chaotic void. Both sides were in the chaos realm, and the fight was fierce, looking like they were fighting for their lives. One of the parties is from Shiji, and they are from the same race. They have similar auras, and their magic methods and magic weapons are the same. The group of people they fought against were different. Their spells and magic weapons were all strange and varied. The only thing they had in common was that they all belonged to the human race. The human race is not the same group, their magic is not from Shiji, and they are fighting with the people of Shiji. Lin Moyu only took one look and was 80% sure that this group of people came from the central region. Looking at the pulse patterns of their souls, which were beating more intensely during battle, Lin Moyu was able to confirm their identities. They are the human race from the central region. I just don't know why they would fight with the people from Shiji, but that's not important. Finding them is equivalent to finding the cross-domain formation. Lin Moyu did not let the undead servants attack immediately. They were evenly matched and it was difficult to tell who would win, so he did not need to rush. The undead servants had already surrounded them from all directions, forming an encirclement over a very large area, and neither group could escape. Lin Moyu stood up and rushed over, but the distance was quite far and it would take him a long time to fly. Xiaoshu did not stop searching, and tried many ways. Like Lin Mo, he did not like to put all his eggs in one basket. During the journey, Lin Moyu kept an eye on both sides of the battle. Suddenly, a ball of bright flame exploded in the void, and the faint light instantly spread to a very far place, covering an area of hundreds of billions of miles. Signal for help. Lin Moyu was a little amused and confused. This group of people actually sent out a distress signal. The distress signal is a very common method and was once frequently used in battles between polar regions. In a war during chaos, the battle lines can stretch very far, and trillions of miles is normal. The coverage range of the distress signal can reach hundreds of billions of miles. If companions within hundreds of billions of miles see it, they will come to support. But under normal circumstances, although hundreds of billions of miles seem vast, there is a high probability that there is no one there at all. How could there be any support without anyone? In Lin Moyu's opinion, this distress signal was useless. Suddenly, a clear voice came from the small tree. "Master, someone is passing by." Lin Moyu was stunned for a moment. He also sensed that someone had passed by, and there were quite a few people there. One moment I was thinking that the distress signal would be useless, but the next moment I was slapped in the face. The little tree sensed the change in space at the first moment and discovered it as well. A group of hundreds of cultivators rushed over. They were not dressed in the same way, and held a variety of magical weapons. Apart from being human, they had nothing in common. But Lin Moyu discovered that they actually came from the same force, even the same sect. Everything else can be faked, but the soul cannot be faked. When they move, the pattern of their soul beating is almost exactly the same. Moreover, the aura of these people has been disguised, making them look like people from Shiji. Lin Moyu moved his mind, and the undead servants dispersed, making way for them to pass through. Lin Moyu already felt something was wrong. Not long after the other party sent out the distress signal, a team rushed over. How could it be such a coincidence? Even if there were hundreds of people coming, it would be impossible for them to line up so quickly and in such an orderly manner. It was obvious that they had discussed this early in the morning and were just waiting for this signal. From this perspective, the group of people who fought with the creatures from the western extremes before were actually bait. This is a trap prepared for the Shiji people, and it is meant to kill them. As for why the Shiji people were killed, in Lin Moyu's opinion, the question was very simple. Although there are human beings in the western extreme, most of them are human beings. Those creatures from the westernmost part are considered exotic beasts in the eyes of humans, and every part of their body is a rare material of great value. Moreover, they also possess wealth. If we hunt them down, we will surely reap a lot. However, doing so would most likely lead to a war between the western region and the central region, resulting in devastating losses to the people. Lin Moyu remembered that the Central Region Divine Alliance had issued an order not to allow other forces to do so. Otherwise, people in the Central Region can do this, and people in the other 4 poles can also do this, and the 4 poles and 3 regions will be plunged into an endless war. The Central Region Divine Alliance is the ruler of the Central Region, and most people in the Central Region will listen to them. There are exceptions to everything. Driven by interests, there will always be people who take risks and hunt other non-human creatures. In Lin Moyu's opinion, this group of people is just like that. However, another question arises: how did they get here? The cross-domain formation is in the hands of the Central Domain Divine Alliance, and only those in the Central Domain Divine Alliance can use it. Are all these people from the Central Domain Divine Alliance? It is quite interesting that a member of the Central Domain Divine Alliance disobeyed the orders of the Central Domain Divine Alliance. If this is true, it can only mean that there is a problem within the Tianyu Divine Alliance. Hundreds of people who came to support entered the battle circle silently and formed an encirclement. Then they attacked at the same time, launching an attack on the creatures in the westernmost part. There were only about 30 creatures in the western extremes. Faced with a number gap of nearly 10 times, they had no power to fight back and fell one after another. After they died, their bodies were quickly divided up and cleaned up in less than half a day. Then he took out several magic mirrors. Under the shining of the mirrors, the void returned to calm, time was erased, and what had happened here would no longer be known to anyone afterwards. They were very skilled in their work, with a clear division of labor and a clean and neat process, just like a well-organized team. It seems they do this kind of thing a lot. It's impossible for them to hide such deeds from the powerful people in the western extremes. It's just that they haven't been discovered. Even the great Xingqiuan didn't come to intervene, otherwise they wouldn't be alive today. They certainly haven't been discovered, but the news has definitely spread. I'm afraid the hatred between the western region and the central region will only grow deeper. Listening to Lin Moyu's words, Xiao Shu asked curiously, "Master, are you going to take care of it?" Lin Moyu shook his head. "Survival of the fittest. As long as they don't mess with me, I won't care. Even if I wanted to intervene, it's not my turn. This is the territory of the Great Star Power. The Great Star Power hasn't made any move, so there's no need for me to interfere." In Lin Moyu's mind, life and death are determined by fate, and many things are the result of past actions. These guys will pay the price sooner or later for their actions, and it's none of his business. The creatures in the western extreme who were killed by them were also destined to do so. They could not change it and could only accept their fate. When they were almost done packing, Lin Moyu arrived. Lin Moyu did not hide himself and flew directly over, but he put away the blue flame and did not continue to disguise himself as a Shiji person. Hundreds of people looked over at once, their sharp gazes falling on Lin Moyu. When they saw that Lin Moyu was a human and had only reached the minor success stage of the Chaos Realm, they couldn't help but let down their guard. A Chaos Realm master flew out and stopped Lin Moyu. "Who are you?" Lin Moyu clasped his fists and said politely, "My name is Lin, and I'm from the Central Region Divine Alliance. Nice to meet you all." Although he called himself a junior, there was no such thing as a junior in his tone. He just maintained the most basic politeness. The man frowned. "Are you from the Central Territory Divine Alliance?" Lin Moyu took out a token, which was the identity card belonging to the Central Domain Divine Alliance. The man did not let down his guard because of Lin Moyu's identity. "What do you want?" His reaction surprised Lin Moyu. The Central Domain Divine Alliance had a clear rule that if fellow Central Domain Divine Alliance members met in any of the 4 poles, they must help each other. In Lin Moyu's view, the rules are fixed, but even if people don't help each other, they will at least be polite and put in some superficial effort. But the other party was not only impolite, but also full of vigilance. This was obviously not right. Could it be that I was wrong before? They are not from the Central Region Divine Alliance, but used other methods to get here? The wasteland is so dangerous, it's too risky for so many of them to come here, unless they have some way to save their lives. Even if there are ways to save your life, time is still a big problem. Lin Moyu thought in his heart. Although the other party's reaction was very strange, he still believed that the other party should be a member of the Central Region Divine Alliance. Only through a cross-domain formation can so many people enter the Western Extreme safely. Although they seemed to be dressed in different clothes and had similar magic weapons, their souls and auras could not deceive anyone. They must be from the same force. There are many powerful sects under the Central Region Divine Alliance, and they may be one of them. Seeing that Lin Moyu didn't respond, the man became obviously impatient, his soul faintly stirring. What on earth do you want? His tiny movement immediately attracted everyone's reaction, and hundreds of people stared at Lin Moyu with unfriendly expressions. Lin Moyu seemed to finally react. You all should be from the Central Region Divine Alliance, right? The man whispered, whether we are from the Central Territory Divine Alliance or not is none of your business. Get out of here. As we are all human, I will not kill you. Lin Moyu frowned slightly but didn't leave. The Central Territory Divine Alliance has a rule that when members meet outside, they must help each other. He was interrupted before he could finish his words. Stop talking nonsense, get out of here. He was obviously impatient, but he didn't act immediately. He must have had some concerns. While he spoke, he occasionally glanced at the Central Region Divine Alliance identity card in his hand. The movement seemed slight, but it was enough to explain many problems. The reason why he didn't take action was probably because he was afraid of his ID card. The Central Domain Divine Alliance's identity card, in addition to indicating one's identity, should have some other uses. That's why the other party didn't take direct action. This also shows that the other party should indeed be a member of the Central Domain Divine Alliance, or at least has some relationship with the Central Domain Divine Alliance. There must be some secrets in the identity card that I don't know about. Since the other party has not taken any action, I will not take any action for the time being. Seeing that Lin Moyu still didn't leave, he became even more impatient. Why don't you get out of here? If you don't leave, I'll beat you to death. Lin Moyu looked at him. I came here for only one thing. If you are not from the Central Territory Divine Alliance, then find someone from the Territory Divine Alliance. Since you are not polite, I will not be polite either. Seeing that Lin Moyu's tone suddenly changed, his soul energy was stirring nonstop, as if he would take action at any time. What's the matter? Suddenly a low shout came from a distance. A middle-aged man flew over. He had a calm aura. Although both of them were at the peak of the Chaos Realm, his strength was even greater and he was close to reaching perfection in the Chaos Realm. If there were a suitable realm, he would probably be able to achieve perfection immediately. As he spoke, the ID card in Lin Moyu's hand suddenly became hot, and a warm current flowed through his palm into his body. At the same time, an identity card appeared in the man's hand, revealing his identity. He was a member of the Central Region Divine Alliance. The identity cards of members of the Central Domain Divine Alliance will automatically activate when they approach a certain distance in the 4 poles. The identity card is connected to the soul and is fake. This also means that the person coming is from the Central Region Divine Alliance. The person who had stopped Lin Moyu before immediately told the newcomer what had happened. After hearing this, the man clasped his fists towards Lin Moyu and said, Central Region Divine Alliance, Tang Feng. Lin Moyu also clasped his fists and said, Central Region Divine Alliance, Lin Moyu. At this moment, Lin Moyu was certain that the person who had stopped him before did not belong to the Central Region Divine Alliance. Then the reason why he was able to come here must be related to the person in front of him named Tang Feng. But this is none of his business. Now that he has found the person from the Central Domain Divine Alliance, the next step is to let him lead him to find the location of the cross-domain formation. Is there anything wrong, fellow Taoist Lin? Tang Feng was quite polite and did not underestimate Lin Moyu's level of cultivation. On the contrary, he would look at Lin Moyu with higher regard if he could achieve the minor success of the Chaos Realm and come to the western extreme. Lin Moyu said, I got lost in the desolate lands and mistakenly entered the westernmost region. I'm currently searching for the cross-region formation that will lead me back to the central region. I just happened to meet fellow Taoist Tang Feng. I would like to ask fellow Taoist Tang Feng to take me to the location of the cross-domain formation. Tang Feng looked at Lin Moyu with scrutiny. Lin Moyu said that he got lost in the wilderness and came here. This is a bit far-fetched. Moreover, Lin Moyu could not find the cross-domain formation, which meant that he did not have the formation disk given by the cross-domain formation. Without the formation disk, even if he found the cross-domain formation, it would be impossible for him to return through the formation. These two were doubts. Facing Lin Moyu's words that had many loopholes, Tang Feng did not point them out. This matter is not difficult, but fellow Taoist Lin does not have the formation disk. How can he return to the central region through the formation? Lin Moyu said, Lin has his own method, please ask fellow Taoist Tang Feng. Without a direct answer, Tang Feng frowned slightly. He looked at the ID card in Lin Moyu's hand and confirmed that Lin Moyu was undoubtedly a member of the Central Domain Divine Alliance, but the whole thing was strange. Tang Feng said, although this matter is not difficult, I have many brothers here, and I need to discuss this matter with them. Please wait for a moment, Brother Lin. He turned and returned to the crowd, seemingly discussing something with them. Lin Moyu watched from afar, using his soul power to hear fragments of what was said. Many people were talking, but it was obvious that this group of people was led by Tang Feng, and in the end, it was not Tang Feng who would make the final decision. Among the hundreds of people, most of them were at the great accomplishment of the Chaos Realm, and only a few were at the minor accomplishment of the Chaos Realm. Judging from their appearance, those at the minor accomplishment of the Chaos Realm seemed to be the juniors of the others, and their status was obviously one level lower. Most of them did not speak, but just listened. A moment later, Tang Feng returned. Fellow Taoist Lin, there's nothing wrong with what you said, but we have something else to attend to first. Only after we've finished our business can we help you. Lin Moyu said, fellow Taoist Tang Feng's matter seems to be very urgent. The cross-domain formation should be not far from here. Tang Feng said, what we need to do is indeed urgent, and it is not far from here. How about this, fellow Taoist Lin, come with us, and when we are done, we will go together to find the cross-domain formation. We also need to go back at the same time. Lin Moyu thought about it and said, okay. He did not force Tang Feng, and he was somewhat interested in what Tang Feng was going to do. It seems that they came here not just to hunt creatures from the western extremes. Judging from Tang Feng's words and expression, he was not lying and he really had something to do. Seeing Lin Moyu agreed, Tang Feng waved his hand and said, let's go. He took out a sword, which instantly grew larger and flew to his feet. At the same time, he said to Lin Moyu, fellow Taoist Lin, please come up. Tang will take you with him. Lin Moyu stood on the sword confidently, then I'll have to trouble fellow Taoist Tang Feng. At this time, hundreds of people took out their magic weapons, all of which were swords, and the styles were almost the same. Tang Feng formed a hand seal, and hundreds of swords merged into one under the aura. Tang Feng shouted, through the void and across the sky, attack. This technique of traveling through the void and across the sky is somewhat magical. The aura of hundreds of swords is connected as one, and the aura of the Chaos Realm Masters who control them is also connected as one. At this moment, hundreds of people seemed to be united as one, turning into a sharp sword. The sword pierced through the boundary between reality and illusion, transformed into a stream of light, and shot out through the layers of space. Lin Moyu stood on the sword, and he felt as if he had entered an ancient desolate road. Of course, this is not an ancient desolate road, but a special passage forcibly created by hundreds of Chaos Realm Masters using their own strength and magic weapons. This passage has the characteristics of time and space, allowing people to sneak through silently. Even when they were sneaking, Lin Moyu felt that the speed of the crowd was not very fast, not even as fast as his own flying speed. But they used the power of time and space to cover up their tracks. Corpses kept emerging from the tip of Tang Feng's sword. They were all creatures from the western extreme, those that they had killed over the years. The corpse burned in the 197 sword formation, and the remaining power in the corpse was integrated into the sword formation, providing support for the sword formation. At the same time, because it was Shiji's corpse, the smell emitted when the corpse burned better concealed their whereabouts. Sneaking all the way towards the destination. Tang Feng manipulated the sword without explaining anything to Lin Moyu, but Lin Moyu asked, "Does fellow Taoist Tang Feng have any special mission this time?" Tang Feng turned around, his eyes showing some surprise, as if asking, "How did you know?" He had appeared very serious and expressionless before, but Lin Moyu could see that he was a person who was not good at hiding his emotions. Sure enough, the answer was revealed in just one sentence. Lin Moyu chuckled and said, "Fellow Taoist Tang Feng, there's no need to be surprised. I'm no stranger to the power of time and space, and I can sense the state we're in right now." Tang Feng still did not explain and remained silent. Lin Moyu didn't ask further. "I have one question. Since fellow Taoist Tang Feng has a special mission, why did he bring me along? Why didn't he take me to find the interdomain formation first? It wouldn't take much time. Having a stranger in the mission creates an extra variable, doesn't it? What if Lin ruins your plan?" Tang Feng whispered, "It could be a variable, or it could be something else." As he spoke, he looked forward. Lin Moyu looked in the direction he was looking. There was a person there with a special aura. Lin Moyu saw in him a large number of causes and effects, which were entangled with each other, forming a wonderful balance. If someone practices the law of cause and effect, they will feel that this person is like a mystery and difficult to understand. Lin Moyu doesn't see it that way. Having dealt with cause and effect so many times, he knows that besides cause and effect, there is also something called fate. Cause and effect are connected with destiny. In the chaos, there are not many people who practice the way of destiny. The way of destiny is too difficult to get started. If there are people who practice it, they often understand destiny from cause and effect. The path of destiny in chaos is very difficult, unlike the path of bad luck in the realm, which is much easier. Those who practice the way of destiny in the realm often became confused after entering the chaos, and might have to switch to practicing other ways. And fate in chaos is also called destiny. Lin Moyu said, "This person is cultivating the way of destiny, which is really rare." Tang Feng was even more surprised. Fellow Taoist Lin can see that. Lin Moyu said, "I've learned a lot of different things, but I only have a superficial understanding. However, I can guess that it was Tang Feng's idea to bring me along." Tang Feng said, "Fellow Taoist Lin is indeed not an ordinary person. His name is Tang Bing, and he is my younger brother." Lin Moyu said, "As far as I know, those who practice the way of destiny need to give up a lot if they want to achieve something, and their combat power will be much weaker than practitioners of the same level. If one attempts to understand fate through the lens of cause and effect, then one's own fate becomes even more complex and unpredictable, and dangers can easily arise from the entanglement of cause and effect. Any force, once a practitioner of the way of destiny appears, will regard him as a treasure and will not easily let him leave. It seems that this mission is indeed special, to the point where a practitioner of the way of destiny is called out." Having said that, Tang Feng knew there was no point in hiding it any further. Tang Bing had previously deduced from fate and determined that the success rate of this mission was only 50%. But after meeting fellow Taoist Lin, Tang Bing deduced again and found that the mission's success rate had reached 80%, and 30% of that was due to fellow Taoist Lin. It is precisely because of this that Tang wants to bring fellow Taoist Lin with him and involve him in this. "I hope fellow Taoist Lin will not blame me." Lin Moyu said, "Whether it's strange or not depends on whether Lin can hear the truth. If fellow Taoist Tang Feng can tell the truth, Lin is quite tolerant." Tang Feng said, "This time we sneaked into the western extreme to get something from the Frost Toad clan. All of us belong to the Tangshan sect, a faction under the Central Region Divine Alliance. In a great war between the western extremes and the central region, our Tang Shan sect's ancestor perished in the western extremes, and our sect's most precious treasure, the Dark God Pearl, was lost. After countless years of exploration, we finally discovered that the Dark God Pearl was in the hands of the Frost Toad clan, so we sneaked in to take it back. Lin Moyu asked, "How strong is the Frost Toad clan?" Tang Feng said, "They used to be very strong, but now they are just average. The last war severely damaged their foundation. There should only be 1 or 2 people in the Frost Toad clan who have reached the Chaos Realm perfection, so we have a chance." Tang Feng told them the purpose of their trip in detail. The Cold Toad clan was once extremely powerful, but now they are extremely weak. There are many dangers in the chaos. They know that they are weak, so they hide in the marginal areas, far away from the heart of the West. Therefore, no matter what happens in their tribe, it is unlikely to attract attention. Hundreds of them sneaked in, and even if they encountered someone in the Chaos Realm, they would still have the chance to fight. They brought a lot of magic weapons on this trip, which were enough to contain the Chaos Realm perfection of the Cold Toad clan. The reason why those who came here were all at the peak of Chaos Realm was because of the rules between the polar regions. Those who had reached the peak of Chaos Realm were not allowed to enter other polar regions, otherwise they would be killed without mercy. Therefore, they are all at the peak of the Chaos Realm, and since they do not violate this rule, the great star power in the western extreme will not take action against them. As long as the Great Venerable does not take action, even the perfect strong ones may not know where they are. With their ability to utilize time and space, as well as Tang Bing's way of destiny, they are fully capable of sneaking into the Cold Toad clan silently. The Dark God Pearl cannot be stored in the realm, nor can it be stored in a storage magic weapon. As long as they can enter the Cold Toad clan, they will definitely find the Dark God Pearl. The best outcome is to steal the Dark God Pearl and then use the power of time and space to return in 1.7. Lin Moyu jokingly said, "So he came here to be a thief." Tang Feng's mouth twitched twice. "Fellow Taoist Lin, you're joking. We're just taking back our own things. How can we be considered thieves?" Lin Moyu said, "Since you are going to the Frost Toad clan to obtain the Dark God Pearl, why did you kill the creatures in the western extreme before? And I think you killed more than one group." Tang Feng said, "To be honest with fellow Taoist Lin, we have been in the western extreme for over 500 years, and we have killed more than a dozen groups of creatures in the western extreme, numbering over thousands. We don't actually want to kill him. We know that this will easily provoke a war between the western region and the central region, causing great suffering to all people. But we have to do this, Songyu, so that we can sneak in there smoothly." Tang Bing said that fellow Taoist Lin can help us. "I don't know how fellow Taoist Lin can help, but don't worry, fellow Taoist Lin, as long as I am still alive, I will definitely not let anyone hurt you." Tang Feng's words were sincere, at least Lin Moyu could tell that he was not lying. "With my current soul strength and level, it is not easy to deceive myself." Tang Bing simply saw herself in the deduction of the way of destiny. With herself there, the success rate of this matter could be increased from 50% to 80%. As for why this happened, he didn't know. Destiny is also called fate. All living beings have fate, which can be determined or changed. This also means that fate will continue to change. This change happens every moment and is affected by various factors. For example, a person was originally destined to die, but the cause of his death was a person who had achieved minor success in the Chaos Realm. Suddenly, a stronger person took action and killed the person who had achieved minor success in the Chaos Realm. As a result, the person who was originally destined to die survived temporarily. This cause and effect is taken away by this powerful person, and the fate of the person who is destined to die is changed. He may still die, or he may live a long life. Of course, it can also be considered that his rescue was also fate. The destiny is unpredictable and irregular, which is also the most difficult part of this path. The same thing can happen one moment before and one moment later, but the result will be different due to some small changes. At this moment, Lin Moyu also became a member of their team. The reason was Tang Bing's deduction, and Lin Moyu wanted Tang Feng to take him to 28 to find the cross-domain formation. The fundamental reason is that he saves some time, but it may end up taking more time. It all seems to be related to fate. In any case, Tang Feng's words made Lin Moyu make a decision to help him if possible. During the conversation with Tang Feng, Lin Moyu learned how they got here. Tang Feng had a magic weapon, or to be more precise, Emperor Shenzong of Tang had a powerful magic weapon. This magical weapon was obtained from the ancient wilderness by the fallen ancestor of Emperor Shenzong of Tang. It is of extremely high level. The magic weapon contains an independent space that can accommodate living things. Tang Feng, as a member of the Central Domain Divine Alliance, mobilized a cross-domain formation and brought his disciples to the westernmost point, hoping to take back the Dark God Pearl. As for what the Dark God Pearl was used for, Tang Feng had no idea. He only knew that this was the sect's most precious treasure, nothing else. Several elders in the sect also regarded this as the most important thing, nothing else. If it weren't for the rules set by the Great Venerable, several ancestors in the sect would have come in person long ago. The sword formation they used at this time was a secret method of Emperor Shenzong of Tang. It could slightly exert the power of time and space, enter different time and space stealthily, and finally reach the destination. This secret technique has a strong stealth ability, but its disadvantage is that it consumes a lot of energy and is very slow. The chaos was too great, so Tang Feng stopped several times along the way and continued on his way only after recovering. After sneaking for more than 10 days, we finally reached our destination. The Cold Toad clan is located in a very remote place, close to the edge of the westernmost part. If it were a little further away, it would touch the desolate trace. This place has been affected by the power of Huang Hin, but fortunately the impact is not great. Chaos is still the real dominant force. It is very cold here, compared to other areas. According to Tang Feng, it was because of the Cold Toad clan. Their clan land was a piece of ancient ice that had never melted for countless years. The Cold Toads were born and reproduced on this piece of ancient ice. It is said that this piece of ancient ice came from the Arctic and was not originally from the Western Pole. For some reason, it has remained in the Western Pole. Lin Moyu was not interested in the origin of the Cold Toad. What he was really interested in was the ancient ice. The power of the small tree traveled through time and space, saw the ancient ice, and passed the information to Lin Moyu, saying, "Master, this so-called ancient ice is the corpse of the ancient beast." Hun Dunzi also said with a sigh of relief, "So it's this guy." Back then, he was very powerful. He could freeze the heavens and the earth. Even the golden-winged rock would retreat in front of him. The little tree said, "It's an extremely cold creature. If it doesn't use its power, it can freeze my memory. But if it does, it can freeze billions of miles. The golden-winged rock will be frozen before it even gets close. It might not freeze to death, but its speed will definitely be greatly reduced. All things are interdependent and mutually exclusive. The speed of the golden-winged rock restrains hundreds of millions of powerful creatures, but the freezing power of the ancient beast restrains the golden-winged rock. The true form of the ancient cold beast is the first piece of ice in the world, and he restored his true form after his death. This piece of ice was partially destroyed in the ancient war, and now only scraps remain, but it is still as big as a realm, and the Cold Toad clan was born on it. One can imagine how huge the ancient beast was back then. All creatures at that time were very large. The beasts that were called behemoths at that time were so huge that it was unimaginable. The corpse of the ancient frosty beast, the ancient ice mentioned by Tang Feng, is very useful to Lin Moyu. Its identity is special and it cannot be resurrected. Once it is resurrected, the Tao will surely descend. But if it is used as material for cultivating a realm, it is the best of the best. Especially if Lin Moyu wants to compress the power of the realm, it can become the cornerstone. After Xiaoshu and Han Dunzi's introduction and analysis, Lin Moyu began to think about taking Gu Bing for himself. Lin Moyu whispered, "Fellow Taoist Tang Feng, have you ever thought about what to do if you fail to steal it?" Tang Feng shook his head, "I haven't thought about it. Since we are here, we must succeed." If we fail, then we will die here in battle. We may not be able to annihilate the Frost Toad clan with our strength, but we can at least severely injure them. When war breaks out between the western extremes and the central region, several of our Tangshanzong's perfected ancestors will naturally come here, following the blood we shed, and personally come here to avenge us. Tang Feng was determined to die on this trip. If he failed, he would die. He never thought about the severity of failure. He continued, but this was just our previous idea. Our success rate wasn't high before, but now with fellow Taoist Lin, our success rate has increased to 80%. We're sure to succeed. Lin Moyu grasped the message. Fellow Taoist Tang Feng said that the western extremes and the central region will go to war? Tang Feng nodded. Tang Bing has deduced that the possibility of war is 90%. 90%, that means war will definitely break out. Lin Moyu instinctively thought that it must be related to the things coming from the ancient wilderness. The team stopped. They had already sneaked into the tribe of the Cold Toad and entered the ancient ice, but they were in another layer of time and space. Once they remove their magic, they will instantly appear in the eternal ice. Tang Feng took out a magic weapon called Bagua Compass and began to locate the position of the Dark God Pearl. They came here to steal, not to rob. At the same time, Tang Bing began his final deduction. He wanted to check the success rate again. Tang Bing is surrounded by 10 Chaos Realm Masters who are guarding him closely. Tang Bing's combat power is weak and he can easily die if no one protects him. The Bagua Compass magic weapon started to work, and after a moment it locked onto the location of the Dark God Pearl. Tang Feng's eyes lit up. He was starving. Tang Bing had also completed his deduction by then. With excitement on his face, he transmitted a message. Brother, the success rate is 100%. 100%. Tang Feng was stunned. Although he didn't understand the laws of fate, he knew that there was no such thing as a perfect destiny. Fate was always changing, with all kinds of variables. How could it be a perfect destiny? The limit is 99%, which is the conclusion reached after countless deductions. But this time it's 100%. Tang Feng asked, how can it be 100%? Is there something wrong? Tang Bing also realized that something was wrong, and he immediately said, let me deduce it again. Lin Moyu said, no need. 100% is normal. Fellow Taoist Tang Feng, you can get the Dark God Pearl later. I want this piece of ancient ice. Lin Moyu knew very well why Tang Bing's deduction was perfect. Although Lin Moyu did not understand the way of fate, he still knew the basic principles. Fate is constantly changing, and there is always a glimmer of hope for the great Tao. For the Cold Toad clan, they must also have a glimmer of hope, so nothing should be 100% certain. But this time it happened to reach 100%, which meant that the survival of the Cold Toad clan was over. The reason for this is because of myself. When I joined this team, I didn't plan to take action at first. At that time, the Cold Toad clan was still alive, and Tang Feng and his team only had an 80% chance of survival. But now that I have decided to take action, the life of the Cold Toad clan will be completely cut off. Their fate has been determined. Unless I change my mind, there will be no more accidents. This is also why Tang Bing's deduction has achieved unprecedented success. Lin Moyu discovered something unusual. His decision affected his fate and ended his life. My influence on the Great Tao has actually reached this level. This influence is subtle and cannot be seen on the surface, but it is extremely terrifying in the area. One thought, one idea, one action of yours can change many things. Tang Feng looked at Lin Moyu. I don't quite understand what fellow Taoist Lin said. Lin Moyu said, it means exactly what it says. Tang Feng frowned. Friend Lin wants the ancient ice, but the ancient ice belongs to the Hanshan tribe. How can we get it? Lin Moyu smiled and said, fellow Taoist Tang Feng, please go get the Dark God Pearl. I will leave the rest to you. Tang Feng still didn't understand, but now was not the time to dwell on this issue. The Bagua Compass has locked onto the Dark God Pearl, and Tang Feng brought his team to make corresponding preparations. His voice reached everyone's ears. It's time to take action. This mission has no chance of failure, and there's no way you can fail. You either return to the sect with the Dark God Pearl, or you die here. A raging fighting spirit rose in everyone, and murderous intent filled the air silently. Tang Feng shouted, "Do it!" The secret technique was removed, time and space changed, and the group instantly appeared in the real world. A biting cold wind blew in one's face, and even a Chaos Realm Master could feel the biting chill. Here, the blood and soul would be frozen, and the circulation of strength would be much higher than usual upstairs. Tang Feng and the others were affected to varying degrees, but Lin Moyu was the only one who seemed fine and felt nothing at all. With the strength of his body and soul, unless the ancient beast was reborn, the ancient ice would be as good as non-existent. In the cold wind, the sky is full of ice flowers, not snow, but ice. Countless pieces of ice bloomed in the cold wind, turning into illusory ice flowers and rushing towards him. Not far away is a white jade palace with a pointed corner at the top, and a black gem inlaid on the corner. In this white world, the black Dark God Pearl became the most eye-catching existence. Lin Moyu could tell at a glance that this palace was unusual. It was protected by a large formation outside, and it was an extremely special bloodline formation. It was not easy to break through. There was no one in the palace, but there were people outside the palace, for beings who had reached the perfection of the Chaos Realm. They buried their bodies under the ice, their aura was obscured and invisible to the naked eye. Lin Moyu used the Eye of the Undead to see 4 powerful and perfect men, 2 of whom had incomplete souls and were obviously injured. They should be the 2 people Tang Feng mentioned before. The other 2 were powerful and perfect beings in their prime. It was obvious that the information provided by Tang Feng and the others was wrong. Although the Cold Toad clan had suffered injuries, they had already recovered some of their vitality. If he hadn't joined this time, these 4 perfect rogue masters alone would have been enough to make Tang Feng and his team fail in their mission. The appearance of Tang Feng and his companions immediately attracted the attention of the Cold Toad clan. The icy wind changed, and countless ice particles made a whistling sound, resounding throughout the ancient ice land. The broken ice exploded, and a large number of Cold Toad tribe members rushed out from the underground ice and pounced towards Tang Feng and others. There is no need to ask why. Tang Feng and others have been regarded as invaders. There is only one word for the invaders: kill. In the chaos, any race would choose this approach, with almost no exceptions. Tang Feng roared, "Tang God Great Sword Formation, start!" Hundreds of swords flew out at the same time, interweaving in the air to form a huge sword formation. At the same time, hundreds of Tang Shinzong's Chaos Realm Masters formed hand seals, and their aura and sword formation became one. Their clothes also changed at this moment, all becoming uniform clothes. The clothes are precious clothes, and at the same time they emit sword light, merging with the swords in the formation, further enhancing the power of the sword formation. The aura of Tang Feng and others changed, becoming sharper, as if it could cut through everything. With their strength, even if they wanted to destroy an area, it would only take one sword strike. What Lin Moyu found most interesting was that this sword formation was actually centered around Tang Bing, with Tang Feng serving as the auxiliary controller. It's quite interesting to focus on the deduction of destiny. Tang Bing continued to deduce, deciding the next move of the sword formation and precisely controlling the battle situation. This method of utilizing the avenue of destiny is not advanced, but it is very practical. The little tree said, although using the avenue of destiny in this way can produce some miraculous effects, it has already gone astray. Hun Dunzi also echoed, indeed, if that guy knew that the avenue of destiny was being used like this, he would definitely be so angry that he would jump out of his coffin. Among the creatures of the same age as Xiaoshu, there are powerful creatures who are good at the avenue of destiny. It seems that this existence that controls destiny has also fallen. Xiaoshu seemed to have guessed Lin Moyu's thoughts. Master, that guy might not be dead. Hun Dunzi said, if we were to ask who among us back then had the best chance of surviving intact, it would be him. Xiaoshu nodded. I remember the last time I saw him, he said he was leaving, or he would die. I just don't know if he left in the end. Lin Moyu asked, who is he? Xiao Shu shook his head. I don't know his name. He erased all the information in our destiny. We all know he exists, but we can't call out his name or remember what he looks like. Even if I see him again, I might not recognize him. Hun Dunzi said, I remember he came to me and asked me for a large piece of precious soil. I asked him what he wanted it for, and he said he wanted it as a plant material for his mouth. The little tree said, well, he also asked me for some tree roots and some chaos divine soil, also for making a coffin. Well, there are people like this. No wonder Han Dunzi would say that whoever could survive to this day, Wang Zhao, would have the greatest possibility. As they spoke, the sword formation was fully activated. Tang Shinzong's great sword formation evolved into countless swords, forcing the powerful Cold Toad to retreat. At the same time, the sword formation evolved into a giant sword, slashing towards the White Palace in front. They were not afraid of destroying the Dark God Pearl. The Dark God Pearl was a treasure and they could not destroy it at all with their abilities. What they wanted to destroy was the palace's formation. This palace of the Cold Toad clan had the Dark God Pearl embedded in the top of the palace like an ornament, which was simply an insult to Emperor Shinzong of Tang. Others may not feel anything, but Tang Feng and others are very angry. A cold light burst out from the White Palace, and the shadow of a giant toad emerged, making a sharp and unpleasant cry. The sound was like a sharp blade piercing into everyone's soul. The movement of the sword formation was paused for a moment, and its power was greatly weakened. The giant sword slashed on the toad's phantom, shattered, and Tang Feng and others were knocked back at the same time. Countless cracks appeared on the toad's body, and it shattered and flew away. It's quite powerful. Lin Moyu teased. When Tang Feng was knocked back, he had already left the sword formation and was exposed outside. But Lin Moyu was unaware of this and instead commented on the sword formation. Tang Shen's great sword formation gathers the strength of hundreds of Chaos Realm Masters, and its attack power has barely touched the threshold of Chaos Realm perfection. For this reason alone, this sword formation is very good. But Lin Moyu always felt that something was missing in the sword formation, and it was incomplete. It should be the Dark God Pearl. If we have the Dark God Pearl, the power of this sword formation will be further enhanced. Lin Moyu noticed that the Dark God Pearl embedded in the top of the palace had some movement. It seemed to be summoned by the sword formation and resonated with it. However, the formation set up in the palace suppressed the Dark God Pearl, preventing it from escaping. The sword formation retreated but did not disperse. Tang Feng controlled the sword formation to fly back and once again brought Lin Moyu into the protection of the formation. He did not go back on his word. Tang Bing closed his eyes and deduced, and suddenly his finger pointed towards a corner outside the palace. A faint light appeared where he pointed, and Tang Feng shouted sharply, "There!" Everyone formed seals with their hands, and the sword formation erupted again, more powerful than the previous one. The sword light swept through the void and landed accurately on the point Tang Bing pointed. With a loud bang, the ground cracked and numerous cracks appeared on the palace. Lin Moyu saw that the place Tang Bing pointed at was one of the flaws in this formation. Using the principles of fate to deduce the flaws in the formation is a good method. Lin Moyu continued to comment and write down what he saw. Perhaps in the future he could provide some reference for the Lords of Destiny in the 757 domains of the 5 worlds. The path of destiny is not easy. Even if the Lord of Destiny enters the chaos, it is not easy to follow this path. After all, he is from his own realm, so Lin Moyu is willing to help if there is a chance. Hun Dunzi said with a hint of disdain, "That's not how destiny works." The little tree also responded, "He has gone astray." These two guys clearly couldn't explain it clearly, but they insisted on saying it. Lin Moyu ignored them and continued to watch the battle. With just 2 more sword strikes, the formation of this palace will collapse, and then Tang Feng and others will be able to obtain the Dark God Pearl. If there is the Dark God Pearl and the sword formation is complete, then it may be possible to complete the mission. But for huge auras rose from the ground, and the powerful masters of the Cold Toad clan awakened. Tang Feng's face changed drastically. How could there be 4? Although he was shocked, he did not change his approach. He waved the sword formation again, forcing back the many Cold Toad tribe members who were approaching. Then he continued to concentrate the power of the sword formation and slashed the second sword towards the previous position. He was decisive enough, but still slow. The second sword failed to fall as a terrifying force swept in from the ground, shattering the sword and sending the entire sword formation back. The sword formation only touched the threshold of perfection in the Chaos Realm, and was still a little short of the true perfection in the Chaos Realm. At this time, Tang Bing took out a disc-shaped magic weapon. He closed his eyes and spurted blood from his mouth onto the magic weapon. The magic weapon turned into a giant wheel and rose into the air, flying over the palace. Countless runes fell like raindrops, and the runes became magic weapons, smashing down like a waterfall. The targets were none other than the 4 perfect rope masters of the 10 tribes of Cold Toads. This magic weapon was extremely powerful, and it actually suppressed the 4 people in a short period of time. Countless pieces of ice were shaken and flew into the sky. The ancient ice was very hard and did not turn into powder even when facing a battle at the peak of the Chaos Realm. 4 powerful and accomplished warriors showed up. They were temporarily suppressed by magic weapons and could not move for a long time. But they were struggling frantically, and this magic weapon wouldn't last long. Tang Feng pointed his finger again and swung his sword towards the flaw in the formation. The powerful and accomplished ones roared incessantly, as if sending some kind of signal. They were temporarily unable to break free, but that did not prevent them from issuing orders. As the sword light swept across, a large number of Cold Toad tribe members rushed over and blocked the sword light with their bodies. They used various means to continuously bombard the sword light. In just a moment, the sword light was shaken, and when it landed on the formation, its power was almost gone. This sword killed dozens of Chaos Realm warriors of the Frost Toad clan, but this was the territory of the Frost Toad clan, and there were a lot of them. Even if they killed dozens, there would still be thousands or tens of thousands of them, and it would be impossible to kill them all. "Brother, I can't hold on any longer." Tang Bing suddenly spoke, controlling his magic weapon to suppress the 4 perfect masters, Zhuang Logician. Tang Feng shouted, "Hold on a little longer." He took out a small sword and threw it high up. The small sword instantly grew larger and merged into the sword formation. The power of the sword formation increased greatly. Tang Feng pointed his finger and said, "Sword God, cut the sky, give it to me." A figure suddenly appeared in the void, a sword intent shook the chaos, and the figure swung the sword as if to create the world. Chka, Lin Moyu was stunned for a moment. He was too familiar with this sword intent. It was definitely Lin Mohan. Appearance can change, body shape can change, but sword intent basically remains unchanged. Lin Moyu was once known as the Great Sword Master, but unexpectedly, in Tang Feng's mouth, he became the Sword God. This sword should be Lin Mohan's sword that cuts through the sky. Lin Moyu couldn't help but wonder what the relationship was between Tang Shenzong and Lin Mohan, and how there was the sword intent left by Lin Mohan. Lin Mohan's sword intent cut through the sky and crushed down with tremendous power. Tang Bing spat out blood from his mouth. He had finally reached his limit and could no longer control the magic weapon. A powerful and accomplished warrior roared and broke free from the control of the magic weapon, facing Lin Mohan's sword intent. He was wearing chaos armor, and countless pieces of ice covered his body. He transformed into his true form, a giant toad. He stuck out his blue tongue, facing the sword intent like a sharp blade. At the same time, endless cold air spewed out of his mouth, and ice formed on the bodies of Tang Feng and others. Boom! The sword energy dissipated, Lin Mohan's shadow disappeared, and the sword was blocked. But the price was that the perfect toad was seriously injured. Although it was not dead when it landed, it had little energy left. The broken ice on his body shattered for the first time during the battle. The sword intent left by Lin Mohan broke the fragments of ancient ice. Tang Feng was not having a good time either. The sword intent left by Lin Mohan consumed a lot of energy, and his aura was much weaker than before. But he did not stop. He pointed his finger again and slashed with his sword towards the flaw in the formation. As long as they can break the formation and obtain the Dark God Pearl, they still have a chance. Amidst the roars, the remaining 3 powerful masters all broke through the blockade. Tang Bing was hit by the recoil of the magic weapon and spit out blood. The perfect strong man wore the chaos armor and controlled the broken soldiers, easily blocking the sword light. Compared with Lin Mohan's sword intent, Tang Feng and others' sword formation is much weaker, and they have no chance of winning against the perfect strong man. An attack landed on the sword formation, and the sword formation was hit again, almost shattering on the spot. Everyone in the sword formation vomited blood from their mouths. The attack from the perfect crossbowman was not easy to take. Tang Feng's face turned extremely ugly. He took out another magic weapon. This magic weapon was a bead, which was a bit similar to the Dark God Pearl, but not the Dark God Pearl. Lin Moyu could feel the powerful force contained in the bead, which was enough to cause damage to a perfect strong man. Tang Bing's expression changed. "Brother, it's not the right time yet, don't do anything rash." Tang Feng whispered, "Do you have any other ideas?" Tang Bing shook his head. "For some reason, my deduction was wrong. I'm responsible for this. Give me the explosive God Pearl and hold them back. You take the others away." Tang Feng shook his head. "I said, if we don't succeed today, we'll die. Even if I have to die here, it's my fate. Everyone listen. Take Tang Bing and fellow Taoist Lin with you, and leave this to me." When he finished speaking, everyone was stunned and no one moved. Tang Feng roared, "Are you going to disobey?" Tang Bing roared at the same time, "If you want to leave, leave together. If you want to stay, stay together." As he said this, he took out a formation disc, which was a teleportation formation disc. Fellow Taoist Lin, use this to leave. Tang Bing carried with him a teleportation array disc. This array disc was very advanced and had almost no restrictions. It could send him trillions of miles away in an instant. As far as Lin Moyu knew, it was not easy to refine this kind of array disc. Tang Bing had one, so it must be because of his special status. Even if all of Tang Shenzong's men died here today, Tang Shenzong certainly wouldn't want Tang Bing to die. This is Tang Bing's life-saving item, but Tang Bing doesn't want to use it, and even wants to give the item to himself. Lin Moyu had always been in contact with Tang Feng and had hardly spoken to Tang Bing. He had never expected that he would actually do this. It was obvious that all of Tang Shenzong's men had no objection, and none of them had any intention of leaving. Tang Feng was extremely decisive. "In that case, fellow Taoist Lin, let's go. If our deduction is wrong this time, we will die, but we can't die with fellow Taoist Lin." They had already made up their minds to die when they came here. Judging from the current situation, the possibility of success is not high, so there is no need to delay any further. As for the explosive God Pearl in Tang Feng's hand, it can allow a person to reach a higher level in a short period of time. After using it, you can achieve perfection, at least you can drag the layer. But no one was willing to leave, and Tang Feng had no choice. Lin Moyu didn't take the formation plate. "This formation plate is good, you can keep it for yourself. You want the Dark God Pearl, right? I'll get it for you." As he spoke, Lin Moyu lightly tapped his fingers, and a chaos rune flew out and fell into the Minister of the Earth. The ancient ice earth shook violently, rumbling loudly, and the palace protected by the formation collapsed in the shaking. Not only did the palace collapse, but even the formation collapsed. The Dark God Pearl was no longer suppressing it and turned into a stream of light and flew over. Tang Feng instinctively stretched out his hand and waved it, and the sword formation condensed into a phantom of a sword, which took over the Dark God Pearl. Boom! The sword formation roared, the aura rose rapidly, and the power of the sword formation increased rapidly. At this moment, Tang Feng was stunned. He couldn't understand what Lin Moyu did. Why does a seemingly inconspicuous chaos rune have such a powerful effect that it can instantly shatter the entire formation? He immediately realized that the key was not the chaos rune, but Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu is a powerful formation master, powerful beyond imagination. Attacks came down one after another. The sword formation moved spontaneously, the dark god pearl sparkled in the sword formation, and sword energy swept out one after another to block the attacks. With the dark god pearl, the power of the sword formation increased by more than a lot, and it was even on par with the perfect sword. Just as Lin Moyu thought, the sword formation was complete only after having the dark god pearl. Tang Bing reacted quickly. I didn't expect that fellow Taoist Lin's attainments and formations are so strong. Lin Moyu smiled and said, okay, the dark god pearl has been obtained, and your mission has been completed. There is no need to do it again. There is no need to worry about whether he will succeed or not. Tang Feng's expression is full of joy. Although he is not afraid of death, no one wants to die. He said loudly, this is all thanks to fellow Taoist Lin. We will lead fellow Taoist Lin to fight our way out. The Dark God Pearl is already in hand, and the next thing to do is to break through the siege and escape from the opening area. Lin Moyu shook his head. Your mission is complete, but I haven't gotten what I want yet. Tang Feng then remembered that Lin Moyu had said before that he wanted Gu Bing. At that time he thought Lin Moyu was just joking, but now it seems that he is not joking. Tang Feng didn't think twice. Since that's the case, what are you going to do, fellow Taoist Lin? We'll do our best. Lin Moyu shook his head. You don't have to do it. I'll do it myself. You just watch. Tang Feng and others could not help him with what he wanted to do. As he spoke, he flew out of the sword formation and faced the Cold Toad clan. As soon as he appeared, he was immediately attacked. Lin Moyu didn't even frown and let the attacks fall on him. His body glowed faintly, and all powerful attacks were wiped out as they approached him. Lin Moyu didn't need to exert any effort at all. His natural body defense alone was enough to make him invincible. Seeing Lin Moyu being engulfed in the attack but remaining unharmed, Tang Feng was nervous at first but then relaxed. What is fellow Taoist Lin's strength? Is he at the perfect Chaos Realm? No, fellow Taoist Lin is a Chaos Realm minor success, but he is not an ordinary Chaos Realm minor success. I don't understand. I really don't understand. My goodness, how could you get to this point? Tang Feng and the others were all amazed. Apart from anything else, the defensive power alone was beyond their reach. Lin Moyu standing there was like an insurmountable wall, enough to make people despair. Bang! Lin Moyu snapped his fingers during the attack, and in an instant the void twisted, countless undead servants appeared, and bloody cloaks fluttered in the cold wind. The terrifying murderous aura impacted the void and quickly occupied the entire ancient Iceland. Lin Moyu didn't release too many undead servants, only 100 million, but this number was enough to kill people. The entire Cold Toad clan may have hundreds of millions of members, but each of the undead servants is at the peak of the Chaos Realm. Faced with hundreds of millions of Chaos Realm masters, even a perfect crossbowman would tremble. Tang Feng and the others opened their mouths wide, their eyes almost popping out of their heads. What is this? Puppets? So many of them, and they're all at the Chaos Realm. Are all these puppets owned by fellow Taoist Lin? Is fellow Taoist Lin planning to massacre our entire clan? Tang Feng finally realized that Lin Moyu was not joking when he said he wanted Gu Bing. He wanted to slaughter the entire Cold Toad clan and then take their ancient Ice Clan land for himself. There is no doubt that Lin Moyu has the ability to do this, considering the existence of these Chaos Realm masters who are suspected to be puppets. His sword formation of hundreds of people was as ridiculous as child's play in front of Lin Moyu. 0. The only problem now is the 4 perfect masters, but he believes Lin Moyu can handle it. The war broke out and the undead servants began to take action. In fact, it was not a war, but a one-sided massacre. The attack of the undead servants flooded the ancient Iceland, and most of the people of the Cold Toad clan died in an instant. Roars rang out, and the 4 powerful and perfect men of the Cold Toad clan rushed towards Lin Moyu with anger. His own people were slaughtered in an instant. This kind of hatred cannot be described in words. Bang! Another snap of the fingers, and a giant python appeared in the void. The time and space soul python looked at the four people with a misty light in its eyes. 3 of them trembled at the same time and stopped. Then, before the other person could react, the 3 of them attacked at the same time, targeting the remaining person. The time and space soul python instantly controlled the souls of 3 of them and controlled them to attack another person. The killing of one's own clan happened right in front of everyone. The space-time soul python's ability to control souls is extremely terrifying, and it is difficult to resist even with the same realm, but there are too few of them, so only 3 can be controlled at the same time. The person abandoned by the space-time soul python was the guy who was injured by Lin Mohan's sword and tent before. He was an unlucky guy. Facing the siege of 3 clansmen of the same realm, he could not hold on for long. But at the same time, he is also a lucky man. At least he will not become the puppet of the space-time soul python. Tang Feng and the others were speechless at this moment. Lin Moyu's methods made them feel terrified. Tang Feng even had a feeling that if Lin Moyu wanted to harm Emperor Shenzong of Tang, they would die. He glanced at Tang Bing, who understood what Tang Feng meant and nodded slightly, confirming his idea. The 2 brothers seemed to be in sync, and they were also glad that they were polite enough to Lin Moyu and did not offend him. Tang Feng sighed. "Xiao Bing, your deduction was not wrong this time." Tang Bing also sighed. "It turns out that the way of fate really has a 100% outcome." Today, they really had their eyes opened. Lin Moyu made them realize what outrageous meant. The various methods used by Lin Moyu were beyond their comprehension, and they couldn't even understand them. Imagine a person who has lived for countless years, experienced many trials and tribulations, and witnessed the complexity and strangeness of the world. After finally reaching the Chaos Realm, there are very few things they don't understand. Now they suddenly realize how little they have seen and how little they understand. Only they themselves understand the shock they feel. Hundreds of Chaos Realm Masters in the Sword Formation were like this, with their eyes wide open, shocked and confused. It was obvious that they didn't understand. In just half an hour, the undead 620 servants had swept the entire ancient Iceland over and over again. Lin Moyu suddenly looked at Tang Bing with an optimistic attitude. "Could you please help me deduce whether there are still survivors of the Jianshu tribe?" Tang Bing immediately nodded and said, "Okay." He immediately began to deduce. Several drops of blood flew out, the way of destiny continued to surge, and thousands of possibilities in destiny flashed through Tang Bing's soul. A moment later, Tang Bing's face suddenly changed. A large number of wounds appeared on his body, and blood gushed out like a fountain, and he couldn't stop it. Tang Bing's wounds continued to expand, his body began to fall apart, and even his soul began to be damaged. But Tang Bing couldn't stop. It seemed the situation was out of control. Tang Feng shouted, "Oh no!" A terrifying existence appeared in his deduction. Lin Moyu took a step forward and stood in front of Tang Bing. The power of life surged out and enveloped Tang Bing, and the speed at which Tang Bing's wound expanded slowed down immediately. The power of life is very strong. It can heal external injuries and soul injuries, but it cannot suppress Tang Bing's current condition. Tang Feng explained, "Xiao Bing's deduction should have revealed a very powerful being, possibly a Grand Venerable, a Quasi-Grand Venerable, or a top-level perfect powerful being. Xiao Bing's cultivation is insufficient. Once these beings are involved in the deduction, fate will backfire on her." Once, when Xiao Bing was not yet in the Chaos Realm, he encountered a perfectionist during a deduction and was severely injured. It took him thousands of years to recover. But the situation that time didn't seem as bad as this time. Tang Feng quickly told Lin Moyu the situation, hoping it would be helpful to her. He knew very well that in this situation, no one could help Tang Bing except Lin Moyu. His eyes were full of anxiety, but he didn't express it, nor did he mean to blame Lin Moyu. He was just worried about his brother. Lin Moyu asked in his soul, "Do you know what's going on?" Xiaoshu said, "What Tang Feng said is correct. He must have encountered a powerful existence during his deduction. It shouldn't be the top perfection. That kind of existence is not so bad. It should be a great master or a quasi-great master." Hun Dunzi asked, "Could it be that the ancient beast is still alive and rusty?" Xiaoshu shook his head. He must be dead. Not only dead, but even most of his body has been cut into pieces. I'm guessing he developed a new will, and this will merged with someone from the Frost Toad clan. Once upon a time, the ancient Frost Beast was a terrifying existence beyond perfection. At its peak, the ancient Frost Beast was not even weaker than the Great Venerable. Although his body was dismembered after death, part of his body developed a will and could be reborn by merging with the members of the Cold Toad clan. Of course, it is impossible for the reborn ancient beast to return to its peak, but its realm can be comparable to some quasi-great masters. If that's the case, Lin Moyu thought of a solution. The solution is very simple, just use clean water. Pure water can suppress the will of the Great Lord and the Quasi-Great Lord, and naturally it can also suppress the will of the ancient beast. What's more, Tang Bing just encountered that trace of will and fate, which could be solved in minutes by using pure water. Many problems that are difficult to solve in the eyes of others can be solved easily in the eyes of the strong. The saying those who are difficult cannot do it, and those who can do it have no difficulty is exactly this principle. 1/1000th of a drop of clean water flew out, exploded in Tang Bing's body, turned into water mist, and instantly flowed all over Tang Bing's body. There was a crackling sound inside Tang Bing's body, and a large amount of white mist emerged. After the mist, the wound began to recover rapidly. Then the clean water rushed into the soul, wrapped up Tang Bing's soul, and purified the will that invaded from fate. In front of the pure water, that trace of will was quickly eliminated, and Tang Bing woke up with a muffled groan. The power of life played a big role at this moment, quickly healing Tang Bing's injuries. Tang Bing panted lightly, "Fellow Taoist Lin, there are still some alive." Lin Moyu nodded. "I already know." "Where is he?" If there were no survivors, Tang Shui wouldn't have been in such a state. Tang Bing's body was still trembling slightly. He pointed downwards and said, "The entire ancient ice is his body." Lin Moyu nodded slightly. "Everyone, stay away. Leave this to me. Ancient ice is this guy's body. Given the hardness of ancient ice, it would be extremely difficult to kill him. But there are ways. The world-burning fire and the jellyfish of heaven and earth can both deal with this guy." Tang Feng and his men quickly moved away, retreating billions of miles, and Lin Moyu put away his undead servants. He was the only one left in the extremely cold ancient ice land. A ball of fire flew out from his palm and fell into the ancient ice land. In an instant, the world-burning fire swept across the ancient ice land, turning it into a sea of fire. Then the flames disappeared from the earth, and the fire that burned the world sank into the earth, looking for its target. If there is a soul, the fire of the burning world will naturally pull it out. Lin Moyu was not in a hurry and waited quietly. The ancient ice land was only a part of the ancient cold beast, but it was still huge enough at the moment, and the fire of the burning world could not burn it all in an instant. Time passed minute by minute. Lin Moyu looked relaxed, but Tang Feng and others were a little nervous. Tang Bing had already told them what kind of person Lin Moyu's next opponent would be. That is an existence that may have surpassed perfection. Even if it is not a great master, it will be very close. This kind of existence can kill them instantly, even if they have the Dark God Pearl. Half an hour passed in the quiet and tense atmosphere. Suddenly, Lin Moyu's voice rang in Tang Feng's ears, "Stay further away." Without any hesitation, Tang Feng immediately led everyone to retreat billions of miles again. Just as they were retreating, bursts of muffled thunder suddenly rang out from the ancient ice land, as if a giant beast had revived, and the sound resounded through the void. The sound changes from invisible to visible. Wherever 3.1 goes, the void freezes and nothing grows. The sword formation controlled by Tang Feng was shrouded in cold air, and the outer edge quickly froze into ice, and their retreat speed suddenly slowed down. Looking around, there was a world of ice behind me. The cold air was penetrating into the sword formation, and everyone's soul felt a terrifying chill. They fought with all their strength, otherwise they would be frozen to death at any time. A Chaos Realm Master would be frozen to death. This kind of coldness is so terrifying that it is unimaginable. Fortunately, they had retreated a long way. If they were at the same distance as before, they would probably be dead by now. Break the ice. Tang Feng roared and cut through the ice with his sword. The ice was extremely hard, but luckily they were far away and could still cut it, but at a slow speed. When Tang Feng broke the ice, he turned around and looked at Lin Moyu, his eyes widening again. How is this possible? The void around Lin Moyu was also frozen, and the degree of freezing was many times stronger than his own. Lin Moyu was standing on the ancient ice and was the first to be hit. With Lin Moyu's Chaos Realm of minor success, he should have been frozen to death in an instant. Means are means, and realm is realm, and they cannot be confused. But the fact is not so. What Tang Feng saw and what he thought were completely opposite. Facing the ice that was strong enough to freeze everything, Lin Moyu simply threw punches, one after another, and each punch was able to smash the sea of ice. After just a few punches, he had created an area for himself where there was not a single piece of ice left intact. Lin Moyu's punch may seem ordinary, but the power it contains is much stronger than his own Tangshan Great Sword formation. Even with the Dark God Pearl, it is still far inferior. How can he be so strong? This was a kind of power that Tang Feng could not imagine. Although he was at the small success stage of the Chaos Realm, the power of each punch surpassed that of the perfect Chaos Realm. This is no longer against the will of heaven, it is completely outrageous and violates the rules of chaos. Lin Moyu stopped moving after clearing a space for himself. Flames burst out of his body, and the immortal flame turned the area into a sea of fire. At the same time, a huge amount of gray gas swept out, which continuously corroded the outer layer of ice and expanded BQ Lin Moyu's territory. The existence in the ancient ice, the ice it erupted from, had no effect on Lin Moyu. Tang Feng looked at Lin Moyu from time to time, and at the same time controlled the sword formation, retreating farther and farther until he exited the frozen area. At this moment, he was more than 10 billion miles away from the ancient ice land, and even with his eyesight, he could not see Lin Moyu's figure clearly. Only the ancient ice is large enough to still be clearly visible. In his sight, the ancient ice land began to move. The birthplace of the Cold Toad clan, the land shrouded in icy coldness all year round, began to move at this moment. Countless cold air spread out, rolling up huge ice blocks, which merged together and turned into a giant beast. The giant beast looked 50% like a cold toad, and the other 50% was unknown to Tang Feng. He had never seen it before. But the moment he saw this giant beast, Tang Feng felt the threat of death. A chill emerged from the depths of his soul, and a layer of ice instantly formed outside his soul. "Don't look." When Tang Bing's voice came to his ears, Tang Feng immediately closed his eyes and dared not look again. The chill in my soul quickly dissipated, and when I opened my eyes again, I found that the others were also closing their eyes, not daring to look. Tang Bing whispered, "I just deduced this thing and almost died." Tang Feng had personally experienced the other party's terrifying power, and he was still terrified. "What on earth is this thing?" Tang Bing shook his head. "I don't know. He must be a very ancient being, or perhaps a self-willed being born from the ancient ice land. He merged with a member of the Frost Toad tribe, giving him wisdom. He had been in a dormant state before, but this commotion has revived him. I feel his strength has surpassed ordinary perfection. The strongest people Tang Bing had ever seen were the few perfect talents in the clan, so he was unable to make an accurate judgment." Tang Feng said, "This is not important. The key is to see how fellow Taoist Lin fights." Tang Bing said, "Fellow Taoist Lin should have a solution. I suggest you retreat a bit. We may not be able to withstand the aftermath of the fight." Tang Feng said, "Okay, let's retreat a little. If anything unexpected happens, I will drag it away, and you take the Dark God Pearl and lead the people back." Tang Bing did not refuse this time, but agreed to let him come after hesitating for a while. He knew what was important. The Dark God Pearl was the most important. They could sacrifice for the Dark God Pearl. No matter what the cost, they had to bring the Dark God Pearl back. The sword formation retreated billions of miles and watched from afar. The giant beast took shape in front of Lin Moyu, and the coldness was even stronger than before. The huge cold air forced back the power of death and squeezed Lin Moyu's living space again. Lin Moyu remained unmoved and just watched quietly, waiting for the giant to be fully formed. Hun Dunzi said with a hint of disdain, if that guy were to turn into such a horrible state, he would definitely jump up and curse. Xiao Shu hummed, it's a bit ugly indeed. Although the ancient beast doesn't look very good either, at least it's not that wretched. This fragment of the corpse of the ancient cold giant beast, after being fused with the cold toad tribe, looks very wretched and a bit disgusting. His aura finally stopped changing, and his soul flame continued to flicker. Lin Moyu judged that this guy's strength should be similar to that of a top-level perfect warrior. Maybe it will be a little stronger, but not much stronger. If compared with the Wine Master, Moyu feels that the Wine Master has a greater chance of winning. But it is not easy to kill this guy. His body is too hard, so hard that even a strong and powerful person cannot break it. The battle against the tribe on the ancient ice just now only knocked off a layer of dust on his surface, not even a superficial injury. The giant beast looked at Lin Moyu, its huge eyes glowing blue, an extremely white blue light filled with murderous intent. Roar! With a roar, he rushed towards Lin Moyu wrapped in biting ice. The ice shattered the power of death, penetrated the immortal flame, and blasted Lin Moyu into ice chips. Sublimation. With a low shout, Lin Moyu's aura rose sharply, and he instantly reached the peak of the Chaos Realm, just a step away from perfection. The physical and spiritual strength, which had already reached its limit, increased by about 10% again. At his level, even if his improvement is only 10%, it is much better than others improving by one small realm. Lin Moyu's foundation is so strong that it is incomparable to that of ordinary practitioners. Even those great masters, when they were in the Chaos Realm, were far inferior to Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu transformed into a giant and punched out. This was the strongest punch he had ever delivered. Lin Moyu himself didn't know the current limit of his strength, so he took this opportunity to test it out. The opponent has no boundaries, and neither do I. It is simply a competition of strength, so it is pure. In Tang Feng's eyes, a giant suddenly appeared in the void. The giant raised his fist, shattered the ice, and smashed towards the giant beast. The entire void was trembling, as if chaos was about to be crushed by the giant. A large area of space was shattered, revealing the deepest part of the void, with whirlpools spinning, as if to drag people into the bottomless abyss. This punch left a deep impression on Tang Feng and others. Even after tens of millions of years, when they had reached the perfection of the Chaos Realm, they could not forget this punch. This punch destroyed the heaven and earth, shattered the chaos, and landed heavily on the giant beast. The giant beast was knocked away by a punch, and some cracks appeared on its body. The cracks were quickly repaired, but the giant beast still made a shocking sound. Lin Moyu's fist not only has the power of the body, but also the power of the soul. The power of the soul also turned into a giant fist, penetrated into the soul of the giant beast, and fell like raindrops. The previous world-burning fire pointed the way for Lin Moyu, allowing him to successfully find the soul of the giant beast. Lin Moyu's soul attack is simple and unpretentious, it is just crushing with strength. The beast's body was so strong that even with Lin Moyu's punching power, he could only create some insignificant cracks. But his soul was not that strong, and he was unable to resist Lin Moyu's mighty soul attack. The soul was shocked and the giant beast could not control its body at all. Lin Moyu took a step forward to catch up with the beast, punching it again and again. The giant beast turned into a sandbag, allowing Lin Moyu to smash it relentlessly. Cracks kept appearing on its body and then quickly repaired. The body was very strong and could be smashed to pieces with Lin Moyu's current strength. But his soul was not strong. Under repeated soul attacks, the giant beast could only scream and had completely lost control of its body. He is now Lin Moyu's living target and is used as an experimental subject by Lin Moyu. After a series of fierce attacks, Lin Moyu probably knew the limit of his strength. In terms of pure strength, he has surpassed the Chaos Realm. Even the Wine Master is not as good as him in terms of pure physical and spiritual strength. However, the top perfect masters have their own realms, and their realms are also very powerful. Once they are used, you will be inferior to them. However, with the powerful defense of both his body and soul, it became very difficult for them to kill him. Magical weapons at the Chaos Realm level, whether targeting the body or the soul, cannot hurt oneself as long as one does not exceed the Chaos Realm. In other words, he was already invincible in the Chaos Realm. As long as he didn't encounter a Great Master or a Quasi-Great Master, or an alien species like the Chaos Wild Ox, his life would not be in danger. However, what Lin Moyu values most is his own foundation. The greatest benefit of having both a strong soul and a strong body is an extremely solid foundation, which is the basis for him to make further progress. Compared with combat power, output is more important. Lin Moyu pondered and concluded in his mind, but his hands did not stop, still beating the giant beast like a sandbag. The giant beast seemed to have given up its physical body. It knew that its physical body would not be broken, so it simply ignored it and just focused on guarding its soul. Lin Moyu's soul attacks came in waves from his fists, but the giant beast defended itself tightly and blocked the attacks. This scene fell into the eyes of Tang Feng and others. They all saw that Lin Moyu had firmly suppressed the giant beast, but seemed unable to kill it. Once Lin Moyu stops, the behemoth will be able to counterattack immediately. Lin Moyu couldn't keep fighting like this forever. If there were no other means, the behemoth seemed undefeated. Tang Bing whispered, "Don't worry, fellow Taoist Lin should be using this guy for experiments, and when he's done, that's when he'll die." Tang Feng nodded slightly. He also had confidence in Lin Moyu. During his years of cultivation, he had seen all kinds of people, including geniuses, evildoers, ordinary people, and strong people of their generation. But people like Lin Moyu, who can only be described as outrageous, are unique. He believed that Lin Moyu had plenty of ways to deal with this seemingly powerful beast. Just as he thought, Lin Moyu did have plenty of ways. After the experiment was almost done, the surplus value of this giant beast was completely squeezed out. At some point, a ball of fire shot out from Lin Moyu's fist. The fire that burned the world appeared again, and it was more intense than before. The fist force wrapped in the burning world rushed into the giant beast's soul world, and instantly turned the giant beast's soul world into a sea of fire. The soul world shook and trembled in the fire of burning the world, as if it would collapse at any time. The behemoth's soul was enveloped by the world-burning fire and was constantly being roasted. Lin Moyu's soul attack still existed, wave after wave, firmly suppressing the soul of the giant beast. The giant beast screamed in agony, but it could only scream. Facing Lin Moyu's tsunami-like attack, he could do nothing and only death awaited him. Finally, he could no longer endure the world-burning fire and the continuous soul shock, and his soul exploded. After the explosion, his soul scattered throughout his body. He gave up his soul state and used his awakened will to control his body in an attempt to fight back. Lin Moyu sneered, "I've been waiting for this." A few drops of clean water fell and penetrated into Zhang's body, turning it into a thick garden. Wherever the clean water passed, the will of the giant beast was completely wiped out. When the giant beast tried to escape back from its body, the road to the soul world had been blocked by the fire of burning the world. At the same time, there were waves of soul shocks, forcing it back like waves. He had no way out at all. He watched helplessly as the mist transformed from the clean water swept towards him. That was his last thought. The soul was shattered, the will was purified, the body of the giant beast collapsed on the spot, countless ice pieces scattered, and the ancient Iceland reappeared. The ancient Iceland returned to its original appearance, with the sky still filled with cold air and countless pieces of ice swirling in the air. But its coldness is no longer so terrifying, and the ice in the void is gradually melting. I won. Fellow Taoist Lin's methods are beyond our imagination. Fellow Taoist Lin wants the ancient Iceland, but how can we take this ancient Iceland away? Tang Feng and others breathed a sigh of relief. Believing that Lin Moyu could win and actually seeing Lin Moyu win were different feelings. But at the same time, they were also thinking about how Lin Moyu would be taken away from the ancient Iceland. The ancient Iceland is very special. It is not an ordinary thing. Even the realm cannot take it away. Lin Moyu's soul power surged, his thoughts covering the entire ancient Iceland. Then, with a wave of his hand, a terrifying crack appeared in the void, forcibly taking the ancient Iceland in. The power of storage space is demonstrated once again. What is the boundary? In the storage space, the boundary is just an insignificant Ancient Ice Earth entered the storage space, and he was just like a speck of dust. Lin Moyu sent the ancient Iceland to the Great Thousand World. In the chaos, the ancient Iceland could not enter the realm because its level was higher than the realm. But in the storage space, Lin Moyu is the master, and whether it works or not, Lin Moyu has the final say. He changed the rules a little, made an exception for the world, and successfully brought the land of Jibing into his hands. He also left a drop of pure water on the ancient Iceland to prevent it from giving birth to a new will. The 4 elders of the Silver Rabbit clan stared blankly at the ancient Ice Earth. They felt that the ancient Ice Earth was a very strong material, of a level so high that they had never seen it before. The key is that it is big enough, larger than all the materials Lin Moyu had taken out before put together. The elder asked cautiously, "Mr. Lin, what is this?" Lin Moyu said, "This is the homeland of the Frost Toad." Gu Bing, the great elder, exclaimed. Lin Moyu said, "Well, the ancient Iceland is their clan's land, and it is also a top-grade material. I will get it here to cultivate the realm." What is luxury? This is luxury. Using a race's land to cultivate materials for a new realm is something most people wouldn't be able to do. The consequences of this, Hanua, alone are beyond the ability of ordinary people to bear. The great elder asked, "What about the Frost Toad clan?" Lin Moyu said, "Of course it was destroyed. As expected, even their clan land was taken away, so how could their race be preserved? Chaos is cruel, and they often hear about genocide. For many years, their Silver Rabbit clan has been shrouded in the shadow of genocide if they disobey. Lin Moyu seemed like a nice person, but that was because I was useful to him and I was obedient enough. If I don't obey, Lin Moyu will probably kill me." The great elder thought this was normal. This was the rule in chaos, and they just had to obey. At least their lives are much better now than before. The elder whispered, "Don't worry, Mr. Lin, we will make good use of the ancient ice." Lin Moyu said, "I heard that ancient ice is useful for compressing the power of the realm. You guys can research the details, I won't interfere. Tell me what materials you need, and I'll do my best to find them." By the way, I glanced at Inda on the silver-green grassland. He was still adapting to his own strength. Lin Moyu was not in a hurry. After all, it would take quite some time to adapt to such a huge improvement. With Inda's qualifications, it is impossible to move too fast. Instead of rushing, Lin Moyu hopes to take solid steps one by one and avoid making any mistakes. After making sure that Inda was fine, Moyu left. The ancient Iceland disappeared from the chaos, the ice in the void was slowly melting, and the Cold Toad clan was eliminated from the chaos. To the whole chaos, this is just a trivial matter. There are thousands of races, one more is nothing. What's more, the ancient beast had died long ago, and even its body had been completely divided up. This small piece of remaining carcass was naturally a bargain for Lin Moyu. Originally, Lin Moyu wanted to keep another piece to use as material for exploding the corpse. But Xiaoshu said not to do that. If the ancient beast used the corpse explosion, the power might be enough to kill the Great Lord. It will definitely attract the attention of Tao at that time. It is best not to alarm him unless you confront him head-on. And when he had the strength to fight against the Tao head-on, this corpse seemed to be of no use, and might even be less powerful than his own punch. Gu Bing has become useless. It is better not to use it than to look at it but not be able to use it. Lin Moyu flew through the ice and arrived in front of Tang Feng and the others. "Okay, let's go." He said it lightly, and Tang Feng was stunned for a moment before he reacted, "Okay, let's go." He was obviously a little nervous, as he had realized how powerful Lin Moyu was. It can even be said that Lin Moyu is stronger than their entire Tangshan zone. When facing Lin Moyu, he felt more pressure than when facing the elders and the sect. Lin Moyu smiled and said, "Don't be so nervous. I'm just someone who wants to borrow your road." Tang Feng tried to calm himself down. "I understand. This time, it's all thanks to fellow Taoist Lin. We, Tang Shenzong, will remember this favor. If fellow Taoist Lin needs us, please feel free to ask for our help." Lin Moyu smiled and said, "Don't worry, I will come to find you." Tang Feng cried out, and then Tang fell to the ground to greet him. As he said this, he took out a jade token. As long as he took this jade token to Emperor Shenzong of Tang, Tang Feng would naturally sense it. Tang Bing also took out a jade token and said, "My brother sometimes goes out, and I usually stay in the sect, waiting for fellow Taoist Lin to come and visit me at any time." Lin Moyu put away the jade token and suddenly asked, "Your Tang Shenzong's history should be very long." Tang Abbé Feng replied, "It's indeed been a long time. We are an ancient sect, but we don't know exactly how long it's been around. The sect's records seem to have been broken. I've searched carefully, but I can't find any records from before." Lin Moyu said, "The magic weapon of that small sword you used before, the sword intent contained in it is extraordinary." Tang Feng said, "That is the sect's most precious treasure, called the Heaven-Severing Sword. It must be used in conjunction with the Tang God Great Sword formation. If we use it, its power is equivalent to a strike from a perfected warrior. If activated by an elder, the power can be even greater. It is said that the Heaven-Slaying Sword was left by an ancient elder in the sect, but I haven't found any records of it. Perhaps the elders would know. Although Tang Feng's status is not low, he is only at the great accomplishment of the Chaos Realm after all, so there are some things he may not be able to access." Lin Moyu smiled and said, "When I come, I will ask your elders." Tang Feng asked, "Is fellow Taoist Lin interested in the Heaven-Slaying Sword?" In his opinion, with Lin Moyu's strength, the Heaven-Slaying Sword was indeed useless. Even if their elders came and used their Heaven-Slaying Sword, it would still be no match for Lin Moyu's random punch. Lin Moyu shook his head. "I'm not interested. I'm just a little interested in the sword meaning. I'm just asking casually. Don't worry about it. This is Lin Mohan's sword intent." Did Lin Mohan have any relationship with Emperor Shenzong of Tang back then, or was Emperor Shenzong of Tang created by Lin Mohan? Lin Moyu was just asking casually. The answer wasn't important. If it really has something to do with Lin Mohan, it wouldn't be wrong to help him. On the way back, there was no need to hide in time and space, but to move forward confidently, which was much faster. Although they came from the central region, they did not violate the rules of the Great Venerable, and those who came were all at the peak of the Chaos Realm. Under normal circumstances, the perfection in the western extreme would not take action against them. And now that Lin Moyu is here, even if someone who has reached the perfection of the Chaos Realm shamelessly attacks, they are seeking death. Lin Moyu still stood on Tang Feng's sword, letting him fly. When he had the chance to be lazy, Lin Moyu was too lazy to move a finger. Tang Feng and Lin Moyu chatted on the way. Tang Feng was mainly talking, and Lin Moyu was listening most of the time. They were talking about some things in the Central Domain Divine Alliance. Both of them were members of the Central Domain Divine Alliance. Tang Feng was a veteran and knew a lot. Lin Moyu actually knew nothing about the Central Region Divine Alliance, so he took this opportunity to listen to Tang Feng's talk. It was through Tang Feng that he learned that the Central Region Divine Alliance was actually divided into 4 branches: East, South, West, and North. East, South, West, and North do not refer to directions, but to the 4 poles. The 4 branches were established to deal with battles with the 4 poles. Each of the 4 poles is different, and the methods of dealing with them are also different. The Central Domain Divine Alliance deploys its forces to check and balance them. In addition to the 4 major branches in the Southeast, Northwest, Northeast, and Southwest, the Central Region Divine Alliance also has a headquarters. The headquarters is located in the center of the Central Region, and has absolute command over the Central Region Divine Alliance. It is also the gathering place of the strongest members of the Central Region Divine Alliance. Some of the powerful beings in the Central Region Divine Alliance headquarters only obey the orders of the Great Master in the Central Region. After listening to the Central Domain Divine Alliance, Lin Moyu asked about the Upper Domain. This time, the Central Domain and the Western Pole were at war, and the North Pole was also ready to make a move. He heard that people from the Upper Domain would come to support them. Tang Feng knew a little about the Upper Domain. There's also a Divine Alliance in the Upper Domain, called the Upper Domain Divine Alliance. It's only one character different from the Central Domain Divine Alliance. The Upper Realm Divine Alliance is not weak, but their cultivators are relatively weak in combat compared to those at the same realm. Their power is too pure and not suitable for combat. If we were just dealing with the Arctic, it wouldn't be a big problem. In fact, among the three domains, the strongest combat power is the lower domain, but the lower domain rarely moves, and they will not come to help until the last moment. As far as I can remember, there was a time when the four poles and the three realms went to war simultaneously. I don't know the exact reason, but the fight was fierce, and it seemed like even the Venerables were defeated. The Central Domain Divine Alliance sent out all its powerful members to hold the western and southern poles, while the Upper Domain Divine Alliance held the northern and eastern poles. The Upper Domain Divine Alliance must have been underpowered, East Pole was lost, and we were unable to intervene. That's when the people from the lower domain arrived. They defeated the Dongji troops. It is said that they even rushed into Dongji, slaughtered the clan and the entire family, and killed many people. In the end, they killed so many people that they dared not come again, so they retreated. The key point is, they were said to have only dispatched 100,000 men, while the Dongji contingent at the time numbered at least over 100 million, possibly even more. 100,000 versus hundreds of millions, and they won the battle. This shows how powerful the people of the lower realm are. These were all things Tang Feng had heard. He had not seen them with his own eyes, but there is always evidence to support a rumor. Maybe it's an exaggeration, but not too much. Tang Bing suddenly said in a deep voice, "Someone is blocking us ahead." Along the way, Lin Moyu was chatting with Tang Feng, while Tang Bing was making deductions from time to time. Simple deductions were not stressful for him. As long as he didn't encounter an existence beyond the realm of perfection, there wouldn't be any problem. His deduction can help the team avoid a lot of trouble. Now their mission is not to fight, but to send the Dark God Pearl back. This time, Tang Bing's deduction concluded that someone was intercepting them ahead. The interception location happened to be near the sub-array of the cross-domain formation, which seemed a bit coincidental. Tang Bing was a little puzzled. How did they know we would go there? It doesn't seem like a coincidence. Tang Feng said, there are also people in the western extremes who are skilled in the way of fate. Perhaps they have also deduced it. Furthermore, knowing where to intercept us doesn't necessarily require the way of fate. Some magical weapons can also do the trick. It's probably because we killed so many people in the past few hundred years that we attracted the attention of some guys, so they came to intercept us this time. Does the other side have any powerful consummate warriors? How many are there? Tang Feng is very smart and can usually analyze the root cause of the problem quickly. Facing his question, Tang Bing shook her head. There are quite a few people, but I don't know exactly how many there are. The deduction seems to have been disturbed. There shouldn't be any perfect strong ones, at least I haven't seen any in the deduction. Tang Feng said, even if there is a perfect strong man, he will definitely not come out now. Is there any way we can circumvent it? Tang Bing said, let me take a look. As he spoke, he deduced again, and this time he quickly came up with the answer. Tang Bing's face was not looking good. We can't avoid it. They have a way to track us. Tang Feng said, it seems that they are well prepared. Since we can't avoid them, then we should prepare to fight them. Tang Bing nodded, took out a piece of fur, unfolded the fur, and projected a void map. He tapped the map a few times, marking 3 dots, red, blue, and green. The red dot is where we are, the blue dot is where they are, and the green dot is where the interdomain teleportation array is. They certainly don't know the location of the interdomain teleportation array, but they know the direction we're going and will intercept us along the way. Even if we change direction, it's useless. They can change direction at any time. I've just deduced it. Apart from the attack, there is no other way. Tang Feng took over Tang Bing's words and said loudly, according to the rules, we don't have any perfect masters here, and the perfect masters in the Western Extreme will not take action. But there are exceptions to everything. After all, we are outsiders, and sometimes they will not listen to reason. Also, we've hunted quite a few creatures from the Western Extreme before. Although we did it very cleanly, they wouldn't have any evidence. But if they're really determined to kill, they don't need any evidence. So this time, we can only force our way in. Brothers, do you have the confidence? Everyone was eager to fight. They didn't say anything, but answered Tang Feng with their actions. War. This was their answer. They had to take the Dark God Pearl back no matter what. Lin Moyu stood aside without reacting until Tang Feng looked over. Lin Moyu understood what he meant. Don't worry, as long as that great master doesn't take action, you will definitely be able to return. Tang Feng's face suddenly showed joy. With Brother Lin's words, Tang Feng feels relieved. Lin Moyu shook his head. You guys still have to fight yourselves. As long as their perfection doesn't take action, I won't do anything either. If that doesn't work, then I can only say that you are not destined to obtain the Dark God Pearl. Tang Feng suddenly took out the Dark God Pearl and said, Fellow Taoist Lin, Tang Feng wants to ask you for a favor. Lin Moyu saw through Tang Feng's thoughts and said, Don't worry, if you all die, I will help you bring the Dark God Pearl back. This interception battle was caused by Tang Feng and others themselves and has nothing to do with me. As long as the powerful and perfect person in the Western Extreme does not move, he will not touch this cause and effect. If Tang Feng can't get through, he can only blame himself for his bad luck. As for the Dark God Pearl, I can help bring it back. As for when to bring it back, that depends on when I am free. Tang Feng also knew that this was the limit of what Lin Moyu could agree to. After all, he and Lin Moyu had just met. To be honest, it was Lin Moyu who helped him. Without him, he would not be able to get the Dark God Pearl back. It's great to be able to say this now. Before the two sides came into contact, Tang Feng stopped the sword formation, let the team rest, and prepared to rush forward with the strongest posture. This is the westernmost part, not his own territory, so he won't fight to the bitter end. Moreover, this place is not far from the teleportation formation. As long as we get there, we will be safe. After a short rest, the sword formation was activated again. This time, Tang Feng controlled the sword formation, turning the entire sword formation into an indestructible sword, cutting through the void and rushing forward. 100 million miles, 1 billion miles, in the blink of an eye the sword formation rushed out over 100 billion miles. A team appeared in sight. This team had 1,000 people, all of whom were at the peak of the Chaos Realm. Judging from their appearance, they should be from 3 different races, and there is no human. They have transformed into their true forms, transformed into huge beasts of extremely large bodies, like countless iron walls, blocking the way. 0**. The creatures in the westernmost part will exert their combat power to the peak when they transform into their original forms. They often practice in human form and fight in their original form. Compared to them, Tang Feng and others were too small, almost like ants. Although small in size, it was powerful. Tang Feng summoned a sword formation. The Tang God's great sword formation is rising. Kill! Tang Feng roared angrily, and a giant sword appeared in the void and shot out. These giant beasts in the westernmost part were not in a hurry. Among them was an antelope-like beast with gleaming horns on its head, and it had the power to sweep the void. In an instant, the space solidified and the speed of the sword formation suddenly slowed down. The space that was originally easily breakable has now become an invisible wall. If Tang Feng wants to break through, he needs to penetrate these invisible walls, and his speed is at least half slower than usual. Tang Feng roared, "It's the Tianyan clan space blockade. Xiaobing, use the skybreaking cone." Tang Bing immediately took out a magic weapon, which was a palm-sized silver cone. The silver cone grew larger the moment it flew out, and violently knocked out a huge channel in the space. Tang Feng and others followed behind the skybreaking cone along the passage, and in the blink of an eye they arrived in front of the other party. The Tianyang people were obviously a little panicked. They were good at controlling space, but not good at fighting. At this time, an army of dragon turtles around him took action at the same time. Hundreds of turtle shells flew out and connected together to form a giant shield, protecting the Tianyang people behind the shield. Bang! The giant sword hit the shield, knocking it away, and hundreds of dragon turtle tribe members retreated in silence. But at this moment, Tang Feng's sword momentum also slowed down and the speed became even slower. The creatures from the westernmost part of the surrounding area came over with their huge bodies, trying to surround Tang Feng and the others. Violence! Tang Feng let out a low shout, and the sword formation changed. Countless sharp swords shot out in all directions, forcing back the guys who were surrounding them. At the same time, he took out another magic weapon, which was a small sword, exactly the same as the small sword that contained Lin Mohan's sword intent. But it does not contain Lin Mohan's sword intent, it is a replica. The small sword merged into the sword formation, and a sword intent soared into the sky. Although it did not belong to Lin Mohan, it was not weak either. Cut! The sword array struck out again, with an attitude that anyone who stood in its way would die. Get back here! With a roar, hundreds of huge whips came lashing out. Bang, 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 the sword shadows shattered, and Tang Feng and the others retreated back to the ground. The sword formation retreated without collapsing. It had been proven in previous battles against the Frost Toad clan that this sword formation had extremely strong resilience and would not collapse easily. The ones who repelled the sword formation were hundreds of giant lizard-like creatures with long snake-like tails. These were their weapons, and their attack power was extremely astonishing, enough to kill even a weak Chaos Realm cultivator. Especially since they were numerous, no less than Tang Feng and the others, they worked together to repel the sword formation. Tang Bing closed his eyes and deduced. He and Tang Feng were the core of the sword formation. Tang Bing was responsible for deducing the target, and Tang Feng was responsible for controlling the sword formation. Suddenly, Tang Bing raised his hand and pointed to the left. Tang Feng formed a seal and drew his sword almost at the same time. Under Tang Feng's control, all the people in the Tangshan zone formed a seal at the same time. With a humming sound, the sword formation condensed into a giant sword and slashed towards the direction Tang Bing pointed. At the same time, a sword formation followed closely behind, using giant swords to clear the way in an attempt to break out of the encirclement. When fighting these creatures from the western extremes, one must not allow themselves to be surrounded. Once surrounded, it will be difficult to break out. This was what Tang Feng of 583 thought from the beginning, and this is what he did. He has not used the Dark God Pearl. The Dark God Pearl is his trump card, and now was not the time to use it. The giant sword cleared the way, and the direction Tang Bing pointed to was also guarded by creatures from the westernmost part. These creatures looked like bees, and there were quite a few of them, each of them larger than a mined animal. Facing the attacking giant sword, these guys shook their wings, and in an instant countless sharp needles shot out from their bodies, bombarding the sword formation like cannonballs. Tang Feng's handprint changed, explode. The giant sword exploded, releasing a tremendous force that repelled all the attacking needles. At the same time, a terrifying force rushed out like a storm, knocking the giant bees away and creating a gap in the encirclement. The sword formation took the opportunity to break through, its speed suddenly increased, and it rushed out from the gap. A roar was heard, and a huge creature suddenly appeared in front of them. He looked like a rhinoceros and radiated golden light all over his body. The Golden Light Divine Rhino, an extremely powerful race in the western extremes. Tang Feng said quickly that there were too many races of creatures in the western extremes, too many to count. But there are a few who are particularly powerful and memorable, and Golden Light God is one of them. Their fighting power is unmatched in the same realm, and they are extremely famous in the 4 poles and 3 domains. They are a headache for everyone. Golden light burst out from Jing Guang's body, and his size instantly expanded to 100,000 miles. The horns on his head shot out a strong light, bombarding the sword formation. Tang Feng's face changed and he shouted, "Hold on, charge forward." With a loud bang, the sword formation collided with the golden light, and the golden light was deflected, and the sword formation was also deflected and flew towards another level. On the other side, other creatures from the western extreme were already waiting, and attacks were pouring down one after another. The sword formation erupted again, forming countless sharp swords to attack it. Tang Feng didn't dare to stop for a moment, controlling the sword formation to move around continuously, never allowing himself to be surrounded. Lin Moyu watched with great interest. He stood on Tang Feng's sword and flew around with the sword formation, watching the battle. There are so many kinds of creatures in the western extremes that it looks like a zoo where you can see all kinds of creatures. This guy is really amazing. The Golden Divine Rhino single-handedly blocked the large sword formation of Tang Feng and others. Everyone has reached the Chaos Realm, so why is he so strong? Xiao Shu said, "It's normal for him to be strong. He has a trace of the blood of the Savage Bronze Bull in him. Although it's only a trace, it's enough to make him the top in his realm. Although I don't know what the Savage Bronze Bull is, since Xiao Shu said so, it must be good." Lin Moyu said, "I feel that his aura is somewhat similar to that of the Chaos Wild Ox." Xiao Shu said, "The Chaos Wild Bull also has the blood of the Savage Bronze Bull, and more, so the Chaos Wild Bull is stronger than him." Lin Moyu asked, "Is the Savage Bronze Bull very powerful?" Xiao Shu said, "His attack power is average, but his defense is indeed somewhat invincible. It took me a lot of effort to kill him. I didn't expect that the Savage Bronze Bull was killed by the little tree. No wonder the little tree knew it so well." In Xiao Shu's evaluation, the Savage Bronze Bull's defense is top-notch, but its attack power is only acceptable. No matter how strong its defense is, it can be broken through, and it was eventually killed by him. The specific method of killing was not important. What was important was that the golden rhino in front of him had a trace of the blood of the Savage Bronze Bull. Even if there was only a trace, it was enough to make him an insurmountable wall. The golden rhino continuously emitted golden light, and Tang Feng's attempts to break out failed because of him. If we don't use the Dark God Pearl, it will be difficult to break out. However, Lin Moyu also noticed that the direction of the encirclement was changing. As Tang Feng broke through again and again, the position of the battlefield was quietly changing. Tang Feng was leading the battlefield towards the area where the cross-domain formation was located. As long as they got there, they would be able to enter the cross-domain formation. As long as they can enter the cross-domain formation, they will be able to escape. Lin Moyu saw Tang Feng's idea and had to say that this idea was indeed feasible, but it was ultimately doomed to fail. In the eyes of the dead, no living being could escape their sight. Lin Moyu saw several huge soul flames burning fiercely in the distance. When someone reached the Chaos Realm, they did not take action, but just watched from afar. It's not that they don't want to take action, it's just that the time has not come yet. If Tang Feng and others can really break out of the encirclement, they will definitely take action. Tang Feng and his group stayed in the western extreme for hundreds of years, quietly surrounding and killing many creatures in the western extreme. They would definitely not let Tang Feng and others leave. The sword formation kept moving around and breaking through. Tang Feng's control was really good. In addition, Tang Bing kept deducing and pointing out the direction, so the sword formation never fell into the encirclement. But as time goes by, the area where the sword formation can move is shrinking, and the space left for Tang Feng is getting smaller and smaller. Finally, the encirclement was closed, and once it was closed, Tang Feng and others had no way to survive. Lin Moyu looked at the situation around him and knew that the time was almost up. The next moment, Tang Feng took out the Dark God Pearl, and the Dark God Pearl merged into the sword formation. The sword formation suddenly burst out with amazing aura, and its power was greatly enhanced. At this moment, the power of the sword formation broke through the Chaos Realm and reached perfection. The Dark God Pearl is the most precious treasure of Emperor Shinzong of Tang and the true core of the sword formation. The sword descends. Tang Feng growled and used all his strength to activate the sword formation. A terrifying giant sword suddenly appeared in the void. The sword was extremely exquisite and every line on it was a work of art. There are 3 holes on the hilt, which should be where the gems are inlaid. The dark god pearl automatically flew into one of the holes and became a part of the magic sword. The divine sword fell, and the void shattered. The power of this sword was completely perfect. The Chaos Realm Masters who surrounded them all showed expressions of surprise, but it was too late to retreat. "Stop!" Someone roared, and finally a powerful master couldn't help but take action, but he was still a step too late, and the sword had already fallen. The sword light swept across, the void shattered, countless people screamed, and the scene was in chaos. The sword energy exploded in all directions like a sea. The creatures from the western extreme that surrounded them screamed in pain in the sword energy. Their bodies were cut into pieces and their souls were sliced apart by the sword energy. They could not resist it at all. Tang Feng swung his sword, his face turned pale, and this sword almost consumed all his strength. But he still controlled the sword formation, escaping into the distance like a stream of light. He didn't even look at the creatures from the western extreme that were cut back by the sword light. Whether they lived or died was none of his business. Now he must seize the opportunity to escape and return to the central region. Go back. A roar sounded, and a giant palm appeared out of thin air, swatting the sword formation like a fly. The 3 powerful and perfect warriors from the western extreme fled for hundreds of billions of miles before stopping. They looked at each other in shock. How could it be the space-time soul python? Yeah, how come the space-time soul python appears here? No wonder those 3 old frost toad guys attacked me. It turns out they were controlled by the time and space soul. But why would the space-time soul python listen to that little guy? Are we just going to let them go like this? The space-time soul python is here. What else do you want? Go over and make a puppet. The 3 of them were helpless. They couldn't afford to offend the space-time soul python, and they didn't even dare to show themselves in front of the space-time soul python. In their view, the space-time soul python is a perverted existence. Unless a quasi-Grand Master or a Grand Master takes action, whoever goes will die. Now they have no choice. Compared to whether Tang Feng and others can escape, their own lives are more important. The time and space soul python led the way, and with the help of the 3 powerful cold toads, a powerful aura surged in the void, and no one dared to approach. Especially those who had come to intercept them before, all of them looked at Tang Feng and others strangely as they left. Their eyes seemed to be saying, "You have a perfect and powerful escort, why should you have told me earlier? Why are they trying to stop you? What's the big deal?" Tang Feng has completely relaxed at this moment. Just like Lin Moyu said, as long as the Great Venerable does not take action, as long as they can break through the interception of the Chaos Realm Deshang, they will be fine. As for the perfect strong ones, Lin Moyu did not take them seriously. We continued on our way, no one stopped us, and we arrived at our destination smoothly. Tang Feng took out the array plate, and the array plate and the cross-domain array were inductively connected and began to activate. Tang Feng then took out a tower-shaped magic weapon and put everyone into the tower. It was this magic weapon that allowed him to lead people through the cross-domain formation. This magic weapon is of a very high level. As an ancient sect, Emperor Shenzong of Tang has some heritage. Tang Feng asked, "Friend Lin, would you like to come in?" Lin Moyu shook his head, "No need." Tang Feng did not force her. He knew that Lin Moyu had her own ideas and he did not need to interfere. After the array disk was activated, it resonated with the cross-domain array. The small tree synchronously sensed the space and quickly locked the position of the cross-domain array. Found it! Before the formation disk was fully activated, Xiaoshu had already found the location of the cross-domain formation. At this point, Lin Moyu no longer needed to rely on the formation plate in Tang Feng's hand. When the array disk is fully activated, Tang Feng is ready to enter the array, and the cross-domain array will take him back to the tributary domain. Tang Feng asked, "Friend Lin, won't you go back with us?" Lin Moyu shook his head and said, "You guys go first, I have something to do here, Thank you, fellow Tangfeng, for showing me the way. When I have free time, I will go to visit Tangshanzong. Tangfeng clasped his fists and bowed. I'll be waiting for you in the sect. This kindness will be remembered by all of us in the sect. Lin Moyu said, it's a perfect opportunity for us to meet and get what we need. Fellow Taoist Tangfeng, there's no need to be so polite. Tangfeng said, Tang understands. He walked into the formation plate. The formation was completely excited, connecting to the cross-domain formation, and Tangfeng instantly disappeared into the void. He was sent into the space channel by the cross-domain formation and returned to the central domain. The next second, the roots of the small tree emerged from layers of space, and he opened up a passage directly to the layer of space where the cross-domain formation was located. Lin Moyu entered and saw the cross-domain formation. The cross-domain formation shrunk into a circular plane with a diameter of 10 meters, sticking tightly to the gap in space and almost merging with the space. Even races with spatial talents would find it difficult to find it. Lin Moyu was very familiar with the cross-domain formation. He drew several chaos runes and integrated them into the formation, opening a backdoor for himself. He sank into the cross-domain formation, whipped like a stone into water. The structure of the cross-domain formation is the same. Lin Moyu has seen it in Dongji. I quickly found the core point and entered it. I saw a familiar statue. The great Lord of Natural Disasters placed a statue in every formation. There were 2 statues in the cross-domain formation, one in the main formation and one in the sub-formation. Song asked me to go to one of them. The statue's function is to carry the thoughts left by the great Lord of Natural Disasters. The great Lord of Natural Disasters stored his will separately, so that each strand of will is not strong, reducing the possibility of being discovered. Another function is to prevent accidents. If an accident occurs, the will in the statue can handle it. You're here. The low voice of the great Lord of Natural Disasters sounded slowly. Lin Moyu was already used to it. I'm here. Do you have anything to say? The statue shook slightly. I should know that you already know everything. Now that you are here, I will leave. Lin Moyu hummed, goodbye. A space crack appeared behind the statue, and the statue flew into it and disappeared. This time, the great Lord of Natural Disasters did not leave any information for himself, but in fact he did leave some. From the words of the statue, Lin Moyu has analyzed that the wills within the statues left behind by the great Lord of Natural Disasters have become connected to each other. There was no connection before, and the will in each statue existed independently and was unrelated to each other. Every time I come, the will of the great Lord of Natural Disasters will repeat the information that needs to be told to me, and a lot of this information is repeated. This is a kind of redundancy. The great Lord of Natural Disasters allows the information to be repeated to prevent problems with a certain will, resulting in incomplete information. Lin Moyu thinks this approach is correct, and he would do the same if he were in their shoes. But now, the statue actually said that it already knew everything it needed to know. The great Lord of Natural Disasters would definitely not leave such a message, otherwise if he arrived at the Western Pole first, there would be problems. From this, it can be inferred that the many wills left behind by the great Lord of Natural Disasters have become connected. The reason why there is a connection is because I have found several large formations. Those statues went to the same place, and the wills inside gathered together and became stronger. After becoming stronger, the will established a connection with other weak wills and knew its current situation. There was no need to say any more nonsense. Lin Moyu analyzed a lot of situations from the slight changes in the statue. The most important thing was not this, but a sentence that the great Lord of Natural Disasters once said. I am him, and yet I am not him. Now it seems that this is indeed the case. I am indeed not him. If I am his reincarnation, then the will left by the great Lord of Natural Disasters will conflict with myself after it becomes strong enough, which is equivalent to 2 great lords of natural disasters appearing in the world, which goes against cause and effect. Then this sentence should be understood from another level. I am him, which means that I have inherited his will. I am not him, because I am not the reincarnation of the great Lord of Natural Disasters. At most, I am the inheritor of his will. Lin Moyu's eyes lit up slightly. He finally got the correct answer to the question that had troubled him for a long time. Lin Moyu felt a sense of relief. He instinctively didn't want to be the reincarnation of the great lord of natural disasters. You are yourself, and have nothing to do with anyone else. As for the will to inherit, it depends on whether you are willing or not. If you are not willing, it is not impossible to erase it. There is another path to take, which is completely different. I will not follow the old path of the great lord of natural disasters again. The great lord of natural disasters has laid out a path for him. He can walk on it if he wants to, and he doesn't have to walk on it if he doesn't want to. Chaos runes flew out one after another, and Lin Moyu began to refine the formation, directly influencing the main formation far away in the central region from the subformation. The refining went smoothly. Lin Moyu had refined many blocks before and did not feel any pressure. The improvement of his soul made each of Lin Moyu's chaos runes stronger than before, and the refining speed was also faster. In just less than a day, the subarray had been completely refined, and using the subarray as a springboard, the main array began to be refined. The power of refining passed through the vast void, penetrated the desolate traces, and entered the people's formation silently. The practitioners in the main formation had no idea that the cross-domain formation had unknowingly found a master. It's just that this new owner usually doesn't take charge of things, so there will be no changes to the cross-domain formation. But when he wanted to intervene, the cross-domain formation captured all of Chiu Lin Moyu's troops. In the central region, near the westernmost point, there is a city called Lingqi City. In addition, there are Linan City and Beiyu. The four cities in the east, south, west, and north have one thing in common: they are all refined from realm fragments and are from the same realm. Therefore, the four cities have the same characteristics, and they are all covered by the main formation of the cross-domain formation. The cross-domain formation of Lingqi City slowly started to move, the space was distorted, and Lin Moyu appeared in Lingqi City. The formation in Lingqi City automatically operated, inducing a response to the identity card in Lin Moyu's hand, and confirming Lin Moyu's identity. If the person coming is not from the Central Region Divine Alliance, the formation will sound a warning. There is a large army of cultivators stationed here, and there are also several powerful and accomplished ones guarding it, so safety is basically not a problem. Entering Lingqi City through the cross-domain formation, Lin Moyu looked up at the cross-domain formation outside the city. At this moment, he has become the master of this cross-domain formation. Whether the formation can operate normally depends on his own thoughts. The layout of the Central Domain Divine Alliance is very regular. Outside of Lingqi City, there is another Wanxi realm, and its layout is exactly the same as the Guangdong realm to the east. Lin Moyu now has to go from Lingqi City to Wanxi realm, and then go to other areas through the teleportation array in Wanxi realm. Unlike the western region, every teleportation array in the central region is built into a giant city. The central region is dominated by humans, and its structure is completely different from that of the western region. The human race prefers communication, so they built a large number of cities and placed teleportation arrays inside them. People can rest and trade in the city, and their safety is guaranteed by the Central Domain Divine Alliance. Under the guidance of the human race and the various rules of the Central Region Divine Alliance, the Central Region has its own rules, and even the weak can live safely here. Compared with the Central Region, the westernmost region is almost barbaric. Lin Moyu returned to Wangsuji. Seeing the practitioners coming and going on the streets, he felt like a wanderer returning home. Without any rest, nor any need for it, Lin Moyu quickly found the teleportation array in the Wanxi realm and prepared to go to the Wangbei realm. First teleport to Wangbei realm, then go to Linbei City, and finally enter the North Pole. There has been a fight in Antarctica. He just hopes there hasn't been a fight in the Arctic, otherwise things will be a lot more troublesome. But when he arrived in front of the teleportation array, he was still a step slow. Hundreds of teleportation arrays are needed to transfer from west to north, but he doesn't need to worry about this transfer, as the teleportation arrays will complete it automatically. When we arrived at the area where the teleportation array was located, we found that things had changed a little. This place is packed with people. It's normal to have more people where the teleportation array is, but it shouldn't be this many. There were at least 10,000 people crowded here, so densely packed that there were quite a few in the air. There was a constant stream of noisy noises, and many people seemed to be complaining. Some people looked anxious or even panicked. Lin Moyu's soul power moved slightly, and he took in the voices of these people talking. Why is the teleportation array closed? My family is still waiting for me to return. If I don't hurry back, the territory lord won't let me go. I'm done. My disciples are still in the north. The teleportation array cannot be closed. The teleportation array is closed? Lin Moyu frowned slightly and found the manager of the teleportation array. The other person was wearing the clothes of the Central Domain Divine Alliance and was a Taoist. He should still be a formal member of the Central Region Divine Alliance and can only be regarded as a reserve. Lin Moyu took out his ID card and asked, "Why is the teleportation array to Wangbei Realm closed?" He immediately saluted respectfully upon seeing Lin Moyu's ID card. "To answer your question, Senior, the situation in the Arctic is tense, and the Divine Alliance needs to mobilize forces, so they've temporarily requisitioned the teleportation array." Lin Moyu asked, "How long will it take?" The man shook his head. "I don't know. The Divine Alliance elders personally shut down the teleportation array, but they didn't tell us how long it would last. But based on past experience, it won't be too short, at least 100 years, at most 1,000 years. It all depends on when the war breaks out and when it ends. The Divine Alliance would never shut down the teleportation array just to mobilize forces. There must be other reasons, but they have not been announced to the public. Closing the teleportation array would indeed cause some trouble, but the Central Domain Divine Alliance might not care." Lin Moyu asked, "What if I go around from Wangdongji?" The man immediately responded, "The teleportation array from Wangdong Realm to Wangbei Realm is not closed, but because of the war in Wangnan Realm, Senior cannot transfer from Wangnan Realm. Song Mang can from the Divine Alliance headquarters. But if you're transferring through the Divine Alliance headquarters, why don't you go directly to the Wangbei Realm from the Divine Alliance headquarters? This would save a lot of time. There are 3 ways to go to Wangbei Realm: teleport from Wanxi Realm, teleport from Wangdong Realm, and the last way is to teleport from the headquarters of the Central Domain Divine Alliance. Among the 3 roads, the road to the Central Region Divine Alliance headquarters is the closest, but ordinary people are not qualified to choose it. Now that the teleportation array to the western boundary is closed, the only option is to take the route to the eastern boundary. But now that the war has broken out in the Wangnan Realm, the teleportation array has been closed early. To go from the Wanxi Realm to the Wangdong Realm, one can only transfer through the Divine Alliance headquarters. This way of traveling has affected many people. Not only does it take several times more time, but it also costs several times more money. What's more, some people are not going to Wangbaiji, they actually want to get off halfway. If they transfer through Wangdongji, not only will they not be able to go back, but they will also be further and further away. The result was that more and more people gathered here, and the Central Domain God did not offer any good solution to this problem. Although there were many people, they still maintained order. With the Central Region Divine Alliance town here, no one dared to act recklessly. At most, they would just complain a few words. Lin Moyu calculated that if he went from here to the Central Region Divine Alliance headquarters and then from the headquarters to the Wangbei Realm, it would take 15 or 16 days longer than the previous direct transmission. 15 or 16 days is neither long nor short. If you transfer from Wangdongji, it will take an additional 4,000 days. Lin Moyu thought for a moment and said, "In that case, I will head to the Central Region Divine Alliance headquarters." After joining the Central Region Divine Alliance, he had not yet visited its headquarters. He took this opportunity to go and see what was different about the Central Region Divine Alliance, which had ruled the Central Region for countless years and allowed the entire Central Region to develop peacefully. After paying the Chaos Gold, Lin Moyu entered the teleportation array and headed to the Central Region Divine Alliance headquarters. Perhaps it was his body that had grown stronger, or perhaps it was his soul that had grown stronger. During the teleportation process, Lin Moyu discovered that the spatial changes seemed somewhat slow, and he could see many of the scenery clearly. The space in chaos has certain patterns, unlike the space in the desolate place, which is a complete mess. Lin Moyu observed the changing space around him, but he had a vague feeling that the direction was wrong. Less than 10 minutes after the transmission began, the direction changed and was no longer heading towards the Central Region Divine Alliance headquarters. Each transfer is very fast, taking less than half a second, and it is fully automated, so you don't need to move at all. This kind of array cluster is of great reference value. If it can be used properly, there may be unexpected gains. After several days of teleportation, he arrived at the Central Region Divine Alliance headquarters. An elderly man appeared in his sight, accompanied by several women. Crucially, he had seen these women before. The old man looked unfamiliar. He was looking at him with a smile, as if he knew him. There were 3 women beside the old man, also looking at him with smiles. Lin Moyu had met these 3 people once before. Long-lost memories were brought back. Back then, I was still in the big world and had gone through untold hardships to enter the other side. At that time, he saw the scene on the other side, a lake, a group of people, and a huge gourd. They collected the ancestral water and handed it to an old man in a white robe. At that time, I didn't know the realm of the old man in white robe. It was not until later that I found out that he was a great venerable, the same great venerable as the one in green robe, the top existence in the chaos. The 3 women in front of me were exactly the group of people who collected ancestral water from the lake at that time. In Lin Moyu's understanding, the 3 women should be Dazuin's subordinates, so why did they come here? Isn't the ruler of the Central Region the man in green robe? Friend Lin is so polite. I have been waiting for you for a long time. The old man saluted towards Lin Moyu, which was just politeness. The 3 women beside him also saluted with smiles, and 3 pairs of beautiful eyes looked at Lin Moyu with curiosity. The other party came here specifically to wait for me. Lin Moyu walked out of the teleportation array, came to the old man and saluted, saying, "Greetings, senior, I wonder what brings you to see me." The old man was wearing the attire of the Central Region Divine Alliance. He was a Chaos Realm perfectionist, and he was the top of the Perfection Realm. Judging from the heavy aura he exuded, he was no weaker than the Wine Venerable. There are many powerful and accomplished people in the Central Region Divine Alliance, but there are not many like the one in front of him. Lin Moyu judged that this old man's status in the Central Region Divine Alliance was not low. The old man narrowed his eyes and smiled. "Let me introduce myself first. My surname is Mu, my name is Tianzi, and I am the deputy leader of the Central Region Divine Alliance." Vice leader. I didn't expect the old man's identity to be so high. There are 2 leaders in the Central Domain Divine Alliance, the main leader and the deputy leader. The main leader is very mysterious and rarely appears. No one has ever seen his true face. On weekdays, the deputy leader is responsible for all matters big and small in the Divine Alliance. Lin Tianzi continued to introduce, "These 3 fairies came from the upper realm to our Central Realm Divine Alliance to do some business. When they heard that fellow Taoist Lin was here, they came to see fellow Taoist Lin and had no other intentions." Lin Tianzi did not explain the 3 people's intentions in detail, and the 3 people did not say anything, but just looked at him with curiosity. They didn't speak or communicate, and those who didn't know them would think they were mute. Of course, this is just a joke. How could a perfect being in the Chaos Realm be mute? What's the point of the physical body? It can be reshaped at any time and become whatever you want. There is no such thing as a mute or disabled person. Lin Moyu's thoughts flashed through his mind, and he already knew the identity of the old man in white robe. The old man in white robe was the great venerable of the upper domain, while the old man in green robe was the heavenly venerable of the used domain. The relationship between the white robe and the green robe is very good, and the relationship between the upper domain and the central domain is also very good. These 3 people should have come to the Central Domain Divine Alliance to do things under the orders of the white robe. This time, the South Pole and the Central Domain Divine Alliance have gone to war, and the North Pole may also take action at any time. The people in the upper domain have already taken action, and if the North Pole goes to war, they will take action. Therefore, it is normal for people from the upper domain to come to the central domain. Lin Moyu asked. Lin Moyu greets Alliance Leader Mu. I wonder what Alliance Leader Mu wants to talk to me about. Mu Tianzi did not answer, but turned his head to look at the three women behind him. One of them said with a smile, Leader Mu has something to do, so we sisters will take our leave first. Mu Tianzi nodded. Give my regards to Alliance Leader Luo for me. The man smiled and said, we will definitely convey Alliance Leader Mu's words. Fellow Taoist Lin, please invite the Upper Domain Divine Alliance to be your guest when you are free. Okay. They were very polite, and Lin Moyu responded politely as well. As for whether or not to go, and when to go, only God knew. As the teleportation array dimly lit up, the three people had already left. Mu Tianzi just stretched out his hand and said, Fellow Taoist Lin, please follow me. Lin Moyu didn't know what he wanted from her, but he definitely wouldn't harm her. He even had a guess in his mind that the leader of the alliance who never showed up might be the man in green robe. The man in green robe is the great lord of the Central Region and is in charge of the Central Region Divine Alliance. This is reasonable. If it really is a green robe, then there is absolutely no possibility of it harming me. After following Mu Tianzi for a while, they left the teleportation array area. In the distance is the headquarters of the Central Region Divine Alliance. It is a towering building that looks very exquisite and exudes a strong sense of majesty. There is a castle floating in the air above the headquarters. This castle is an extremely powerful magic weapon that seems to be beyond perfection. The power it exudes is astonishing. But Mu Tian did not take Lin Moyu to the Central Region Divine Alliance headquarters. He took another path, passed through a small forest, and a quaint village appeared in his sight. The village is not big, with more than 100 rooms scattered around in an orderly manner. There is a mountain behind the village, and a stream meanders down from the mountain, passing through the village and flowing into the distance. There are birds singing and flowers blooming here, exuding an indescribable tranquility, as if all worries will disappear once you enter here. Mu Tianzi finally spoke up. This is where we old guys live in retirement. 0. Request flowers, 0. Lin Moyu said, it is indeed a good place, with outstanding people. Balls of majestic soul flames are beating slowly in the village. The beating speed is very slow, which means that the owner of the soul flame is calm and steady. But there is no doubt about their strength. The owner of each soul flame is a top-notch perfect cultivator. There are hundreds of top-notch perfection statues here, which are rarely seen outside. And this is just what's on the surface. Lin Moyu probably has more hidden power. Perhaps there is more small village like this one. The power of the Yeyu Divine Alliance can be seen from this. Mu Tianzi and Lin Moyu walked along the small village road towards the village. Fellow Taoist Lin was previously entrusted to go to the eastern region to resolve the problem of the cross-region formation. This has been a great help to us. 0. Lin Moyu didn't say anything. Although solving Dongji's cross-domain formation was no small matter, it was not necessary to let the deputy leader come and wait for him in person. Seeing that Lin Moyu didn't say anything, Mu Tian continued, a few days ago, the leader of the alliance came and asked us to prepare some things for fellow Taoist Lin. Lin Moyu asked, what is it? Mu Tianzi said, it's just some materials, nothing too valuable, but the leader said that fellow Taoist Lin would need them, so we prepared some. The leader of the alliance that Mu Tianzi mentioned was most likely the man in green robe. If Qing Pao wanted to give himself something, why didn't he deliver it personally and even perform a fake operation? Could it be that there are some restrictions in it? Thinking back to when Qing Pao once came to the Origin continent, he once said that walls have ears. It seems that there are some things that he is really not convenient to do, and he can only let others do it. Upon entering the village, Lin Moyu immediately felt dozens of wills falling upon him, scanning him back and forth. Some of these wills from top powerhouses are well-intentioned, while others are aggressive, as if they want to see through everything inside and out. No matter who you are, doing this is very rude and may even be seen as provocative. If it were someone else, they would have no choice but to endure it because of their status and strength. But Lin Moyu would not tolerate them. The fire of burning the world emerged from his body, instantly burning all wool into ashes. Muffled groans followed one after another from all over the village, and anger rose at the same time. These guys were obviously not happy with what Lin Moyu had done. Mu Tianzi spoke slowly, "Everyone, take it easy. Fellow Taoist Lin is the leader's guest, so don't cause any trouble." Mu Tianzi's voice spread throughout the entire village, and the atmosphere in the village instantly returned to normal. No one dared to get angry, and no one came to spy on Lin Moyu again. Mu Tianzi smiled at Lin Moyu and said, "Fellow Taoist Lin, don't pay attention to them. They've just been here for a long time, and it's quite novel to have outsiders come here occasionally." Lin Moyu asked, "Don't these seniors usually go out?" Mu Tianzi said, "They basically never go out. Most of these old guys are alone, so there's nothing for them to do outside. They have no hope of becoming a Grand Master, and those who are about to become Grand Masters don't dare to take the risk. This is how their lives are." Mu Tianzi's words were very impolite, but he was telling the truth. Everyone in the village could hear what he said, but no one objected, and even their aura remained unchanged. It was obvious that this was not the first time Mu Tianzi had said these words, and others were already used to it. It is naturally impossible to become a Grand Master, and the quasi-Grand Masters dare not rush. It seems that these people's ambitions are not big enough, at least not as big as the Wine Master's 013. There are certainly risks in challenging the quasi-Great Master, but without taking risks, there will be no gains. Lin Moyu declined to comment on this. Everyone has their own choices and should be responsible for their own choices. As long as there are no regrets, that's fine. Mu Tianzi led Lin Moyu to a small hut. "The things are inside. Fellow Taoist Lin, please go in. They are all yours." "You're welcome." Lin Moyu pushed open the wooden door of the cabin. The door seemed to have been in disrepair for a long time and made an unpleasant creaking sound. There is another space inside the house. Once you enter it, the space expands rapidly, and it is estimated to be more than 10,000 meters wide and high. In this huge space, materials were piled up into mountains. There was a hint of chill flowing, and the surface of each material was covered with a layer of white ice. The materials were frozen and piled together, so even if their properties conflicted, it didn't matter. This was what the old man in green robe prepared for himself. Lin Moyu was a little surprised. How did he know that he needed starfish materials? Compared with the materials he had collected before, these materials in front of him were 1,000,000 times better. Could it be that he already knew that I would go to the Silver Rabbit clan? No, that's not the case. He shouldn't know about the Silver Rabbit. He just knew that I could cultivate realms, so he prepared the materials in advance. Cultivating the realm was the path arranged by the Great Lord of Natural Disasters, and the old man in green robes also participated in it. But they certainly couldn't have anticipated what was happening with the Silver Rabbit clan. This was their own path. With the Silver Rabbit, I can walk faster. I was wondering where to get the materials before, but now the materials are delivered to my door. With these materials, the speed of cultivating one's own realm can be further accelerated, and the ancient ice can be kept first and used when the power of the realm is compressed. Lin Moyu wanted to take the materials away, but found that the mountain of materials did not move at all. There is a force that locks them here firmly, unable to move at all. The power was very strong. Lin Moyu could feel that this power surpassed the Chaos Realm and belonged to Yin Zun's 10,000 regions. The old man in green robe put the materials here and was not afraid of others taking them. If it is not a formation, it is naturally impossible to break the formation. If you want to obtain these materials, you need to meet certain conditions. This old man is really a worry. Lin Moyu chuckled, knowing that this was a simple question given to him by the old man in green robe. It's not about making things difficult for myself. It's probably because I'm bored and looking for something to entertain myself. Maybe he is somewhere right now, watching me. I looked around and found nothing. This area is extremely large, with 3 mountains made of materials, arranged according to the directions of the 3 elements. The 3 talents is a formation, but it is not an array. It does not form a formation, it just occupies 3 directions. And these 3 directions are the only points that can be pondered. Lin Moyu looked at the 3 mountains of materials. He found that although the materials were different, their heights were surprisingly consistent, and the material on the top of the mountain was exactly the same. This is very strange. There are all kinds of materials, and it looks like the old man in the green robe placed them randomly. But the materials on the top of the mountain are exactly the same, which seems a bit deliberate. Moreover, the surfaces of these 3 materials are as smooth as mirrors. Lin Moyu took a few glances and knew what was going on. A smile appeared on his face. 10 balls of fire popped out of his fingers. The flames turned into a scorching sun, illuminating the entire space. It came to the 3 mountains and slowly rose until it was level with the tops of the 3 material mountains. The material on the top of the mountain is illuminated by light, and 3 beams of light are reflected at the same time, which overlap and shine on the ground. Under the light, some subtle traces appeared on the ground. Lin Moyu distinguished the traces. Although they were subtle, he could still tell that they were traces left by a round object. There are some extremely vague lines on the traces, which seem to have no meaning. How could the green-robed old man deliberately leave so many traces without meaning? Lin Moyu only took a few glances and knew what to do. With a wave of his hand, the ice jade cushion flew out automatically. The subtle marks on the ground were identical to the patterns on the ice jade futon. Combined with the chilling aura of the materials, it was clear that the ice jade futon was necessary to obtain these materials. Drop the ice jade cushion to the ground, then enlarge it to cover the entire trace. There was no reaction. The ice jade cushion remained the same, and so did the mountain of materials. Lin Moyu thought for a moment, then sat on the ice jade cushion and began to drive it. This is a treasure. I only used a part of its power, but it brought me a lot of help in the realm. But after entering the chaos, I never used the ice jade futon again. It's not that the ice jade futon is not powerful enough, but that he has not been able to refine it and cannot unleash its full power. Lin Moyu understood what the green-robed old man meant. He wanted to refine the ice jade futon himself. If one wants to refine the ice jade futon, one's soul must at least reach the chaos realm. In fact, it is also a test of one's own cultivation strength from another perspective. If one wants to cultivate a realm, one must do it before the chaos realm is perfected, otherwise it will be too late when the realm is perfected. In other words, the old man in green robe required that his soul arrive before his cultivation reached the perfection of the chaos realm. His requirement is that his soul transcends the realm of cultivation. Lin Moyu didn't know whether this was the green-robed old man's own idea, or whether it was arranged in advance by the great lord of natural disasters. But this is not important. What is important is that I am now fully capable of refining the ice jade futon. I didn't have the time to do it before, but this time, since there are so many materials, I will do it. The ice jade futon is very strong, but the path I'm taking at 5.8 is different now, and I don't want to rely too much on external things. Then refine it. As soon as the thought came to his mind, the vast soul power rushed into the ice jade cushion and began to refine it. Lin Moyu's soul power at this moment has surpassed perfection. Perhaps it is still a little short of the Great Venerable, but it is not weaker than some quasi-Great Venerables. There was no pressure at all in refining the ice jade futon. The soul power washed over the ice jade futon in waves like a tsunami, and the connection between them was rapidly deepening. The speed of refining was beyond imagination. If such a treasure were to be refined by an ordinary Chaos Realm cultivator, it might take thousands of years to refine even a portion of it. But for Lin Moyu, it only takes a dozen days. As the refining progressed, the ice jade cushion emitted an astonishing chill and began to resonate with the chill in the mountain of materials. The entire space was frozen, and Lin Moyu discovered that the chill of the ice jade futon was surprisingly similar to that of ancient ice. Lin Moyu believed that his feeling was not wrong, and the Bingyu futon must have some relationship with Gu Bing. To be precise, it should be related to the ancient beast. He threw this question to Xiaoshu and Han Dunzi. After carefully sensing the Bingbu Bo Tuan, they confirmed Lin Moyu's idea. Xiaoshu said, before, the master had not refined the ice jade futon, so he could not see anything. Now it seems that the ice jade futon should be refined from the corpse of the ancient cold beast. Han Dunzi said, although they are both parts of the corpse of the ancient beast, I always feel that there is something different between the two of them. Xiaoshu said, your feeling should be correct. The ice jade futon should have used the soul crystal of the ancient beast. Han Dunzi was obviously surprised. You said the ice jade futon was made from that guy's soul crystal? Xiaoshu said, I just said it should be, not that it is 100% certain. Han Dunzi acted as if he didn't know you. You wouldn't say that if you weren't sure. You must have seen something. Xiaoshu said, I've come into contact with the ancient beast before, but I'm only 60% sure it's his soul crystal. Han Dunzi suddenly lowered his voice, his tone tinged with mystery. If it really is that guy's 03 soul crystal, can we go there and take a look? Xiaoshu said, maybe it's possible. Han Dunzi said, that's fine. I'll go and see it whenever I get a chance. I've always wanted to know what it's like there. The little tree said, whether to go or not depends on the master's wishes. You don't have the final say. Lin Moyu listened to the conversation between the two without saying a word. He was not in a hurry and waited for them to explain to him. Continuing to refine the ice jade futon, Lin Moyu gradually distinguished the difference between the ice jade futon and the ancient ice. They all came from the ancient giant beasts of cold, and they all controlled the power of ice, but the power of the ice jade futon was obviously more refined. If it were to unleash its full power, the ice jade futon would unleash a force greater than that of the ancient ice land. Perhaps the ice jade futon is what Xiaoshu said, which was refined from the soul crystal of an ancient giant beast. Xiaoshu and Han Dunzi had talked enough and began to explain to Lin Moyu what soul crystals were. In the chaos that year, the first piece of ice was born. This piece of ice was born with will and turned into a terrifying beast, the ancient beast of cold. In the core of this ice, there is a special ice crystal. This ice crystal is the core of the ancient cold beast and accounts for 90% of its total power. The ice crystal evolved into his soul crystal, carrying his soul. After the ancient beast died, the whereabouts of the soul crystal became unknown. Xiaoshu had never seen the soul crystal, so he couldn't be 100% sure. As for the place mentioned by Han Dunzi, it is an extremely special place in the chaos. It is said that the appearance of the Han Gumu beast is related to that place. But that place cannot be entered by ordinary means. Ice crystals are the key to entering. However, after the ice crystals turn into soul crystals, the ancient beasts can no longer enter. The reason why that place became known to others was because the ancient beast had tried to enter there countless times but always failed, and that's why it was discovered. As for what is there, no one knows. There were many speculations in the chaos at that time, but they were all messy and there was no definite answer. Han Dunzi said, that place is in the present-day North Pole. In fact, the ancient ice beast was also in the present-day North Pole. The ancient ice drifted to the westernmost part after his death. Now that he's dead, his soul has vanished, and his soul crystal has turned back into ice crystal. Perhaps it can be used as a key again. Master, you can go there and take a look. Lin Moyu said, even if it turns back into ice crystals, it has been refined into an ice jade cushion and may not be usable as a key. Xiaoshu said, it should be possible. He couldn't get in back then because his soul had contaminated the ice crystal, making it unusable as a key. Even though it's been refined into a magical weapon now, it still retains its purity. Han Dunzi also said, I think it's okay, at least the master can give it a try. Lin Moyu laughed and said, you guys are so careless, aren't you afraid of danger there? Han Dunzi said, even if there is danger, with the master's ability, he will definitely be able to overcome it. Xiaoshu said, back then, the ancient beast tried to get in there again and again. There must be something there, otherwise he wouldn't do that. He was already a top player at the time, no weaker than me, and even stronger than this guy. You can imagine where he was going. Hun Dunzi shouted in dissatisfaction, "What do you mean by being a level better than me? I'm not good at fighting anyway." Xiao Shu ignored him and continued, "It's up to the master whether to go or not. We have no objection." Lin Moyu thought for a moment and said, "When I go to the North Pole, if I have the chance, I can look for that place." Xiao Shu said, "If the master wants to go, then we can use the Ice Jade Futon as a guide and combine it with the search for the cause. It shouldn't be a big problem. It will just take some time at most." Hun Dunzi interrupted, "Even if we find it but can't get in, it's actually no loss." He was obviously very curious about what that place was and why the ancient beast was trying so hard to get in. As far as he knew, apart from the ancient beast, many powerful beings had tried to enter that place, but none of them could get in. Obviously, that place is not ordinary. The refining process has come to an end, and the Ice Jade Futon has been almost completely mastered, with only the last bit missing. The cold air covering the mountain of materials stirred up a strong wind, transforming into white air that flowed towards the Ice Jade cushion. The cold air originally came from the Ice Jade cushion, and now it has been taken back and returned to its original owner. The coldness on the materials disappeared, and the materials were unsealed one by one. Lin Moyu was not polite. He took away each item as it was unsealed, threw them all into the storage space, and sent them outside the world for the Silver Rabbit to deal with. The pace of unblocking is getting faster and faster, and the mountain of materials is decreasing at a visible speed. It can be imagined that the several Silver Rabbit elders in the storage space must be stunned at this moment. They are witnessing a rain of materials. The levels of these materials are not low. Lower-level Chaos Realm materials are rare. Basically, they are upper-level Chaos Realm materials, or even stronger. How could a Great Venerable use materials from the Chaos Realm's minor success stage to fool people? That would be too shabby. If he really did that, Lin Moyu would laugh at him for the rest of his life. The mountain of materials is getting smaller and smaller, and the refining is almost complete. The moment the mountain of materials completely disappeared, the refining was also completed at the same time. From then on, the Ice Jade cushion became his own property and had nothing to do with the old man in green robe anymore. After being completely refined, the Ice Jade cushion changed. It was no longer a cushion, but turned into a fist-sized hexagonal crystal. Hun Dunzi shouted loudly, "It is it, yes, it is it." Xiao Shu also said, "This is the ice crystal, the most core thing of the ancient beast." Back then, he used the ice crystal to carry his soul. The Ice Jade cushion is not its original appearance, the current ice crystal is it. The old man in green robe did not refine it completely, but only refined a part of it and changed its shape. Now Lin Moyu has completely refined it and transformed it into its original form, so that he can exert its maximum effect. Ice crystals are not used for cultivation, their most powerful function is freezing. Freeze everything, including time, space, magic, and so on. It has extremely strong attack and defense capabilities. Even the golden-winged rock would have its speed frozen and would have no choice but to flee. Holding the ice crystal in your hand, it doesn't feel cold, but rather a little warm. Lin Moyu had a feeling that if he placed his soul into it, his soul would be protected and have extremely strong defense. But if you do this, your soul will also be trapped inside and unable to escape. The ice crystal is like a solid cage, which protects the soul while also restricting it. I think it was the same with the ancient beast. His soul and will entered the ice crystal and could never escape from it. Moreover, the protection of ice crystals is not omnipotent. There is always the power of strong people who can bypass his defense and go straight to the origin of the soul. For example, the fire of the burning world, Lin Moyu is very clear, no matter how strong the ice crystal is, it cannot stop the destruction of the burning world. If it does not carry a soul, even if I refine the ice crystal, I can only exert 70% of its power at most. 70% of the strength is enough. Lin Moyu is not greedy at all. He would never put his soul into his ministers. In his hands, the ice crystal is a powerful magic weapon. With his current soul power to activate the ice crystal, it is enough to freeze the Chaos Realm Masters and can also have an impact on the Chaos Realm perfection. Various spells can also be frozen directly, and even large formations can be frozen. It seems that in front of ice crystals, nothing is impossible. This time the harvest was great. The old man in green robe prepared a large amount of materials for himself, enough to use for a long time. With these materials, Lin Moyu adjusted his plan. Originally he wanted to go to the North Pole first, but now, he decided to find his own 5-world domain first and put the 5-world domain into the storage space. At the same time, we must also bring out the spiritual realms in the 5 worlds and cultivate them independently. There are also 4 realms, namely 4, 3, 2 and 1. After experiencing great destruction, they turned back into realm seeds. Now there are enough materials, and with the addition of the Silver Rabbit clan, they can be cultivated. The last one is the Tianqiu land. The Tianqiu land itself is also a realm that can also be refined and cultivated. In this way, his 9 realms will be complete, and then he will have to find a way to get another realm, so that he will have 10 realms. As for where to find this 10th realm, Lin Moyu had already figured it out. Previously, cultivating so many realms would take at least tens of millions of years, and it would also require a huge amount of materials. Lin Moyu had long been prepared to travel through the ancient chaos. Unexpectedly, the old man in green robe prepared the materials for him, and he got the Silver Rabbit, so everything became simple. His mind entered the storage space and came before the 4 elders. How is it? Are these materials enough? The 4 elders nodded in succession, and the great elder said repeatedly, "It's enough. These materials are enough to cultivate many realms to perfection." Lin Moyu asked, "If there are 10 realms in total, how long will it take?" The 4 elders thought for a moment, communicating with each other through eye contact, and the eldest elder answered, "Each realm will take about 1,000 years, and the 10 directions realm will take 10,000 years. It also depends on how the realm starts, if it starts." Lin Moyu said, "Start from the realm seed." The great elder said, "Then the time will have to be doubled or tripled." What if there are more people? Of course it can be faster, but it depends on the specific situation. It may still take 10,000 years. Lin Moyu nodded and let them get busy first. He turned around and came to Inda. Inda has awakened at this time, and his strength level is about to be stabilized, just missing the last bit. Lin Moyu took a quick look and confirmed that there were no problems. "Master Ain, do as I say. Find 11 Chaos Realm Masters with excellent qualifications. I'll come back in a few days, and I hope you'll be ready by then." Inde immediately responded, "Don't worry, Mr. Lin, this has been redetermined." His eyes were full of admiration for Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu could actually break the laws of heaven and earth and break through to the perfection of the Chaos Realm without any boundaries. There didn't seem to be any changes in his realm, but Indu was very clear about his own strength and he had really reached the perfection of the Chaos Realm. Although this state is only useful here, he has never thought of leaving here. Find a suitable place to live, have children, reproduce, and live as long as possible. This is the belief engraved in the deepest part of the Silver Rabbit's blood. After Lin Moyu gave a few instructions, he left the storage space and stood up and walked out of the house. Without the mountain of materials, this space would just be an ordinary warehouse. Mu Tian set up a chessboard under an old tree not far from the house and played chess with someone. But the player was actually himself. Seeing Lin Moyu coming out, Mu Tian waved his hand and the opponent turned into smoke and disappeared, laughing, "Friend Lin, can you play golden chess?" Lin Moyu shook his head. "I only know how to fight and kill, and I've let my seniors down." Mu Tian didn't care at all, instead he laughed out loud, "That's because fellow Taoist Lin hasn't lived long enough. If one day he doesn't fight and kill, he will naturally learn something else to relieve his boredom. For example, I got a chess soul to play chess, which is actually quite good." As he was talking, Lin Moyu had already walked over and saw the huge chessboard. The chessboard is a magical weapon, with 999 lines both horizontally and vertically, and it is already filled with pieces. The chess game is so complicated that ordinary people would probably vomit blood and die after just one look at it. Lin Moyu saw that although Mu Tianzi seemed to be playing chess, he was actually training his soul, and the opponent he was playing against was his own Dao heart. Mu Tianzi said, "Fellow Taoist Lin, what do you think of this chessboard of mine?" Lin Moyu said, "The chessboard is a treasure of the Chaos Realm, but Senior's Dao heart is even greater than the chessboard. I think Senior is about to reach the Quasi-Dao Zun level." Mu Tianzi laughed heartily and said, "Fellow Taoist Lin is truly extraordinary. Although he is not proficient in chess, he can see the mysteries within it. I do wish to prove my Dao through chess, but it is difficult. I always find it difficult to take the final step. I always feel like something is missing." Lin Moyu's mind stirred. "I have an idea, but I'm not sure if I should share it." Mu Tianzi said, "Go ahead." Lin Moyu said, "Senior, you are right in using chess to prove your way, but you did one thing wrong. Chess is a game of chess. You must have found no opponent here, so you cultivated a chess spirit. Chi Huan only has chess skills, but lacks a bit of spirituality, and this spirituality is what the seniors need most." Mu Tian listened to his eyebrows twitching, but did not interrupt Lin Moyu. Instead, he pricked up his ears and continued to listen. Okay. Lin Moyu continued, "Chess is a game of chess, so it requires an opponent. If there is an opponent, there must be victory or defeat, and if there is victory or defeat, there must be casualties. So this chess piece can be on the chessboard or in the chaos. Just like the current war in Antarctica, the North Pole is ready to make a move, the West is preparing for war, and the East is keeping quiet. Isn't this just like a chess game? What if the seniors used this as a chess piece?" Mu Tianzi's eyes lit up, and the pieces on the chessboard changed accordingly. The chessboard has changed. It is no longer an ordinary chess piece, but is divided into 5 directions: east, south, west, north and center, plus 2 layers above and below. The chessboard turned into chaos, and all extreme situations were displayed in it. Mu Tianzi manipulated the chessboard as if he was manipulating chaos. Chaos is the chess piece, and all living things are the pieces. What a huge chess game! Mu Tianzi sighed deeply. Fellow Taoist Lin's vision is truly incomparable. I have learned a lot from him. If I ever achieve enlightenment, I will definitely repay fellow Taoist Lin for this kindness." After the chessboard incident, Mu Tianzi's attitude towards Lin Moyu changed significantly. His attitude was very good before, but that kindness did not come from his heart, but from the old man in green robe. He thought Lin Moyu had some relationship with the old man in green robe, so he was so polite. But now, he has changed in his heart. Lin Moyu's words have made him see his own way. The road that had troubled me for countless years and that I thought had come to an end seemed to have a new direction. If you can walk over there, you will be a quasi-great master. His strength has greatly increased, and he can even be on par with the Great Venerable, and can be ranked among the top in the entire chaos. There are many top-notch masters in the chaos, but there are only a few quasi-great masters. It is obvious that it is very difficult to become a quasi-great master. It seems that every top-notch and powerful person has a chance, but in fact, few can make it. This has been Mu Tianzi's lifelong pursuit. He originally thought that there was little hope, but now there is light at the end of the tunnel. This love and even this kindness comes from Lin Moyu. He took Lin Moyu out of the small village and headed to the headquarters of the Central Region Divine Alliance. Along the way, he introduced the current situation to Lin Moyu. Although Antarctica and the Central Region have already started fighting, the fighting is not fierce. Most of the time it is just small-scale collisions. 463 no large-scale battles have really taken place yet. However, the troops of the Central Region Divine Alliance are ready and prepared for a large-scale battle at any time. Lin Moyu knew that they must have their own sources of information for doing this, and perhaps the same thing was done in Antarctica. Lin Moyu didn't care about this, as it was the business of the Central Territory Divine Alliance. Moreover, they had fought each other more than once. In Lin Moyu's opinion, they were already used to it. The Arctic was handed over to the Upper Domain Divine Alliance. Mu Tian did not disclose the specific situation, but it is currently being handled by the Upper Domain Divine Alliance. Since he chose to trust the Upper Domain Divine Alliance, he would not interfere too much. The situation in the West was better. Although several major wars broke out between the Western region and the Central region, they were relatively restrained and the casualties each time were less than those in the other regions. The strangest thing now is Dongji. There is no movement in Dongji. But the more this happens, the more vigilant we should be. God knows what will happen next. After Mu Tianzi finished explaining the situation at the Four Poles, he asked with a smile, "Fellow Taoist Lin is so young, have you ever experienced a similar battle before?" Lin Moyu smiled and said, "I have experienced it before. Although the war in the realm is not as great as the chaos, it is still on a large scale." Mu Tianzi said, "Fellow Taoist Lin, are you interested in participating? I can let you lead a team." Lin Moyu shook his head. "No, I won't participate this time." Mu Tian thought Lin Moyu didn't want to take risks, so he didn't force her. Lin Daofa must be going to the North Pole this time, right? Lin Moyu nodded slightly. "I had originally planned to travel from headquarters to the Wangbei realm and then use the interdomain formation to reach the North Pole. However, I'm planning to go to the Guangdong realm first to run some business." Mu Tianzi said, "Fellow Taoist Lin must have his own affairs to attend to when he went to the North Pole. I will not ask about them. I just want to remind you that the situation in the North Pole is a bit complicated. If you go there, please be careful. Fellow Taoist Lin should have known something about the situation in the Arctic. I have a document here that is a bit more detailed and may be useful to you." Mu Tianzi took out a jade token and handed it to Lin Moyu. Before the chess game, he might not have taken out this thing. Now he remembers Lin Moyu's kindness and their relationship has become much closer. Lin Moyu took the jade token and said, "Thank you, senior." Mu Tianzi smiled and said, "Don't be polite. Come on, I'll show you around the headquarters and then send you to Guangdongji." Entering the Central Region Divine Alliance headquarters, Lin Moyu clearly felt a murderous aura. The Central Region Divine Alliance headquarters is a magic weapon, and it is not an ordinary magic weapon, it is a formation weapon with extremely strong combat power. The formation is combined with various materials and refined into a magic weapon, which is called the formation treasure. Ordinary magic weapons will also be engraved with formations to enhance their power, but that is all based on the materials. The formation treasure, on the other hand, is based on the large formation, and then various materials are added to it to finally form the formation treasure. The prerequisite for refining a formation treasure is that the formation must be extremely powerful and of a very high level, and the materials and plates used to set up the formation must be of top quality. Moreover, the large formation also needs to give birth to a formation spirit, and it cannot be an ordinary formation spirit, but must be a powerful formation spirit with growth potential. With all the requirements, it is very difficult to make a formation treasure. The Central Domain Divine Alliance has a large number of formation masters and weapon refining masters, and they have all the materials they need, so they ended up creating such a formation treasure. According to Mu Tianzi's introduction, this formation treasure has surpassed the Chaos Realm, and its combat power is equivalent to that of dozens of perfect strong men. This is still the case when there is no one to operate it. If the array treasure is filled with cultivators, they don't have to be powerful cultivators. Even if they are only at the minor or major level of the Chaos Realm, as long as there are enough people, the array treasure can gather their power together. As long as there are enough practitioners, this formation treasure will not be at a disadvantage even in a battle with hundreds of perfect masters. Mu Tianzi even hinted that even he might not be a match for this formation. It can be said that the headquarters of the Central Domain Divine Alliance is the pillar of the Domain Divine Alliance. After introducing the Central Region Divine Alliance, Mu Tian brought Lin Moyu to the teleportation array in the headquarters. This teleportation array is inside the Central Domain Divine Alliance. Its transmission speed and distance are much better than those teleportation arrays open outside. Originally, it took almost 5 days to teleport from the Central Domain Divine Alliance headquarters to the Guangdong realm, but now using this teleportation array, it only takes 2 days. Although it seems that there is only a difference of 3 days, once a war breaks out, these 3 days may become the decisive factor in determining the outcome. Lin Moyu bids farewell to Mu Tianzi and heads to Guangdongji. The Five Worlds realm is just to the east of the Central Realm. If you go to Guangdong Realm first and then start from Guangdong Realm, the distance will be much closer. On the way, he took out the jade token given by Mu Tianzi and looked at it carefully. As the deputy leader of the Central Region Divine Alliance and the actual manager, he knows much more than others. His understanding of the four poles is perhaps second only to that of several heavenly lords. He recorded all the information he knew in the jade tablet for Lin Moyu's reference. Some of the information may come from many years ago and seem a bit old, but for chaos, many things may not change even after millions of years. The years in chaos evolve extremely slowly, sometimes even giving people the illusion that they have not moved at all. Lin Moyu looked very carefully, not missing any details. He sorted out the detailed information about the Arctic from the complicated information, and understood why Mu Tianzi told him to be careful in the Arctic. Among the four poles, the North Pole is the most peculiar. The Arctic is very cold, not so much that it is freezing cold, but rather that it is chaotic and frozen. The Arctic is a world of ice and snow, filled with cold. Although it won't freeze people to death, it will affect the circulation of the soul and blood. If outsiders enter the Arctic, their power will be weakened by at least 20%. Even a top-notch and powerful person like Mu Tianzi is no exception. But for Arctic creatures, this kind of cold can greatly increase their strength, at least 20% and at most 50%. As one side gains strength while the other loses strength, the creatures in the Arctic are almost invincible in the same realm. As to why this happened, some people tried to find the reason, but to no avail. Legend has it that Dazun also went to look for it, but also did not get the answer. The most important thing is that Arctic creatures are extremely vengeful. Compared to the violent creatures in the east, the silent and introverted creatures in the west, and the creatures in the North Pole who stick together. Their grouping is different from that of other species. There are not as many species of creatures in the Arctic as in the other three poles, and there are also humans there. The Arctic human race also occupies a dominant position in the Arctic. Although its status is not as high as that of the human race in the Central Region, it also has great say. Under the management of the Arctic human race, the creatures in the Arctic stopped fighting among themselves and pointed their guns outward. Over time, the hatred was resolved and the creatures in the Arctic began to unite. In other places, if you provoke a certain race, you basically make enemies with that race. And in the Arctic, if you provoke someone, no matter what race they are, it is possible that the entire Arctic will be circled. They live in a cold environment all year round, don't talk much, and would rather do things with their hands than with their mouths. In addition, they are united enough that they won't even be reasonable. If one comes in a group, and if a group comes in the entire Arctic, that would be the most troublesome thing. In addition to information about the personalities of the creatures in the Arctic, the jade plaque also contains some information about the environment in the Arctic that needs attention. In addition to the boundaries in the Arctic, there are also many chaotic glaciers. The glaciers drift in the chaos, traveling through layers of space, and no one knows when they will suddenly appear. They are like ghosts. Every time they appear, they will swallow up all the living creatures nearby, and it is difficult for them to come back once they are swallowed by the Chaos Glacier. There was once a race that was swallowed by the Chaos Glacier, and even the most powerful and accomplished members of the race were not spared. In the Arctic, many people have been calculating the direction of the Chaos Glacier. Over countless years, they have mastered the direction of most of the Chaos Glaciers. In order to survive, adapt, and evolve, over time, the creatures in the Arctic have acquired an ability that creatures in other polar regions do not have. In the Arctic, the tribes of any race can be moved. Moving clan land is not a rare thing. However, the homelands of the creatures in the Arctic can move on their own according to the location of the Chaos Glacier. Nowadays, in most cases, the chaotic glaciers have no impact on life in the Arctic. But to the creatures from other polar regions, the Chaos Glacier is a deadly existence. Once encountered, there is almost no chance of survival. Many creatures go to the Arctic, and a special material, Chaos Cold Pressure, is produced in the Arctic. Chaos Cold Jade has a wide range of uses. It can be used for cultivation, refining, and strengthening realms. Chaos Cold Jade is very valuable, so many people are willing to take the risk to travel to the Arctic, whether for their own use or to exchange for other things. They all want to get some Chaos Cold Jade. The appearance of Chaos Cold Jade has no pattern, and you can encounter it if you are lucky. The information doesn't mention that place. After reading the information about the Arctic, Lin Moyu did not find the place that Xiaoshu and Hun Dunzi mentioned. If that place is really as they said, it should have been discovered long ago. Why is it not in Mu Tianzi's information? What changes happened in that place after the death of Xiaoshu and Hun Dunzi? Or, the Tao entered there, eventually causing that place to disappear. Both are possible. Lin Moyu told Xiaoshu and Hun Dunzi his guess. They don't have any answers, and in the end, only they can know after they go there. 2 days later, the transmission ended and Lin Moyu appeared in the Guangdong realm. Although Guangdongji seemed to have no changes, it was actually on alert. When the war broke out in Antarctica, the practitioners in Guangdong realm had already prepared for battle. They headed to Lindong City and began to deploy their defenses there. Now the Central Region Divine Alliance branch in Guangdong realm has flown away. Like the headquarters, the branch is also a powerful combat magic weapon. Once the war begins, it will play a huge role. Lin Moyu did not stay in Guangdong realm, but left directly. According to the connection between himself and the 5 worlds, he flew away on Yuantangju. Xiaoping is still absorbing the energy of the beginning of heaven at this moment. His bloodline has been activated to a large extent, and it may be fully activated in a while. At this moment, Xiaoping's realm seemed to have not changed, and he was still in the great perfection of the Chaos realm. However, his combat power has long surpassed that of the great perfection of the Chaos realm and is comparable to that of the Perfect One. Lin Moyu couldn't let Xiaoping fully awaken his bloodline, otherwise Tao would definitely notice it and Xiaoping would die. According to Lin Moyu's estimation, it is enough for the golden-winged Daping's bloodline to awaken to 90%, no more, otherwise it will be dangerous. Now Xiaoping's blood awakening has exceeded 70%, and the speed has begun to slow down. Lin Moyu asked Xiaoshu and Hun Dunzi to keep an eye on Shirshin until it is close to 90% awakened and cut off the supply of the end and beginning energy. The Dewey boat was flying in the void, while Lin Moyu had already entered the storage space to find Yingda. Yingda's efficiency is quite good. He has already found all 11 members of the tribe in the past few days. 11 silver rabbits who had reached the great perfection of the Chaos realm were previously at the same realm as the silver rabbits. There was no strict hierarchy among the silver rabbits, and they all huddled together for warmth, and they all had a good relationship. But now Yingda has taken a step forward, and the pressure he exudes makes them know that they should listen to Yingda. As for Lin Moyu, these silver rabbits all knew that they could not offend this adult. If they did, they would die, but their entire clan might be wiped out. 0. Yingda saluted Lin Moyu and said, "Mr. Lin, we have gathered all the people as you requested." Lin Moyu nodded. "Tell them all." Yingda Deo, "I've already said that once they're promoted, they'll fully devote themselves to Mr. Binglin's work." Lin Moyu hummed, and glanced at these huge guys, each of whom was at the peak of the Chaos realm, but at this moment, none of them dared to look at Lin Moyu. This guy has reached the peak of the Chaos realm, but he only has the realm but no combat power. If he is placed in the Chaos realm, he will either be kept in captivity or be exterminated. Lin Moyu said, "You should all understand that I'm giving you a chance to help me and I'll be your servant. But there's something going on right now that just the 4 of you elders can accomplish. According to your chief elder, it requires the combined efforts of 16 elders at the perfection level. 0. So, I'm going to elevate you all to consummation. The conditions remain unchanged. Once this is done, I'll give you a free space where you can live freely and I guarantee no one will bother you. There was hope in the eyes of the 11 people. Having a piece of free space was their luxury for many years. "Thank you, Mr. Lin." Ingdao was the first to prostrate himself in gratitude. The remaining 11 silver rabbits immediately followed suit and thanked Lin Moyu together. Lin Moyu could tell that they were all sincere. The Silver Rabbit clan was very simple and basically would not lie. With a thought, a ball of primordial energy was attracted. Feeling the primordial energy, these silver rabbits suddenly became excited. Although they didn't understand what it was, their instinct told them that it was a good thing and that if they could get it, it would definitely bring them great benefits. But reason also told them not to move and to be obedient. Lin Moyu was very satisfied with their reaction. He casually drew runes and arranged a formation with chaos runes. 10 thin lines were derived from the formation, serving as channels for the energy of the beginning of heaven. A ball of celestial energy entered the formation and exploded, turning into thousands of strands. Lin Moyu placed Ingde in the formation, letting him act as the center of the formation, and taught him how to manipulate the formation. The remaining 11 people were each connected to a thin line, and Ingde could control the formation to give them the chi of the beginning of heaven. The whole process cannot be rushed. It can be slow, but not fast. If it's too fast, you may explode and die. Ingde is very obedient and will do whatever Lin Moyu says. Lin Moyu knew that it wouldn't be long before he would have 16 helper pills to cultivate his realm.